Let's say you're cornered in the bowels of an SCP Foundation containment site. Alarms are blaring and red lights flash everywhere. A giant homicidal lizard is slowly approaching you, drool dripping from its oversized fangs and a look of hungry malice in its eyes. And in this moment, as its jaws open and prepare to receive your screaming body, your mind floods with questions. Is this thing's containment class Euclid or Keter? Is its disruption class a VLAN or more of an Amida? And why didn't I decide to become a barista? Would knowing any of this save you? No, but at least you'd die informed. And that's almost as good. And that, incidentally, is exactly why we're here today. To answer all those questions you've long been afraid to ask about that inside baseball SCP jargon. Apart from the barista one, that's on you. First, let's enter the nearest containment chamber and learn the skinny on containment classes. The most common classes you'll hear about when discussing the inmates of the many SCP Foundation containment sites. Before we get into the stats and categories, we need to clear up a common misconception. Containment classes have nothing to do with the danger an anomaly presents. You can have a deadly Safe Class SCP and a completely harmless Keter Class SCP. We'll get into some examples in a bit. Still with us? Okay, let's get into the nitty-gritty. We'll start in the nice shallow waters of the Safe Class. Put simply, the Safe Class represents things that won't try to escape if you leave them unattended. They're what the SCP Foundation needs to spend the fewest containment resources on. So much so that they often end up in drawers, lockers, and filing cabinets. Oh yeah, and you've probably gathered by now, a lot of the Safe Class objects are literally non-sentient objects. Given that anything with a working mind is inherently unpredictable, they often end up in Euclid and Keter, even if they're not an anomalous Harry Houdini. But it's not their turn just yet. So what are some classic examples of Safe Class SCPs that get the point across? One of the OG classic Safe Class SCPs is SCP-005, the Skeleton Key. This is a seemingly unassuming old key with an incredible power. It can open literally any door in the world, no matter how modern, sophisticated, or even thaumaturgically advanced the lock is. You see why this would be an asset to the Foundation in an emergency situation, but you can also see why they'd want to keep it under lock and key. If anyone ever gets their hands on the thing, they'd be able to compromise Foundation security with greater efficacy than anyone else in human history. That's why, in order to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands, nobody can have access to the Skeleton Key without approval from a Level 4 member of personnel. Some objects in the Safe Class can be much more sinister than this, however. And a perfect example is SCP-010, the Collars of Control. Whatever you're assuming from the name, we're sorry to tell you that you're probably right. These are a series of 6 identical cast iron collars and a single remote control. When these collars are placed on someone, they lose the ability to be commanded by their own will. Instead, they become a total slave to whoever holds the remote. And generally, the kind of person who seeks out possession of that remote isn't necessarily going to be an upstanding citizen. And the SCP Foundation is no exception to this desire to get a little evil with it. One of the notes appended to the file is a redacted Foundation researcher claiming that the collars would be an excellent way to utilize D-classes for unskilled labor. Always remember, folks, the SCP Foundation isn't always the good guys. Of course, there's always the exception that proves the rule when it comes to containment classes, and for the Safe Class, we think the perfect example is SCP-507, the Reluctant Dimension Hopper. He's a perfectly chill guy who will, occasionally, and with no ability to control it, teleport himself into a different alternate dimension, ones that are often dangerous and terrifying, like a world full of deadly fungus, or a completely dark world where seemingly the only occupant is a freaky, grinning man. When he's in our dimension, he's been shown to be completely cooperative with the Foundation's commands, so much so that to even say he's contained would be a stretch. He's even allowed to eat his meals in the mess hall with all the Foundation researchers and guards. The man is a truly rare example of a sentient anomaly that is so trusted by the brass at the Foundation that he's still been given the Safe Class. But that gives you an idea of the 2, or rather 3, sides of the coin when it comes to the Safe Class. Some are benign and useful objects, others are inherently sinister. All of them depend more on the intent of the wielder than the moral value of the objects themselves. The same can't always be said for the Euclid class, perhaps one of the hardest ones to understand of any of the containment classes. It's always the middle child that's causing trouble like that, isn't it? Euclid is where the wildcards live. They don't necessarily actively seek to escape, but they're unpredictable and require more containment resources allocated to them than the safe class. As we mentioned earlier, basically anything that's autonomous, sentient, or sapient will fall into this category. And that means the kind of anomalies that exist in this category are somehow even more varied. Let's start off with a bona fide classic who's no stranger to this channel, SCP-096. This is what we mean when we say that unpredictable is the order of the day here. There are few things more mysterious than whatever is going on inside the Shy Guy's mind. Most of the time, he doesn't seem to show any kind of independent thought. He just sits around his containment enclosure and softly weeps. But as you know by now, when someone sees any representation of the anomaly's face, it breaks free from containment in a murderous rage and hunts down whoever saw it. This is a perfect example of a Euclid-class anomaly. Most of the time, it won't represent any containment challenges at all. It'll be downright well behaved as it sits inside the giant steel cube where the Foundation keeps it. But not knowing how many representations of the creature's face are out there creates a kind of wildcard that stymies any efforts towards permanent containment. When someone sees its face, there's literally nothing on Earth that can stop it from breaking out and actualizing its violent goals. And then there's the coffee machine. That's right, Euclid is a category that somehow contains both a gangly, mass-murdering nightmare and an anomalous machine that pumps out bizarre flavors of coffee. And we mean really bizarre. Anything you can think of to put into its order selection panel, they'll give you back. This includes battery acid, an ambrosia so powerful that life seems worthless afterwards, liquid gold, explosive powder, a liquid made out of human matter, and decaf Arabica. Despite being a non-sentient object that isn't capable of moving anywhere, it's still classified as Euclid, and you might find yourself wondering why. There are two reasons. First, it's just weird, and the Foundation doesn't truly understand the full scope of its powers. That kind of unpredictability will inherently push you towards Euclid territory. The other reason is that it's capable of affecting people who are outside of the containment area. Say, for example, you typed in, "a cup of Timothy Chalamet's blood." Not sure why you'd do that, you weirdo, but let's stick to it. You'd get it, and poor little Timmy would wake up feeling a little lightheaded as a result. And all of that comes together to place it firmly in the Euclid slot. But to get just how strange the Euclid class can be, we need to look at one more example. SCP-784 Christmas Cheer. This is a single-gated neighborhood in Texas where it's Christmas every day, or else. Everyone there is obsessed with Christmas. They only want to eat Christmas food, listen to Christmas songs, wear gaudy Christmas sweaters. And if you enter their domain and you're not willing to play along, you'll be dragged off to be re-educated by the community. A torturous experience that will leave your mind broken and your personality overwritten by pure Christmas whimsy. In some ways, it's so much stranger than either the Shy Guy or the coffee machine, a monster and an anomalous object respectively. A whole cursed community of seemingly non-anomalous humanoids who just really love Christmas to the point of being willing to force it on everyone they meet? What could be more strange and unpredictable than that? A gated-off suburb full of Christmas-loving freaks. You'll just never predict what they'll do. This drags us out of the strange madness of Euclid and into the deeply menacing world of Keter-class anomalies. While we were being honest earlier when we told you that the Keter class doesn't have anything to do with how dangerous an anomaly is, some of the anomalies in this class just so happen to be some of the most dangerous and terrifying ones out there. One iconic example is SCP-682, also known as the Hard-to-Destroy Reptile, which has earned its Keter class designation with its near-constant escape attempts. And hey, in its defense, if our containment meant sitting inside a huge vat of powerful acid all the time, we'd probably attempt to escape too. The problem with 682 is that these escape attempts generally cause between tens and hundreds of deaths for the personnel, so a huge amount of resources needs to be allocated in order to keep it contained. That's a pretty standard experience when it comes to Keter-class anomalies. The Foundation needs to expend far greater resources to contain them than any other anomalies. And sometimes, they don't even really have them contained. This can be said of SCP-4666, the Yule Man, one of the most violent and sadistic anomalies the SCP Foundation has ever encountered. Every Christmas, he selects and slaughters an entire family for his own twisted amusement. He can appear anywhere across the entire northern side of the globe, the only hope of stopping his rampage being to detect the signs of an impending attack and get the family out of there before it's too late. The powerlessness of the Foundation to do anything about this situation really sells its place as a Keter-class anomaly. But in contrast to these other two examples, sometimes a Keter class is more tragic than diabolical. The perfect example of this is SCP-3663, the Tunnel Monster, a cardboard creature that had once been a little boy, until an ill-fated game of hide-and-seek transformed him into a childish beast that he was dressing up as. His tendency to resist Foundation commands, as well as his limited teleportation abilities, are what earned him his Keter-class status despite his more sad and innocent temperament. But all those are the primary classes of containment. While they're much rarer, we still need to do a lightning round of secondary containment classes, and of course tell you everything you need to know about disruption and risk classes. Ready? First, there's Thaumiel. These are the rare SCPs that are used to contain other SCPs, and they're so top secret that only the O5 Council can remain officially aware of their existence. Perhaps the most famous is SCP-3000, also known as Anatashisha, a giant eel deep underwater that produces an amnestic chemical every time it consumes its prey. These chemicals form the basis of all of the amnestics the Foundation uses in their operations today. Then there's Apollyon, one of the most terrifying classifications that you can ever see applied to an anomaly. It's used for anomalies that literally cannot be contained, or are imminently about to break free from containment. The example that might spring to mind first is SCP-001, When Day Breaks. This is the XK-class end-of-the-world scenario-inducing anomaly that turned the sun into a deadly laser, capable of turning every living thing on Earth into a deranged, gibbering blob. Of course, there's also the rare but incredibly intriguing Archaeon class, an anomaly where, if you tried to contain it, it would actually do more harm than good. This is one of the rarest containment classes out there, but a perfect example is SCP-4494, also known as the Spectre. He's the very embodiment of the concept of fighting crime, a classic vigilante superhero that's an avatar of justice itself, and if you lock him up, society will soon descend into lawless anarchy. So it's just best to let him do his thing, okay? And the remaining secondary containment class is Ticonderoga, the one type of anomaly that's even rarer than Archaeon. It's a type of anomaly that is simultaneously impossible to contain and unnecessary to contain. The best example we can think of is SCP-2828, an anti-memetic and hard-to-find tiny vestigial body part behind the ear. If ever someone did find it, it's really not like it'd change anything in the grand scheme of things. And before we close up, disruption classes. These classes rate the degree to which an anomaly could mess with both a person and society as a whole. On the lowest end, there's Dark, so low that it causes almost no concern. It might only affect one person, and it's easy to clear up. Then there's VLAM, an anomaly that would only affect a small number of people, and wouldn't be too difficult to clean up. Next, Kennek, which has an area of effect roughly the size of a city, with significant spreading speed and a moderately difficult path to cleaning up. Eki, the second most problematic disruption class, has a pure view that could spread from a metropolitan city to a whole country to even the world. The spread would be quick, and the problem would be extremely difficult to manage. And of course, Amida, which according to official Foundation documents, this disruption class should be reserved for special circumstances when the Foundation is essentially declaring war on an anomaly. When an anomaly poses such a dire threat to the status quo, and the Foundation's veil, that there is no other option than to use all possible options in order to neutralize it. The effects of an Amida anomaly would extend to the entire known world, and possibly the entire universe. Let's just hope we don't encounter any of those anytime soon. November 26, 2014. A plot of federal land in the Midwestern United States appears to be completely uninhabited. But to those in the know, this is actually the location of Biological Research Area 12, a large SCP Foundation facility that houses and experiments on live biological entities and hazardous tissue samples. Already, it was proving to be a challenging day for the personnel stationed at Area 12, due to what seemed like a freak technical glitch. They were dealing with a system failure and a large-scale containment breach. The deadly bladed petals of SCP-143 were drifting through the air. The acidic SCP-153 roundworms were breeding. SCP-811 was running wild, and a number of amnesia-inducing SCP-939 creatures had escaped their pen.
In short, it was a total disaster. Complete paranormal pandemonium, and things were about to get so much worse, as the sounds of whirring helicopter blades and the rumbling engines of heavy military vehicles approached. The embattled staff were relieved that Mobile Task Force reinforcements were arriving so quickly. After all, Area 12 was relatively isolated, and they'd only just put in a call for help. On-site security staff were being overwhelmed in the chaos of the containment breach, and they needed the big guns if they wanted to get things under control before it was too late. What they didn't know as the vehicles surrounded their facilities is that it was already far too late for most of them. Soon, heavily armed troops in protective tactical gear were storming the facility. As they entered, terrified staff members ran towards them for protection, and then stopped in their tracks. These soldiers didn't bear the insignia of the SCP Foundation, or any known mobile task force, nor did they bear the symbols of the Global Occult Coalition. This was something different altogether. Some of the Foundation personnel began to beg for assistance anyway, seeing it as an any port in the storm situation. They realized too late that this group wasn't here to save them, and met their end in a hail of bullets from the soldiers' assault rifles. When the actual mobile task force finally did arrive, they witnessed a horrifying sight. Most of the on-site Foundation personnel had been shot dead, and there were no trace of the culprits. Even worse, several of the SCP-939 creatures were missing. These are the predatory pack-hunting creatures that produce amnestic chemicals to lure and disorient their prey. These anomalies are dangerous enough on their own, but in the hands of someone who really knew how to use them, these living amnestic factories could pose an extremely serious threat. The Mobile Task Force members knew what they were dealing with here. Only one group would have the nerve to perform a high-casualty heist on an SCP Foundation facility during a containment breach: the Chaos Insurgency. The Mobile Task Force reported the incident back to command and already knew what their next mission would be: track down the Insurgency Splinter Cell and get the 939s back. This mission would have the absolute highest stakes, and if they weren't successful, there was no limit to the damage the Chaos Insurgency could do with a creature as dangerous as SCP-939 under their control. But who exactly are the Chaos Insurgency? What do they want? And why are they stealing anomalies? The Chaos Insurgency is one of the most mysterious and clandestine of the groups that fight against the SCP Foundation. They are different from the Global Occult Coalition, a United Nations offshoot created after the Seventh Occult War, whose mission is to destroy rather than try to contain anomalies. The Serpent's Hand is on the opposite end of the spectrum. This group strives for the normalization of the anomalous, and the destruction of the webs of secrecy that keep the anomalous and consensus reality separate. Both the GOC and the Serpent's Hand have clear ideals and mission statements, but the Chaos Insurgency is less forthcoming about their beliefs and convictions. Something we know for sure about the Chaos Insurgency, though, is that they view anomalies as tools to be utilized rather than unpredictable elements to be contained, studied, or neutralized. To this end, they do whatever it takes to obtain more anomalies of their own, whether it's ruthlessly seeking out anomalies in the wild or taking them from the Foundation with coordinated strikes during moments of weakness. Though they lack the support and resources of organizations like the Foundation and the GOC, the Chaos Insurgency more than makes up for it in devotion to their cause, their unpredictability, and most of all, their willingness to use violence. It's difficult to separate the facts from the rumors when it comes to the Chaos Insurgency. Some believe that, to compensate for their rejection by the United Nations as an official group dealing with anomalous incidents, they instead receive support from certain dictatorships in the developing world. Funded by the blood money of various warlords, they carry out their research on political prisoners and captured refugees provided by their murderous allies. They're also believed to illegally deal both weapons and intelligence, helping the dictators who fund them remain in power and subjugate their own people. The Foundation has been able to gather some intel about the Chaos Insurgency's organizational structure, which looks like a strange mirror of their own. It's led by the mysterious Delta Command, headed by a figure known only as the Engineer. Gamma-class personnel execute the orders of Delta Command using the lesser Beta-class personnel as field operators. And finally, there is Alpha-class. They're typically forced into conscription from the states occupied by the Insurgency, and serve as cannon fodder for the group as they track down as many anomalies as they can. And the Insurgency is believed to possess a number of powerful anomalies already. These include the bell of entropy, an object that can cause a variety of destructive effects depending on where it is struck, and the staff of Hermes, an anomalous object capable of warping the physical and chemical properties of any matter it touches. The Chaos Insurgency is only growing more powerful as they continue their pursuit of money and power with a legion of militarized anomalies. Their goal? Total world domination. Other accounts are a little more charitable to the beliefs and causes of the Chaos Insurgency. They've been described as a rebellion against the ruthless early days of the SCP Foundation, when they had a more violent, take-no-prisoners attitude. This rumor has likely been disseminated by the Chaos Insurgency themselves, though, as it paints them in the most positive and righteous light. In reality, the truth, as is often the case, is somewhere in the middle. Danger often comes from within, and the Chaos Insurgency is no exception. One constant in all interpretations of the origin of the Chaos Insurgency is that its members are rogue elements of the SCP Foundation, and it's commonly believed that they have countless moles still deep in the organization today. However, one well-kept secret among the upper echelons of the Foundation is that the creation of the Chaos Insurgency is a lot less unknown than they'd like you to think. Yes, danger really does often come from within. When researching the origins of the Chaos Insurgency, you'll likely see two dates pop up again and again, 1924 and 1948. According to the official line from the SCP Foundation, 1924 was the date of the Chaos Insurgency's defection, and 1948 marked the first series of violent raids that the Chaos Insurgency led against the Foundation. But these are only half-truths. While both dates are indeed significant in the story of the Chaos Insurgency, it's for entirely different reasons. 1924 was the date when the Chaos Insurgency, known at the time simply as the Insurgency, was created by the O5 Council. Why would the SCP Foundation's commanding authority knowingly create one of the Foundation's enemies? Well, you have to understand that at the time, the Insurgency served a very different purpose. They were intended to be a black ops group for the O5 Council, capable of doing their dirty work off the books and out of sight of the rest of the Foundation, especially its Ethics Committee, which is often in conflict with O5 Command. Their members were recruited from Mobile Task Force Alpha-1, also known as the Red Right Hand, a highly secretive MTF in the pocket of the O5. For 24 years, they did the O5's dirty work while shielding the Foundation's international reputation from any potential fallout. They were faithful soldiers, until they found themselves a new master. The Engine, a mysterious anomalous object that began to invade and infect the minds of the Insurgency. The group's human leader, the previously mentioned Engineer, is merely a puppet of the Engine, its human mouthpiece. While the full extent of the Engine's plans remains mysterious to even members of the Chaos Insurgency, the Engine has been passing down orders ever since. In 1948, the Insurgency fully defected, becoming the Chaos Insurgency, and they've been a problem for the SCP Foundation ever since. From raids to assassinations, to threats of damaging the illusion of consensus reality with their reckless behavior. And now, thanks to their acquisition of SCP-939, they could get started on amnestics production too. Thankfully for the Foundation, they had prepared for 939's getting out into the world, and all of the creatures housed at Area 12 had been implanted with subdermal trackers. Several mobile task forces were immediately dispatched to home in on the signal, take out the insurgents, and secure the 939s once more. They tracked the signal to a warehouse in the Badlands of New Mexico, where task force members stormed in and began a tense firefight with the Chaos Insurgents, all Gamma and Beta class, of course. The Delta classes, just like O5s, are notoriously slippery. They emerge like tactical ghosts from behind boxes and exposed pipes, advancing and firing with no regard for their own lives and safety. Slaves to the Engine. It wasn't like battling your run-of-the-mill cultists. These were highly organized and dangerous combatants, with training right out of the Foundation's Mobile Task Force playbook. Several Foundation soldiers were lost in the crossfire, but ultimately they won the day, subduing the Chaos Insurgency forces and capturing the stolen 939s once more. Several of the insurgents that had been fatally wounded in battle were found to be Area 12 personnel, double agents for the Insurgency. Many of them died with smiles on their faces, knowing they were defying the Foundation to their last breath. There was no way of knowing just how many of these secretive Chaos insurgents were undercover, deep in the fabric of the Foundation's global apparatus. A nearby insurgent, slowly dying from several gunshot wounds, gave a wheezy laugh. As the task force operators approached, he ranted that the Foundation's obsession with order, lies, and secrecy is the real disease, that chaos and entropy is the fate of all things, and that to use the anomalies they find for their own gain is simply common sense. In the world the Chaos Insurgency would someday create, human beings would be the true masters of the universe, not just the perpetrators of the twisted lie we call normality. He succumbed to his injuries shortly after, and the task forces refocused their efforts on getting the 939 safely back to Area 12. What these Chaos Insurgency troops really believed is an open question. After all, the power that dictates them, the anomalous engine, is a consciousness beyond humanity. Even the engineer doesn't know the true scope of their master's grand plan. If the rest of us are lucky, and the Chaos Insurgency never reaches their mysterious goals, then neither will we.
The year is 1939. It's the dead of night in Pingfang, a district of the Harbin Prefecture in Japanese Imperial-occupied China. A squadron of over 100 Chinese rebels led by Lieutenant Wang Wei, clutching Bergmann MP-18 machine guns, hurry through the streets towards their destination, the bioweapons lab operated by Unit 731, and monstrous, terrifying Japanese Surgeon General Shiro Ishii. It is a mission of liberation and revenge. If you know anything about Unit 731, just hearing the name will send a chill down your spine, just as it did for the Chinese soldiers hoping to perform a surprise assault on the unit's complex of horrors. Rumors had spread from the Chinese prisoners of war taken there, and the knowledge of the horrible things happening to their countrymen inside that building made their blood boil with white-hot fury. Their mission was simple. They would launch an attack on the complex when the unit least expected it, save as many prisoners as they could, while also taking revenge on as many unit soldiers as they could get their hands on. But what the brave soldiers didn't know is that they were in for a battle they couldn't hope to win, because what they were fighting was not in any traditional sense human. They were about to go toe-to-toe with SCP-4007, an elite group of anomalous Japanese super soldiers known as the Pingfang 5, a name spoken in fear by their enemies and victims for what little time both remained alive. The Chinese rebels were hiding in a stand of trees outside the fortress, waiting for the right moment to strike, when the Pingfang 5 suddenly beat them to the punch and descended upon them. The plan was thrown into chaos when the trees burst into flames without so much as a hint of artillery being fired. The soldiers, all hardened men of war, began to grow scared. But then they saw something even more terrifying standing there amongst the flames. First Lieutenant Mitsuo Kitano, also known as Lightning Bolt, or SCP-4007-1 to the Foundation. One of his hands was wreathed in blue sparks of electricity, and the others he wielded a Type 14 Nambu pistol. Lieutenant Kitano continued his attack, using his anomalous lightning to blow away soldier after soldier. When the shocked rebels tried to return fire, they found that they couldn't land a single shot. Kitano dodged every bullet. The second wave of the assault came from behind, as the rebels tried to flee Kitano's wrath. Private Takashi Honda, also known as the Ogre, or SCP-4007-2, charged into the fray. He effortlessly wielded a Type 11 machine gun and rained bullets down upon his unsuspecting foes. They shot back at him, but the bullets seemed to just bounce off his skin. He wasn't bothered by them in the slightest. He just smiled and continued firing. The rebels quickly realized that the whole thing had been a trap, but what had given them away? As if on cue, one of their own soldiers turned and began firing on his fellow soldiers with his MP-18. This man wasn't a rebel. In fact, he wasn't even Chinese. It was Corporal Joichiro Aida, also known as the Fox, or SCP-4007-3. How could he have possibly infiltrated the squadron? The answer is simple. He's an anomalously brilliant liar.
In fact, it's impossible to not believe a single thing that Corporal Ida says, making him a true expert in espionage. Not a single one of the other rebels ever had a chance of sniffing him out before the doomed mission. If this betrayal surprised them, then what came next must have seemed like something out of a nightmare. Lieutenant Wang Wei, the man who'd spearheaded the entire mission, turned and began picking off his own troops with his pistol. The surviving soldiers didn't understand. Had the lieutenant gone mad? They tried to shoot him, but just like the others, he dodged effortlessly and continued to murder them. That's because he wasn't Lieutenant Wang Wei at all. Wei had been murdered in the forest earlier that night, and replaced by Private Teruo Nishimura, also known as SCP-4007-5, or the Shapeshifter. The Pingfang 5 had infiltrated and compromised the mission from before it had even begun. They'd never even stood a chance. During the chaos of the massacre, a few of the rebels had managed to escape, running through a nearby clearing into a thicket of trees. If they could survive, then perhaps they could regroup and lead a second assault on another day. They had no hope of survival during a head-on conflict with these anomalous super soldiers. They needed to get away and form a new strategy. But gunshots started ringing out through the forest, tearing into their bodies and dropping the men one by one. They tried to return fire, but they couldn't even see who was shooting at them. It seemed to come from all directions. The rebels' dying thoughts were that the trees around them must have been crawling with Japanese troops. The reality was even more frightening. It was only one man, Private Shigeru Matsui, codenamed Smoke, for this ability to become invisible at will. To the Foundation, he's known as SCP-4007-4, the last member of the Pingfang 5. The deadliest troops in the entire Imperial Japanese Army. But unlike many of the biological anomalies cataloged by the SCP Foundation, the Pingfang 5 were not born, they were made. In case you aren't familiar with the infamous Unit 731 and their horrifying complex in Pingfang, this unit was the secret department of the Japanese Army ordered into existence by Emperor Hirohito himself for one sinister purpose: researching chemical and biological weapons for the Japanese Imperial Army. Their leader, the Surgeon General Shiroishi, was essentially given blanket permission to do whatever he deemed necessary in order to achieve results for his emperor and his nation. Ishii took that directive and ran with it, unleashing pseudoscientific evil on a level matched only by the Nazi extermination camps in Europe. Experimental weapons and horrific diseases were tested on captured Chinese civilians, political dissidents, and prisoners of war. Thousands of people met horrific ends through execution, experimentation, and vivisection, which is the dissection of a subject that is still very much alive. How does this relate to the Pingfang 5 and SCP-4007? It all comes back to a top-secret project, overseen by Ishii himself, Project Shinka. While Unit 731 was established in 1935, in 1937 they began working in collaboration with the Imperial Japanese Anomalous Matters Examination Agency. Think of it as Imperial Japan's hyper-nationalist answer to the SCP Foundation. They had become aware of the existence of anomalous individuals in Imperial-controlled territories, and General Ishii wanted to know whether the powers manifested in these anomalous individuals could be induced in others through forced organ removal and transplantation. To test this hypothesis, Ishii had the Japanese secret police round up anomalous individuals in Imperial territory en masse. They were subjected to mass vivisections, with the intention of isolating and removing anomalous organs. It was an act so positively genocidal in proportion that East Asia had statistically fewer anomalous humans than they should to this day. Ishii's intention was to transplant the organs into loyal volunteers from the Japanese military in order to create an unbeatable military force. Perfect soldiers who would win the war for them. The vast majority of these twisted experiments were complete failures, leading to the higher-ups at Unit 731 almost writing Project Shinka off as a waste of time and canceling the whole thing. But there were soon 5 notable exceptions, the very scary individuals you've already met. Not only did every member of the Pingfang 5 end up with a specific anomalous superpower as a result of the experiments, they also experienced incredible anomalous prowess across the board. Members of the 5 boast extended longevity, meaning they rarely show their age. Enhanced physical abilities, including faster reflexes, incredible senses, and immense physical strength. They also appear to have advanced mental development, displaying phenomenal tactical and strategic reasoning, as well as the ability to effortlessly learn, read, and speak multiple languages, like Japanese, English, Mandarin Chinese, Russian, and German. Of course, Japan eventually lost the war, but the Pingfang 5 had no intentions of ending their fight. They continued their missions long after Japan formally surrendered, causing chaos and violence across East Asia. After several unsuccessful engagements with isolated members of the Pingfang 5, leading to the deaths of many Foundation agents and civilians, the Foundation formed Mobile Task Force 551, aka MacArthur's Dogs, an elite group of operatives trained for the specific mission of bringing down the Pingfang 5. While the hunt rages on, 3 of the 5 are already dead. SCP-4007-1, Mitsuo Kitano, the man who can unleash bursts of electricity, met his end in Burma in 1948. During a procedure called Operation Smokehouse, 551 engaged Kitano in combat in the jungle. As was one of his trademark techniques, he attempted to use his electricity powers to burn down the jungle and escape during the chaos. However, the Foundation operatives surrounded and boxed him in. He couldn't escape, and when the fires were put out, he was found dead on the ground. The apparent cause of death was smoke inhalation. SCP-4007-2, Takashi Honda, the man with bulletproof skin, died in 1957 in the Philippines. 551 engaged him in combat in a mission dubbed Operation Homewrecker, which culminated in them calling down an airstrike on him. In the aftermath, Honda was found dead, but his cause of death was determined as having been from a powerful electric shock. And finally, SCP-4007-3, Joichiro Ida, the man with the silver tongue, was found dead a year later in 1958. His corpse was discovered in his room in Guiyang, southern China. He appeared to have been strangled to death, and interestingly, there was evidence that he tried to engage in a shootout with his killer, but hadn't succeeded in preventing his own murder. All of these circumstances were somewhat mysterious, but the Foundation didn't investigate them much further after the bodies were tagged and bagged. SCP-4007-5, Teru Nishimura, the Shapeshifter, is still on the run today, while SCP-4007-4 Shigeru Matsui, the Invisible Man, is doing just the opposite. He lives in Sarawak, Malaysia, and works in open cooperation with the SCP Foundation to help track down the 5th member of the Pingfang 5. Not much has changed in the 64 years since the death of Joichiro Ida. It seemed like the search for SCP-4007-4 had gone cold, until a Foundation archival clerk found something suspicious: the original paper copy of the SCP-4007 document, which was dated a year before the Foundation had supposedly discovered the existence of SCP-4007. As the archival worker dug further, they found a number of unsettling discoveries that alter the true meaning of SCP-4007. In the original paper documents, each dead member of the Pingfang 5 had organs missing, and each subsequent member's death involved a power possessed by a former member. 2 was electrocuted, and 3's gun was useless, as the killer had been wearing 2's bulletproof skin. Who was behind this? Why? And most importantly of all, how had this all been forgotten? Through more digging, the Foundation discovered the truth about SCP-4007-4. His powers weren't invisibility, they were anti-mimetic. He can make people forget him at will, essentially editing their memories so he could do whatever he wanted without detection. Like, for example, murdering his team members and stealing their powers. They even managed to find an archived letter from 4 to 3, begging for his help in fighting some kind of unknown monster, something that would require their combined powers to face, whether they ended up being as 5 separate men or 1 man with all of their powers. This whole time, SCP-4007-4 had been playing the Foundation like a fiddle, using their resources to help him track down the final member of the Pingfang 5, to recruit him into one final mission, or murder him and steal his powers. But that still leaves one question: what is this mission? What is this monster? The Foundation managed to find out, at least partially. They charted the death locations of each of the 3 dead Pingfang members and the living location of SCP-4007-4 and discovered something amazing. 4 of the 5 points on a perfect pentagon, centering on the South China Sea. The Foundation also estimated that the Pentagon would reveal the location of SCP-4007-5 at the final point, but his location isn't nearly as interesting as what resides at the center of this massive geographical pentagon. Foundation divers discovered huge numbers of sunken Japanese battleships, downed planes, and thousands of bones littering the seabed. Based on the damages to these vessels, it was clear that they hadn't been shot or blown up. No, they had been torn apart by something obscenely huge and powerful underneath the water. The Pentagon, a significant shape in sorcery, is likely a massive supernatural containment ritual, keeping whatever unspeakable horror is lurking under the ground there from escaping. A containment ritual that could only be maintained by 5 special individuals in 5 special places. It was in this moment that the Foundation came upon a truly horrifying revelation. They had misjudged the intentions of Project Shinka. It was never about creating assets for the war against the Allies. It was about a war against something else entirely. Something much more dangerous than, and deadly than, the squabbles between men. It was about the entity that lurked below. A creature that nobody understood, and that no conventional weapon can fight. And if the ritual is ever broken, and the beast is allowed to rise, the Ping Fang 5 will be the very least of our problems.
I used to complain about work all the time. The long hours, the disrespect from my boss, getting home exhausted, aching, and sunburned. I worked in construction a lifetime ago. I'd give anything to go back to that now. What's that they always say? You don't know what you've got until it's gone. Maybe I deserve the hand I've been dealt. I haven't been a good person. I don't play well with others. There was an argument with my foreman when I got a little too heated. I just couldn't rein in my temper. The hammer I'd been using all day was still in my hand, but I digress. I used to build things with my hands, but I'm in a different line of work now, if you can call it work. That would imply I get paid. I clock in every morning, and I get to go home afterward. I don't. I'm a prisoner, really. A glorified lab rat, and property of the all-powerful SCP Foundation. I've been here about 3 weeks, and everyone always says D-classes like us last about a month here. So, clock is ticking down to 0 for me. I haven't had to do anything too dangerous yet, but like I said, it's just a matter of time. I'm sitting in my cell, the same windowless box I've spent every day for the past 3 weeks, when a guard bursts in and grabs me by the arm. "What's going on?" I ask, but he ignores me. Of course, why make conversation with a lab rat? Better not to think of us as human at all. He yanks me down the hall, opens a door, and shoves me inside. There's several other D-class in there already, and they're staring at something in the corner that I can't quite make out. I start to turn around and to take a look at the rest of the room, but a voice comes over the loudspeaker, cold and clinical. "Look at the statue in the corner. Do not take your eyes off it." Well, when a disembodied voice at the SCP Foundation tells you to look at something, you better do it. So I look. It's a sculpture made from concrete and rebar. It looks pretty harmless, but I've heard enough screams through the walls to know they don't keep too many harmless things caged up here. Whatever this thing really is, I don't want to know what it'll do to me when my back is turned. I stare at it, unblinking, feeling my eyes burn and tear up from the dry air and concentration. I'm scared to close my eyes for even a second, determined not to be the first one in here to break. But something out there has other plans for me, for us. I hear a warbling sound like a motor struggling to start, the sudden crash of thunder outside, and then the room goes black. For a second I think I've gone blind, but then I hear the other guys screaming, the yelling of scientists behind the wall. Somehow the power's gone out. I can't see anything, but I can hear the sound of stone scraping against itself, the snap of breaking bones, the thud of a limp body slumping over to the floor. The room comes into focus again, as the backup generator kicks in and fills the space with weak fluorescent light. But something's different. Something's wrong. The statue in the corner is gone. The other 2 men are on the floor, heads twisted around backwards, and the door is standing wide open. Is this a trap? Trick of some kind? If I run out that door, will a guard be waiting there for me? I don't know. But whatever might happen to me if I try can't be any worse than what will happen if I stay right here. Through the wall, I hear the sickening snapping sound again. A corpse thudding to the ground. They didn't plan this. Something in their experiment went horribly wrong for them. Maybe, just maybe, it went right for me. I don't give it a second thought. I'm out the door, running through the dimly lit halls.
through the maze of identical corridors in search of some kind of exit. All around me, there's chaos. Guards firing their weapons at inhuman shapes that I catch a brief glimpse of as I run past. Scientists yelling for help. People going as fast as they can towards danger and away from it. I'm so caught up in it all, I don't even notice when I run right into a woman in the white lab coat knocking us both to the ground. I scramble to my feet and look her with wide eyes, waiting for her to turn me in to call the guards, but she doesn't. I'm so sorry, I stammer. She holds out a hand, gesturing for me to help her to her feet. So I do. Watch your step there, she says with a knowing smile. I can't help but notice how beautiful she is. Twinkling brown eyes and thick black hair. Then I spot them, tucked under her hair but unmistakable. She has a pair of fox ears on top of her head. It hits me in rapid succession then. All the things about this woman that don't look quite right. Her unusually long nails, too sharp and pointed for lab work. The feral glint in her eyes, that halting cadence of her voice. This woman is not an employee of the SCP Foundation. She's doing the same thing I am, taking advantage of the situation to try to escape. I'll, be more careful from now on, ma'am, I say. She winks and turns down the hall. I can see a tail poking out beneath the bottom of her lab coat. Safe travels, I call after her. She laughs, a dangerous sound, like she's not the one who needs to worry about staying safe. And I wonder what might have happened if I had caught her in a worse mood. Good thing my mom taught me my manners. Now which way should I go from here? Should I follow the woman? I get the feeling she doesn't want any company and I prefer to stay on her good side. As I'm thinking it through, I hear a small popping sound behind me, like a vacuum in the air being filled all of a sudden. I spin around and there's a guy standing there, ordinary as you please. Blonde hair, green eyes, wearing jeans and a t-shirt that says Mothman Fan Club in red letters. This guy looks pretty out of place, more the type you'd see browsing a comic book store. But after my prior strange encounter, I don't know not to assume anything. Hey man, what's going on? He asks me. I stare back, not sure what to say. What'd I miss? He continues. I feel like I was gone for ages. I gestured to our collective surroundings. The sound of alarms blaring and voices crying out for backup. The inhuman shrieks of creatures being forced back into their cells. There's a lot going on. Yeah, seems like it, the guy sighs. You wouldn't happen to know how to get out of here, would you? I ask hopefully. He shakes his head. Sorry, I don't really come and go through the door here. Guess I'll just go back to my room until things calm down a bit. You want anything? I got a mini fridge in there. He offers. No thanks. Suit yourself, man. He shoves his hands back in his pockets and walks away, whistling a tune to himself. If he's this unfazed by teleporting into the middle of a complete madhouse, I don't even want to know what kind of stuff he's seen. Nice enough kid though. Probably better company than anyone or anything else in this place. If I'm not going to take him up on his offer though, I should keep moving before someone notices I'm not where I'm supposed to be. Around the corner just in time to see another body drop. I whirl around looking for that horrible statue, but I don't see it. Instead, I see what looks like a man, dressed in all black, wearing a mask in the shape of a bird's face with a long pointed beak. He's carrying like an old school doctor's bag and he's bending down to inspect the body of the god that just keeled over. I should keep running. I should do something, but I can't look away. The man in black pulls a syringe full of thick green liquid from his bag and injects it into the corpse. To my horror, the body begins to move, thrashing around, hands opening and closing, grasping for something. It sits up reanimated, but wrong. Its eyes are bulging and vacant like a goldfish. Its mouth hangs slack. As this zombie climbs to his feet, the figure in all black turns to look at me, eyes shining from beneath his mask. Hello, my good fellow. How are you feeling today? He calls to me, his voice polished and polite. I'm fine, I shout, my hands shaking, my chest tight. The doctor tilts his head to the side thoughtfully. You don't look well, my friend. Perhaps you could allow me to examine you. The zombie shuffles towards me and the doctor opens his bag. There is this pestilence raging through this land, you see. I'm not gonna stick around to find out what that exam might look like or what he might try to do in the service of curing me. No thanks, I don't have health insurance! That is all I can think to say as I turn and run the way back I came. I still have no idea where an exit might be, how I might get out of here. It all looks the same, one long stretch of tile and white. I guess a place like the Foundation isn't gonna have red neon signs telling you how to escape. But this place can't go on forever, can it? I'm starting to have my doubts. Before I can get too lost in my own hopelessness, the biggest man I've ever seen comes lumbering down the hall toward me. I work with some pretty big guys in construction, massive behemoths who could carry steel beams like they were pool noodles. But this man, something else entirely. He's gotta be like, what, 8 feet tall? With fists that they look like they could crush my skull in one hit. I better get out of this monster's way if I know what's good for me. But as he passes me, he waves and gives me a great big friendly, if unnaturally wide smile. Beautiful day, isn't it? He bellows in that booming French accented voice. With his other hand, he picks his teeth with something white. A closer look reveals to be a shot of bone. I have to imagine it's human. His lips are stained dark with blood. You look lost! Can I help you with something? A helpful people eater. What a guy. I keep my distance but decide to try my luck. You wouldn't happen to know where the exit is, I say. He beams at me, thrilled by my question. I'm so glad you asked, he's this way! He points down the hall to the left. Just follow that hall all the way down and take the only right. That should get you where you're going. Thanks. Give him a wave back as I head that way. As I go, I can hear the giant singing opera to himself. Something Italian? Reminds me of a record my grandma used to play a long time ago. Maybe this will get me free. Maybe it won't. But it's more information than I had a second ago. Might as well give it a shot. If I make it through this, I'm gonna be in the best shape of my life from all the running I've done today. Maybe I'll try to do a marathon. Or maybe I shouldn't get ahead of myself. There's no one else down this particular hall. At least no one that I can see. I slow my pace to a steady walk, keeping my eyes and ears alert for any potential threats. So far, so good. I reach the other side of the hall and take a right turn and nothing. Just a wall. That giant son of a gun lied to me. I guess that's what I get for asking a cannibal for directions. I guess I'm lucky he just misled me instead of having me for dessert. I'm about to play my next move when I feel something nudge against the back of my leg. I turn and there's what I can only describe as a blob. Just a large mass of orange slime wrapped around my legs, making a friendly, high-pitched gurgle. I should be suspicious of it after everything I've seen, but I'm not. I just get the feeling that this thing has my best interest in heart. Hey, buddy. I pat its slimy surface and it ripples delightedly, making another gurgling sound. It's kinda cute, honestly. I smell the scent of freshly brewed coffee, one of my favorite smells in the world. I haven't had a decent cup in years. All of a sudden, I feel this overwhelming sense of happiness, of hope. Even if it's foolish to think so, I honestly believe that everything's gonna be alright. This strange little friendly slime has given me the strength to carry on. I wish I had a plushy version of this thing. There's a sudden tickling sensation along my legs and I laugh, pushing the slime away gently. Hey, stop that! It coos apologetically and bumps itself against me like a stray dog asking for scratches behind the ears. I wonder for a second if I could take this thing with me. But what would I even feed it? What kind of life could I give a domesticated slime creature? Better to leave it with the people who know how to care for it, even if they're mad scientists. I give it another pat, then head on my way. The slime oozes off in the opposite direction. I'll have to find more new friends, I imagine. I had no idea there was anything nice in here, with everything horrible I've seen today. Warms my cold heart just a little bit. It's strange. Been walking for a while and I haven't seen anyone else. It's eerily quiet over here. I can't hear a thing except for that alarm in the distance. Not sure when all the screaming went quiet or where all the guards went. It's peaceful, but I have to admit it's eerie. There's no way it's this easy. There's no way I'll just be able to walk out of here. Life doesn't work like that, especially not here. My eyes dot around, watching for any potential danger as I go. Maybe all the action is on the other side of the facility. Maybe something broke out of containment that's so big, so dangerous that all hands are on deck to contain it. Or maybe they're all dead, and I'm next. Nah, I shouldn't think like that. I feel the hairs on the back of my neck prickle, and I have that paranoid feeling of being watched, like eyes burning into me. I glance behind me, but there's no one there. I stop walking, but I don't hear any other footsteps. Calm down. There's no one here with you, I tell myself. Just keep moving. I turn my eyes back to the path ahead of me and I freeze. What was that? I saw something just for a second, something long, thin, spindly, like a stick bug, but much, much bigger. When I look for it, it's gone, but I know that I saw it. Well, this place has now driven me insane. I glance to the side and there it is again. For a split second, so fast I could almost convince myself I imagined it. If I were at home or walking down an ordinary street, I might think I had, but I'm not anywhere ordinary. And a slender monster that can hide in my peripheral vision only to be spotted for a millisecond at a time? That seems par for the course in a place like this. There! I just saw it again! It's like it wants me to know it's here, but that I'll never be able to pin it down. I'm not playing mind games with that monster. Forget it. I'll keep moving. Another flash of the creature, closer than it was before. Whatever, you don't scare me! I say out loud. I'm lying, but I hope it can't tell. If I just play it cool, maybe this thing will get bored and find someone else to menace. I haven't been running for a long time now, but my heart is still pounding. I can taste metal in the back of my throat. Suddenly all the sounds from before are back. The gunfire, the screaming, the shriek of alarms. I made my way back to the action. One sound drowns out all the rest. A deafening roar, animalistic and powerful and hateful. It reminds me of a dinosaur in a movie, but with a power that makes my bones rattle and my teeth chatter. The roar is followed by more screaming and a massive crash, the crunch of wood and stone. There's another roar, more distant than before. Wait, whatever made that sound, it just broke out. I bet it left a pretty big hole in its wake. I follow the sound and find exactly what I hope I would. A massive opening in the wall, and the sweet feeling of a breeze coming through. I couldn't find an exit, but this thing just made one for me. I don't waste any more time. I make a break for it, dancing around rubble and pools of corrosive acid and sprinting into the nearby forest. I'm ducking under branches, dotting around trees, and I run until I'm seeing spots in my lungs like gasping for air. I don't know how far I'll make it, if there's a town nearby or any kind of shelter, but I promise one thing. If I survive, I'm gonna be a better person. I'll get it right this time. I'll earn my second chance at life.
Oh god, I'm trapped in the infinite IKEA. How long have I been in here? Can I get out? How can I get out? How can I survive the vicious staff of the infinite IKEA and work with the other survivors in this terrifying endless building? Okay, let's start from the beginning. Day 1. I'd come to this flat-pack nightmare with my lovely wife Brenda to pick up some stupid sofa she saw online. We could have ordered it in, but me being a cheapskate and a fool, instead decided it'd be a dandy idea to head in and pick it up ourselves, even though I can't stand shopping in these giant stores. Of course, it didn't take long for us to get separated. I was wandering around just pretending I knew what I was doing, surrounded by unfamiliar people. Then, not surrounded by any people at all. Like the complete doofus I was, I'd somehow gotten lost. Just needed to find my bearings again, and then I could call Brenda to come save me. But I never did find my bearings. The hours went on, and I was still lost. Day 2. My dominant emotion on this day was nothing more than sheer humiliation, knowing I'd been bested by a damn Swedish furniture store. I spent the night before sleeping on a futon, wondering how I'd gotten myself into this flat-pack calamity. I spent the day searching for food, my confusion and exhaustion increasing by the moment. For a while, I even entertained the idea that I might have died and gone to some Nordic hell. At night, I went to bed hungry, knowing if I didn't eat soon, I might be found as a skeleton on a dusty old futon. God, it can't end like this. I can't die on day 2. Day 3. I continued my journey through the labyrinthian bowels of the IKEA, disoriented by the endlessly iterating collections of cheap furniture. You know, there was something terrifying about the emptiness of it all. This affordable but impossible to assemble void. Starvation has always been one of the most horrific deaths, hasn't it? You could only imagine my relief when I saw the figure standing a few feet in front of me, dressed like a member of IKEA staff. I'd found salvation. I'd found someone who could help me out of here. But when I approached, I realized something was horribly wrong. This wasn't a human being standing before me. It was a monster. The being I'd later come to know is called the Staff by the many people who fear them. It chased me, repeating, "The store is closed, you need to vacate the premises," flailing for me with its long, frightening limbs. I only survived day 3 because I locked myself in a closet and just waited while it hammered against the wood with its fists. Once the night was over, it left and I was able to escape. Day 4. I was feeling some intense hunger pangs on this day. Not to mention the fact that I now knew there were monsters out there just waiting to beat me to death if they caught me when the lights turned down. Needless to say, I wasn't in the best headspace and I didn't have enough charge on my phone to justify opening up my meditation app. Then I found Nirvana. I found the cafeteria stocked full of delicious, warm Swedish meatballs. You know, no food has ever tasted so sweet to me. And this delicious meal also gave way to one of the most exciting new developments, Gloria. Gloria was a veteran. She taught me everything I needed to know about this place. Even on the first day I met her, she felt like someone I'd known for years. It was her that took me back to her home in this place. A little fortress made of IKEA furniture filled with a whole community of other people trapped in there. It was like being allowed into the Garden of Eden. Day 5, and it feels good to be alive. I met up with all the different people around the camp. They tell me the most bizarre and fascinating stories. This sounds crazy, I know, but I get the sense not all of them came from the same place as me. Different IKEAs in different countries, or maybe, even as nutty as it sounds, from different worlds. One guy, Tony, who's been trapped in here for a year and some change, we got to talking about different vacations we'd taken on the outside. He told me he was from New York, and I told him I visited there once, and I'd love going to see the Statue of Liberty up close. That's when he told me that he'd never heard of the Statue of Liberty. You know, I didn't know what to make of that. Strange little details aside, I couldn't be happier to be there with other people. The next step would be finding a way out of here, and back to Brenda. Day 6. Gloria and several others led me out on our first excursion. Missions where the goal was to collect more food and supplies and map out the surrounding area. I nearly jumped out of my skin when I saw a staff member standing in our path at one point, and the others all just laughed at me. The staff member just stood there, placid and still. Gloria told me that it's okay. The staff are harmless during the day. It's only nighttime when they enter their pattern of aggression. So long as you don't get lost during the daytime, you're generally fine. The team often used string, like Thesis, to trail behind them and ensure they don't get lost. It was clear they'd been here long enough to work out systems for every possibility. Felt like I was in good hands with them. We collected meatballs and some rugs to fortify the walls and headed back. Day 7. This was the first night that we had to fend off a full-on attack. Those monsters, the staff, came at us in huge groups, pounding at the outside of our perimeter with their balled fists. It was terrifying. As we were fighting them off, we tied IKEA kitchen knives to the end of curtain rails and speared them, one by one, until all of them were dead. They just kept coming. More and more and more of them. When it looked like one of the walls to the north of the community was going to fall, everyone around me started to panic. That's when Barry, one of the biggest men in the camp, grabbed a hammer in each hand and went outside. He fought like a beast, taking on staff member after staff member, tanking hit after hit. It was something to see. That's when he took off into the depths of the store, drawing the staff away behind him, saving us all. We never saw Barry again after that, but he's the reason all of us made it past Day 7. Thank you, Barry, wherever you are. Day 8. Gloria took me out alone today, on another search for the escape. That's when she told me about her sister. She'd gone shopping in IKEA with her well over a year ago now, when she was separated and got lost in here, just like me. I had a lot in common with her, including my feelings of guilt for abandoning my loved ones and my drive to escape and be united with them. While we were out that day, we didn't find anything useful. Gloria seemed sad, but unsurprised. The infinite IKEA had its way of slowly grinding you down. Days 9 to day 17. Despite a rocky start, I was finding my legs in the infinite IKEA. I started to get to know my fellow IKEA prisoners. I started to understand and truly befriend them. We went on expeditions pretty much daily, either to collect new food, more supplies to help build up our community, or to keep searching for an exit. To me, it started to feel like we were making progress, and that helped a great deal to keep my emotions semi-stable. But it wasn't the same for Gloria. After all, she'd been here for so much longer than me, and she had her sister to consider on the outside. To her, these routines I was becoming part of now felt like a prison within a prison. She was trapped. Had her sister forgotten her out there? Had she been declared dead? Were people even still looking for her? And it was on day 18 that it all got a little too much for poor Gloria. She snuck out of the camp at night, when the staff were most active trying to find the exit. Sadly, that had cost Gloria her life. There's no way of knowing what happened to her exactly, but considering how bruised up her body was when we found her, it was easy to make an educated guess. She'd gotten bum rushed by the staff and beaten to death before she could have even mustered up a defense. It was a horrible way to go. We tried giving her a dignified funeral as we could, given the circumstances, closing her up in a body-sized box. That was the day I decided to stop just trying to survive and start trying to escape. I owe that to Brenda. If she really had gotten out, I couldn't keep her waiting. But I wouldn't be alone. As it turns out, another 2 members of the little IKEA community I'd come to know were willing to risk it all with me. A man named Kelvin and a young woman named Vicky. They were sick of just waiting around and fending off attacks from the staff night after night. They both told me they'd rather die during an escape attempt than while cowering under a pile of cheap rugs. And so, each armed with claw hammers from the 6-piece IKEA Fix-A toolkit and as many Pruta Tupperware containers full of meatballs that we could carry, we set off into the great unknown of IKEA.
We traveled for weeks, marking our tracks on the ground with the Mala mixed colors chalk selection so we never got caught going in circles. One day bled into the next. Nights were spent trying to hide in closets and bathtubs while the staff hunted relentlessly for people just like us. Every single time, we got lucky. That is, until day 41. Here's something you need to know about the Infinite IKEA. You're probably already aware, if you're watching this, that the 24-hour cycle of night and day is dictated by the store lights up above. But the space between day and night isn't a gradient here, it's a cliff. You can be minding your own business when suddenly, pitch darkness, and now the staff are on your ass. That's exactly what happened on day 41. We're in the middle of a kitchenware selection, surrounded by a few docile members of staff when suddenly the lights switched off, and they went hostile on us. They look pretty goofy after the initial shock has worn off, but believe me when I say that these monsters can really pack a mean wallop when they want to. And we received a reminder of this unfortunate fact that night. The staff swarmed us, repeating that awful phrase, "The store is closed, you need to vacate the premises," while they struck and flailed at us. If it wasn't for our trusty claw hammers, we would have been dead that night. Thankfully, we were able to give better than we were getting. We managed to kill a decent number of staff members, and then make a run for a section with better hiding places. Myself, Vicky, and Kelvin all stowed away in a large wardrobe, until we saw light flickering through the crack in the door, like we were rejected extras for some painful community theater take on the Chronicles of Narnia. But while we survived that night, we didn't survive unscathed. My face was swollen from a nasty punch one of the staff members dealt me, and from the pain in my chest, I might have been dealing with a few broken ribs. Kelvin sprained his ankle during the escape, and Vicky had a cut on her forehead from when one of the staff members kneed her in the face during the fray. You never win these fights, you just survive them. We made a temporary camp in the area where we could rest and recover, as well as shaking off the justifiable fear of death or grievous harm that dampened our resolve to get out of this place. That took us to day 53. Of course, food was always a concern. I don't want to romanticize what happened in there, as much as I'm sure someone on the outside might want to imagine this whole experience as some kind of exciting survival horror game, but I assure you, it was less survival horror and more survival and horror. Meaning not only are we suffering from constant fear, stress, and paranoia for our safety in here, but we also need to keep ourselves fed and watered. You're just as likely to die from starvation in here as you are to be beaten to death. We went in search of another IKEA kitchen where we could fill up on more water and meatballs, your lifeblood in a place like this. It took us several more days of searching and hiding, before we hit pay dirt. By the time we actually got our hands on the food and water, we were starving and practically coughing up dust. Those meatballs were the most delicious food I've ever tasted, and I could tell from their faces that Kelvin and Vicky felt exactly the same way. Though at the moment, I told myself when I get out of here, I'd never eat another meatball. It'd probably give me war flashbacks, or I guess store flashbacks. We filled up our Tupperware and shoved them back into our Kia proving backpacks. Then we needed to keep moving, keep searching, and keep marking the ground behind us as we fanned out into the great flat pack yonder, avoiding confrontations wherever we could. The three of us still had no idea what insanity was waiting for us out there. We had no idea that there were even more dangerous things than the staff lurking in the shadows. Day 68. Of course I kept count, writing it down on the back of my Jetlick coloring book. Trust me, when every night could mean a horrible death, you keep track of the nights. Not a single one of them escapes you. At a certain point, I think we all adapted in our own way. It was back to caveman times again, learning to be like our primal ancestors, hiding away from the dark and the monsters that hid there. So it was extremely surprising for us to get the most brutal attack during the day. At first, I thought we were being attacked by the staff during daylight hours, like a bolt from the blue. That's when we noticed they weren't attacking with their hands. They were all holding kitchen knives, holding us up like bandits. That's when we realized what had actually happened here. We weren't being attacked by the staff. We were being attacked by other humans dressed like the staff, wearing their hollowed-out heads like grisly masks. They told us that we were coming with them, and if we resisted, they'd cut us to ribbons. And seeing as none of us were movie action heroes, we thought it'd be best to do exactly what they said. This is how we fell into the clutches of Generalissimo Vardagan. Day 69. But things were not nice. I mean,
I get it. Yeah, haha, funny, nice. I don't know if I'd mentioned this before, but the community I became part of in the Infinite IKEA after meeting Gloria was just one of many. Nobody knows exactly how many people are trapped in here. I'm hardly a martyr for spending 68 days in there. I know people who've been trapped in there for years, who've given all hope of escape and accepted their lot in life. They became the elders of a lot of these communities, helping others adjust. Though, of course, Generalissimo Vardagan was not one of these people. Myself, Vicky, and Kelvin were dragged by the strangers dressed as staff members into a fort made of smashed up wood nailed together into a huge, ominous structure. It was a far more extensive structure than any of the communities I'd visited or even heard about before in the Infinite IKEA. It was a true fortress, guarded by many more of those knife-wielding people, dressed in the clothes and in the flesh of the staff. It looked like some evil cult straight out of a damn horror movie. I'd never seen anything like it. We were dragged into a kind of tent in the middle of the camp, made out of stitched-together rugs. That's where we met Generalissimo Vardagan, surrounded by his guards. I'd later learn his namesake was a set of steak knives stocked in the IKEA kitchenware sections, similar to the knives being wielded by his gallery of goons. The Generalissimo himself was dressed like some absurd tin pot dictator, wearing a silly hat and a jacket covered in fake metals. His whole presence felt like a cosmic punishment for daring to believe things couldn't get any more absurd than they already were. His men forced us down onto our knees, and Vardagan cleared his throat to speak.
Quake in the fear at the sight of this IKEA's ruler, the great and powerful Generalissimo Vardagan. I have united kingdoms from the gardening and bathroom supplies departments and crushed dissenting tribes in the office furniture sections to the west. If you wish to live, you will swear fealty to me and join my legion of servants. If you do as I say, you will be given safety and security from the staff come nightfall. If you do not bend the knee, I will have you destroyed!
By the time his little spiel was done, the man was red in the face and sweating profusely. It was clear that, much like your average IKEA shelving unit after a couple weeks of use, the great Generalissimo Vardagan had a few screws loose. None of us liked the idea of becoming slaves to some flat-packed Genghis Khan, so we tried to persuade him to just let us go, telling him that we hoped to escape the store, and with our help, he could escape too. That's when we learned a sobering lesson. For some people, life inside the Infinite IKEA was better than life outside. In the real world, the Generalissimo had been a twice-divorced ex-salaryman with nothing to his name but debts and regrets. But here, he was a demigod, a leader among the rest of us mere mortals. Why would he ever want to go back to the world that had given him nothing and taken everything? Day 70 to day 84. We were forced into weeks of hard labor after that, toiling under the Generalissimo and his gang of brigands. The soldiers worked us like dogs, making us carry food and furniture back to the Generalissimo's Scandinavian furniture fortress. One day bled into the next. The best I could say about any of this was at least we were safe behind the walls of the fortress at night, so we didn't need to worry about getting murdered by the staff in our sleep. However, tragedy struck again on day 85. Kelvin couldn't take the work anymore. One day, I think his mind just snapped. He refused to follow orders from the Generalissimo and his lieutenants, even when they threatened him with death. Sadly, that night they would prove that this wasn't just some empty threat. When night fell, they tied up Kelvin's arms and legs and left him outside the fortress. We were just forced to watch as the staff assembled and beat our friend to death while he lay there unable to defend himself. Even in all the time I'd spent in the Infinite IKEA, that was the most harrowing thing I'd ever seen. But in one of the few acts of righteous cosmic justice that we'd seen since being trapped in here all those months ago, just a few days after Kelvin's brutal execution, day 90, the day of the revolution. While I'd love to tell you that I started this, there are no heroes in this story. I just happened to be the one telling you about it. Some internal conflict between the Generalissimo and his men boiled over into a kind of civil war that tore the fortress apart from within. Vicky and I escaped, but in different directions. I'd like to imagine she got out in the end. It helps me sleep at night. But one thing I will tell you, Generalissimo Vardagan found out what happened to tyrants, big and small, when his closest confidants give him the Julius Caesar treatment with the knives from which he took his name. I don't think there's anything wrong in taking a little joy in that. For days afterwards, I just walked. I felt so empty, but I refused to just lay down and let myself die. Even though so much of the hope had been beaten out of me, I couldn't betray Brenda by just giving up in here. It wouldn't be right. It just wouldn't be right. The days ticked on and nothing changed. I had no food, no weapons, and I was getting so tired. Then night fell, and the staff started chasing me. They seemed even more aggressive than before. I couldn't fight. All I could do was run. I ran and I ran and I ran, not even looking where I was going as the crowd of staff started catching up with me. Getting closer and closer, I ran until there was a doorway before me. I didn't even think. I just was trying to get away. That's when I noticed that the store's roof was no longer above me. For the first time in 100 days, I was once again tasting fresh air. That's right, folks. On day 100, I was out. I truly made it out. This victory, however, was short-lived. A group of about 6 staff members burst out of the front door behind me, charging towards me with ferocious speed. I couldn't move. All I could do was grit my teeth and wince, ready to accept my death at what had otherwise been the high point of my recent life. What a depressing irony that would be. But instead, gunshots rang out through the air. A hail of bullets cleaved through the staff members, dropping them to the ground mere feet away from me, stone dead. That's when I turned to see a group of men with assault rifles and tactical gear walking towards me. In any other situation, this might have been terrifying, but right then, it was the happiest moment of my life. These men took me away from the parking lot of what is now an abandoned IKEA. They told me they were from a group called the SCP Foundation, and that I'd been declared missing for some time now. I didn't care about any of that. I just asked them if Brenda had gotten out. If she hadn't escaped too, then this was all for nothing. You can't even imagine my relief when they told me that Brenda was never even trapped. She was the one who reported my disappearance after I dropped off the face of the earth in what she thought was a perfectly normal IKEA shopping session, before that building was shut down and cordoned off under some less insane pretense. But Brenda was alive and safe, and I'd get to be with her again. I have no shame in telling you I cried, but I'd like to specify that they were absolutely tears of joy. The men from the SCP Foundation told me that they'd give me a medicine that had helped me forget all this after I told them my story, and there's no part of me that has a problem with that. Some things are better left forgotten. But before the SCP Foundation wipes it all away from my mind and I get to go live with my beloved wife once more, this was how I survived 100 dreadful days in the infinite IKEA.
Mobile Task Forces. They are the elite special forces units of the SCP Foundation. Whenever a particularly dangerous anomaly rears its ugly head, you can guarantee that these members of personnel with highly specialized skill sets will be sent in to take care of business. A lot of the time, MTFs are relocated between different Foundation facilities, or sent from location to location, hence the mobile part of the name. They vary in size and function too, with some teams being small covert investigators and intelligence gatherers. Meanwhile, others might be huge battalions consisting of hundreds of troops, vehicles, and enough heavy-duty firepower to put the Terminator to shame. Whether it's containing a newly emerged SCP, or helping the Foundation to get a flighty anomaly back into its cage and keeping it there, the MTFs are who you're going to call when it all hits the fan. They are the best of the SCP Foundation's best, and few represent that better than MTF Tau 5. If you're at all familiar with the SCP Foundation, then there's a good chance you've heard of the iconic Mobile Task Force Tau 5, also known by their collective codename Samsara. Take everything you know about an average task force, give them leagues better equipment and training, and put them on anomalous super steroids, and you're still likely to get an MTF who can only dream of getting on Samsara's level. In our series on the infamous Site-13, you've only seen these badasses take on horrors beyond description and not even blink, even rescuing other mobile task forces from the jaws of death on many occasions. Why are they given such prestige, even in a crowded field of elite Foundation operatives? It's because the 4 members of the Samsara team are unlike any other MTFs on a fundamental level, given that each one of them was created from the flesh of a dead god. Sounds cool enough on its own, right? Well, not only are Tau 5 specially created from a divine deity, but each of them has also had their bodies enhanced with cutting-edge cybernetics. These immortal cyborgs can be upgraded at any time, as and when the need arises, using the latest of the Foundation's experimental weaponry to combat and contain all kinds of anomalous threats,
from the thaumaturgic and psionic to even powerful reality-warping entities that a normal MTF couldn't dream of handling. Together, Samsara consists of 2 male operatives, named Arantu and Munru, and 2 females, Nanku and Onru. And that's all you need to know before we delve into the insanity that comes next. Buckle up and put on your scramble goggles. It's time for Avatara. Long ago, there was a deity known as the Lord of Endowments, a god who once assumed the persona of Prometheus. No, not the terrible Ridley Scott movie. Prometheus was a figure from ancient Greek mythology who stole the gift of knowledge from the gods of Mount Olympus and gifted it to the people of Earth, often represented as metaphorical fire. As punishment for his transgression, Prometheus was chained to the side of a mountain, where every day he would have his liver pecked out by birds, only for it to grow back overnight so the birds could feed on him again the next day. So, our Lord of Endowment, stop giggling you at the back, gave himself a body of flesh so that he might walk upon the earth as a giant humanoid. His goal was to, like Prometheus, provide mankind with knowledge and power, to grant them technology and then redefine what it meant to be human. The Lord amassed followers as a result and began to conquer new territories to expand his power. However, something changed, and the Lord gradually began to die. Whether it was the result of him becoming flesh and therefore mortal, a betrayal by his armies of followers, or punishment from the other gods for his exploits, the Lord of Endowment decided to split his mortal form into 3 parts in order to survive. These were his mind, body, and spirit, and they were hidden across the earth, with his body being buried deep within the Tabernas Desert in Spain, where his mind also slept with his body. Jump forward several thousand years, and a group known as Prometheus Labs discovered the dormant flesh body of the Lord of Endowment. Prometheus Labs was once a group of interest to the SCP Foundation, known for researching anomalous objects with the goal of using them to develop new technological breakthroughs. Unearthing the Lord's body, the Prometheus scientists discovered that the body's liver contained cells that could endlessly regenerate. Eventually, harvesting and researching these cells resulted in a brand new research project. The goal? To create a group of immortal warriors. Prometheus Labs took 4 volunteers and uploaded their consciousnesses to a computer, hoping to then download them into new bodies that were cloned from the regenerating cells. The thought was, if one of these cloned bodies was destroyed or somehow became so badly damaged that it couldn't be used, then this process could be used to upload the same mind to a fresh body, as simple as booting up a new computer with an old hard drive. The project did produce some results, seeing the creation of some mass-produced cyborg warriors later known as SCP-1637. However, the research was cut short when a surviving group of the Lord of Endowment's followers stormed Prometheus Labs. The followers raided the entire facility, shooting the newly cloned bodies that were intended to be the hosts for the 4 consciousnesses that had been saved to the computer. But even those were destroyed, along with all the backup drives that contained copies of the 4 minds. The Lord's followers destroyed the Prometheus facility, but the machine used to create the clones miraculously survived. It began gradually creating 4 new bodies, despite sustaining heavy damage. The problem was, the minds and bodies of the 4 volunteers were all gone. Their lives, thoughts, emotions, imagination, everything. Their humanity had been stored on the hard drive that the followers had destroyed. But still, the machine did what machines do. It cloned 4 new bodies, but there was nothing to inhabit them. Nothing more than a simple template, 2 genders, and 4 names. Years go by, and Prometheus Labs suffered another major accident which eventually led to the organization disbanding. However, some of the former scientists were scooped up by the SCP Foundation, including one doctor who had survived the attack at the cloning facility. He took a group of the Foundation's agents to the location of that old project, where they found 4 almost featureless fleshy shells, empty, but ready to be transformed into an asset the likes of which the Foundation had never possessed before. The Prometheus Labs project that had almost been for nothing lived on. Samsara. More time passes, until the members of MTF Tau 5, also known as Samsara, were eventually sent in to deal with a new anomaly that had started to spread. It originated from within a seemingly ordinary farmhouse. However, when anything organic entered, it would rapidly become cancerous. In much the same vein, anything mechanical brought into the house would break down. This meant that sending in any human personnel or even unmanned drones were options that were off the table for the Foundation. So instead, they called in Samsara. After all, if you need to send someone into a house that causes certain death, why not 4 functionally immortal cyborgs? The members of MTF Tau 5 were constructed from the same basic mind template, meaning that all 4 of them lacked any real humanity. They react to anomalies very casually in terms of their emotions, but respond extremely seriously in terms of executing a task or containing an SCP. Granted, this makes them a formidable fighting force, but even though they try to hide it behind acting human, Tau 5 have very little understanding of emotions. As they entered the house, they heard the sound of religious chanting and began to follow it back to its source. In the bedroom, Samsara discovered a figure hidden behind a tumor so big that it appeared to just be one huge mass of twisted flesh.
"Provide him your flesh,"
the creature chanted.
"Sate its thirst. Give it your flesh that he may make you gods."
Tau 5 was given the order to terminate the creature that seemed to be the source of the anomaly, but their shots only ricocheted off the fleshy mass. The entity could not be killed by anything not made from flesh. Arantu ordered Nanku to hand him her pistol, and didn't hesitate to shoot her multiple times in the neck. He started hacking away at the dead Nanku's neck with a combat knife, while Onru and Munru helped Arantu finish decapitating her. Taking a grenade from Nanku's belt, he stuffed it into the mouth of his teammate's severed head, pulled the pin, and threw it deep into the cancerous mass. Diving out of harm's way in the last second, the remaining members of Samsara took cover as the grenade detonated, killing the anomaly and showering the room with gooey bits of muscles, intestines, brain tissue, and bone marrow. Hope you weren't eating while watching this one, folks. They had no reservations about killing one of their own, but Tau 5 had neutralized the anomaly, and its effects had stopped spreading outside the farmhouse. Samsara re-entered the bedroom, only for one of them, Munru, to discover something among the blood, guts, and viscera that remained. Underneath piles of flesh, stained with meat, was a small leather-bound book. Munru took it with him, hiding it away. This tome was a grimoire, a type of ancient textbook of magic. Typically, a grimoire includes instructions on how to create magical objects, talismans, amulets, and the like, or a number of spells and magic charms. But some grimoires also instruct a reader on how to summon or invoke supernatural entities, calling forth beings from the great beyond, like angels, spirits, demons, and deities. And this particular book described how to summon the essence of a certain Promethean plunderer, the Lord of Endowment himself. Somehow, the cancerous tumor-spreading entity from the farmhouse that affected both flesh and technology seemed to have been created by this book. So why would one of the MTF Tau 5 take the grimoire? Surely as a member of Samsara, Munru would normally react to anomalies with the same emotionless pragmatism he and his teammates shared, and would never think to stash this spellbook on his person. Unless, of course, Munru was being manipulated by some force without realizing it. The mind of the Lord, knowing that this book was an important tool for his resurrection, had managed to influence Munru into keeping the grimoire. The members of Samsara returned to headquarters, where they all began looking over the book over the next 2 weeks. Nanku's head was reformed and meticulously put back together by the Foundation, left with only the scars from all the stitching around her face, head, and neck. Luckily for Arantu, the Tau 5s lacked the emotional capacity to hold grudges. After all, think about it. How would you feel if your coworker decided to behead you and use your severed head as a bomb? Sounds like quite the headache. God, I make terrible jokes. As the Tau 5 team studied the book, they found themselves enjoying it, learning about a place where they could learn more about acting like people, a place they then hoped to visit, perhaps because it was the place they'd first started. If you were paying attention earlier in this video, you'll remember we told you the MTF Tau 5 members were created from the flesh of a dead god, and this particular dead god buried his body in the Tabernas Desert in Spain. It was none other than the Lord of Endowment that had been used to create the 4 immortal cyborgs of MTF Tau 5. The Samsara team had come from him, and now he was trying to tempt them back.
When a hyper-aggressive lizard or an evil living cow heart starts rampaging through your town, or a sinister salesman turns up in your home, who are you gonna call? Hint, it's not the Ghostbusters. The answer is the SCP Foundation's Mobile Task Force. You probably heard them mentioned in every single video on this channel, but what exactly is a Mobile Task Force? What do they do for the SCP Foundation? And what are some of the most famous Mobile Task Forces in the field? Let's crack open the files and take a look. In short, Mobile Task Forces are the Foundation's elite personnel, and each task force is generally made up of highly trained Foundation operatives with specific skill sets. These MTFs aren't rooted in any one base and are relocated to wherever they're required, hence the mobile part of the name. The exact parameters on what an MTF can be is pretty flexible. The size of their units can vary from whole battalions of troops packing heavy artillery to small, tight-knit groups of intelligence-gathering spies. Some mobile task forces are bound to specific SCPs, whereas others perform more generalized tasks, such as securing certain facilities or territories. When the regular rank-and-file Foundation field agents can't do the job, the MTFs are brought in to pick up the pieces. Each group is controlled by a mobile task force commander, who reports to the Foundation Director of Task Forces, though the actual organizational structure of each group varies. Sometimes MTFs, which were created for extremely specific purposes, are disbanded after that purpose is achieved. How many mobile task forces are there exactly? The exact number is shrouded in secrecy, and oftentimes the answer will depend on who you ask. But you're not here for what we don't know. You want to know the details on the biggest badasses under the Foundation's employ, and we intend to deliver. Much like our video on the proposals for SCP-001, we're going to give you a rapid-fire crash course on some of the most prominent and interesting Foundation task forces. And remember, if you want us to go more in-depth into the most exciting missions of any of these groups, let us know in the comments. But for now, it's time for a rundown of the Foundation's best of the best. MTF Alpha-1, aka Red Right Hand, are essentially the Black Ops of the SCP Foundation. They report directly to the O5 Council and conduct missions at the highest level of secrecy, with most of the information hidden behind a Level 5 clearance wall. Many also believe Alpha-1 to have links to the infamous Chaos Insurgency, a splinter group at war with the Foundation. But if anyone asks, you didn't hear it from us. Seriously, we don't want to get assassinated. MTF Alpha-4, aka Pony Express, are a covert group deeply embedded into the world's logistics and postal services. The trafficking of anomalous objects is a worldwide issue, and it's up to Alpha-4 to intercept and keep a lid on those anomalous objects before they fall into the wrong hands. Think of them as a better-funded paranormal USPS police division. One object they've prevented from reaching the public is SCP-3060, a series of CPAP machines that cause nighttime visions of frightening entities. MTF Omega-7, aka Pandora's Box, was an experimental task force which incorporated the use of highly combat-effective SCPs, including SCP-076, better known as Abel. The test showed initial success, but after they ran out of missions, Abel's bloodlust proved to be too great for the team to control, and the experiment as well as the task force were scrapped. However, this led to the creation of MTF Alpha-9, aka Last Hope. This is a mobile task force designed to train viable SCPs to provide services to the Foundation out in the field. This group has learned the lessons of its predecessor and has employed the use of more measured and reasonable anomalies. Those include SCP-073 or Cain, the much more even-tempered brother of Abel. MTF Beta-7, aka the Mad Hatters, are the elite cleanup crew for anomalous biohazards, chemical spills, and radiological disasters. So if an area suddenly looks like it's going to become Chernobyl's scarier sequel, or an anomalous fast-spreading disease is wreaking havoc over a wide area, the Mad Hatters are the guys to call. They worked closely on the containment of SCP-1280, a kind of parasitic nematode worm that often injects false memories into their victims. MTF Gamma-5, aka Red Herrings, are the Foundation's chief disinformation division. They prevent the leaks of classified info to the public, and on the rare occasions that this information does somehow get out, they're in charge of burying it and administering necessary amnestic treatment to those affected. It's a thankless job, but you won't remember they did it either way. They gave amnestic treatment to the traumatized victims of SCP-1618, a malevolent urinal which replaced the user's valuables with disgusting alternatives, from toilet paper to pig intestines. MTF Gamma-6, aka Deep Feeders, investigate and track deep sea or oceanic anomalies, a job that commands the ultimate respect from people with thalassophobia, that's the fear of the deep ocean. If something terrifying and mysterious is stirring down there in the abyss, you better believe Gamma-6 are going to be the first ones down. They keep a close eye on a number of anomalies such as SCP-1264, an underwater amalgamation of sunken ships eager to drag down more vessels and add them to its mass. MTF Gamma 13, aka Asimov's Lawbringers, are a specialized task force devoted to investigating, tracking, and apprehending anomalies originating from Anderson Robotics, a group of interest that produces anomalous robots and machines. This includes examples of SCP-2806, a number of advanced anomalous prosthetic body parts that wish to attach themselves to a lacking host, whether they want it or not. MTF Delta 5, aka Frontrunners, are a large group of autonomous deep cover agents buried in various groups of interest across the globe. It's their job to gather intelligence from within to aid in the apprehension of anomalies before these groups can get their hands on them. They also sometimes make use of anomalies to track down others, such as when they requested to use SCP-185, a Russian R-105M radio used during the Cold War that can receive signals from any time period, including encrypted ones, but can also emit sound waves so powerful they can literally kill you. MTF Epsilon 9, aka Fire Eaters, are the Foundation's resident pyromaniacs. They're the ones sent into missions involving extremely high-temperature environments, and they're also highly skilled in the use of powerful incendiary weapons. If the Foundation needs to burn or avoid getting burned, the Fire Eaters are the ones for the job. Their vital skills assisted in containing SCP-165, massive colonies of carnivorous, parasitic mites that eat prey to the bone. MTF Epsilon 11, Nine-Tailed Fox, are another one of the most classified mobile task forces existing only under the oversight of the Red Right Hand. They work internally and are only dispatched to Foundation sites when standard protocols fail and multiple breaches are imminent. They were brought in to deal with the SCP-2139 incident, a strange psychological phenomenon that inexplicably increased the suggestibility of Foundation staff at Site-35. This made the infected staff agree with everything they heard. MTF Zeta-9, Mole Rats, are a task force that specializes in the exploration and containment of anomalous areas that are either enclosed or underground, particularly if, due to the effects of the anomaly, the space-time fabric of the area is unstable. You may remember them from our series on SCP-1730, the mission into and out of the anomalous Site-13. MTF Eta-10, aka See No Evil, are a team that specializes in taking on dangerous memes and cognitohazards that affect the victims through visual contact. One example is SCP-1561, a crown that, when worn, causes all those who see the person wearing the crown to imagine the wearer as their king and immediately adopt positions of servitude, while MTF Eta-10, aka Savage Beasts, serve the opposite purpose. They deal with musical or auditory anomalies and any cognitohazards that work through the medium of sound, like SCP-2402, a chord progression which can regenerate old or dying cells. MTF Theta-4, aka Gardeners, are a crack team of agents who face off against any botanical or plant-like anomalies. Their skills were put to use against SCP-1147, a collection of plum tree seeds which can grow out of literally any substance, even ones that are totally inorganic. MTF Theta-90, aka Angle Grinders, are a team that specialize in two of the most frightening things out there: anomalies and math. These brainiacs deal with anomalous mathematical issues, like warped topologies and geometries. Even listing an example of the kind of anomalies they deal with here will make your head hurt, so just be thankful they're out there. MTF Iota-10, or Damn Feds, are a huge network of undercover agents based in federal and local law enforcement agencies across the globe. They intercept any anomalous objects, beings, or information and make sure that it makes its way out of police evidence lockers and into Foundation hands without incident. MTF Kappa-10, or Skynet, is a temporary team of combined meat space and virtual agents tracking down and disrupting anomalous cyber threats, such as SCP-2987, an external hard drive basically capable of turning artificial intelligences into living souls for trades with soul-consuming anomalies. MTF Lambda-5, aka White Rabbits, are a group that specializes in combating reality warpers of all types, whether they're messing with space-time or exhibiting godlike powers. Some anomalies even respond directly to them, like SCP-2446, a phenomenon where corpses often identical to living White Rabbits team members suddenly manifest around San Jose, California. MTF Lambda-12, Pest Control, are a group of agents who exclusively go after anomalous vermin. Incidentally, they're one of the only MTFs who've never lost members in the line of duty. Their purview includes SCP-2810, an anomalous pathogen that causes the victim's cells to become tiny versions of their own species, like a human cells becoming cell-sized humans. MTF Lambda-14, One-Star Reviewers, are a task force that deal with retail-oriented anomalies, Their main focus has become combating a sinister group of interest known as the Ambrose Restaurant, a chain of extra-dimensional restaurants with strange and anomalous food and service. MTF Mu-3, aka Highest Bidders, is a mobile task force devoted to preventing the group of interest, Marshall, Carter, and Dark Limited, from disseminating dangerous anomalous objects and then obtaining and containing these objects. One such object is SCP-2818, a number of 50 cal sniper rifles that, when fired, turns the shooter into a bullet and fires them. MTF Mu-4, aka Debuggers, are particularly useful in the modern age as they track and contain anomalous electronics and technology, including isolating and containing anomalous websites and software. One of the anomalies dealt with by the Debuggers is SCP-896, an online role-playing game that improves the physical and mental attributes of the player when they name their character after themselves. Remember when we said you didn't need to call the Ghostbusters? Well, that wasn't entirely true. Sometimes you need to get MTF Mu-13, aka Ghostbusters, on the line, since they're an MTF whose specialty is tracking intangible or incorporeal anomalies, particularly those considered sapient or sentient, and they're on call 24 hours a day to serve all your supernatural containment needs, like when you're plagued by SCP-1036, which are a number of haunted Congolese fetish dolls. MTF Nu-7, aka Hammer Down, are the ones you need to call when you need real heavy-duty work. They're a huge force with a massive stock of army vehicles and heavy weaponry, and are only called in for truly catastrophic events. They're also assisted in the containment of SCP-939, the voice-imitating, amnestic-producing red monsters. MTF Epsilon-6, aka Village Idiots, are a group of agents whose specialty is investigating and containing anomalous phenomena that occur in rural or suburban areas. If you live in a small town and you're on the run from a vicious monster, you better hope the Village Idiots are on their way. They've contained SCP-2561, a cat with a vintage television set for a head, capable of causing painful tinnitus. MTF Pi-1, aka City Slickers, are pretty much the exact opposite of the Village Idiots. They pursue anomalies in densely populated urban areas, particularly in the New York metropolitan area. They assisted in the ongoing containment of SCP-1155, the incredibly bloodthirsty predatory street art. MTF Sigma-66, aka 16 Tons, are basically the Foundation's own version of the Suicide Squad. They're a team made from captured members of other groups of interest who aren't particularly loyal to the Foundation, but whose very particular set of skills make up for that fact. MTF Tau-5, aka Samsara, are another group you might remember from the events of SCP-1730. These are a group unlike any other, immortal cyborgs made from the flesh of a dead god, who can be upgraded as needed. They're equipped with experimental and state-of-the-art Foundation technology to take on thaumaturgic, magical, and psionic threats. MTF Psi-7, aka Home Improvement, is a team specializing in structural anomalies. In plain speak, they deal with anomalous activities concerning buildings, containing, and sometimes even demolishing when necessary, with a variety of heavy artillery. For example, they counteract the nightmarish SCP-3050, a building in North Carolina that once a year fuses all living matter inside its own structure on an atomic level. MTF Psi-8, aka the Silencers, are a team devoted to containing reanimation anomalies and those who've been affected by them. If you've just come back from the dead, then the Silencers are going to want to know your location. MTF Omega-Zero, aka Ara Orun, are another highly classified mobile task force that's actually the memories of deceased Foundation personnel preserved on the Foundation intranet system. Their job is to protect their surviving co-workers against informational threats on the servers. They also contain SCP-3664, a damaged but highly advanced assault rifle existing in the non-physical conceptual space. It can only be interacted with by thinking about interacting with it. And last but not least, MTF Omega-12, aka Achilles' Heel, is an anomalous task force, and these powerful reality warpers from another dimension hunt down dangerous and powerful reality warpers in ours. You can thank these guys for every single day that our reality continues on as normal, or whatever normal means now. They're enemies of SCP-3155, members of the iconic Pinkerton Detective Agency with anomalous abilities relating to combat. Alright, we did it! Of course, even this is only a sample of the vast number of mobile task forces at the Foundation's disposal who put their lives at risk every day to keep humanity, normality, and reality intact. They seem to have a task force perfectly tailored to every threat we could possibly encounter, and as new threats are cataloged, more mobile task forces are sure to arise to meet them. Want more in-depth explorations of any of these groups and their epic missions? Let us know in the comments below.
Star Trek vs. Star Wars, Batman vs. Superman. SCP-096 versus SCP-682. We just can't seem to resist putting icons against each other. What can we say? It's fun to see how two powerful forces would go up against one another, and which one would come out on top. Fortunately, at the SCP Foundation, we can justify pretty much anything by saying it's for research purposes. Trying to make infinite money using SCP-914? Well, that's just research. Giving a can of soda to SCP-999 to watch it bounce off the walls? Research. Making infinite margaritas with SCP-294 while you're still on the clock? It's totally fine, Ethics Committee, it's just research. Now, putting two SCP Foundation mobile task forces together and making them fight isn't playing God and risking lives for your own petty amusement. It is, say it with me now, research. More specifically, it's cross-testing. Sure, that term generally applies only to SCPs, but people who ask too many questions don't survive long at the Foundation. Instead, let's talk about the answers to a question we pose to all of you. What if cross-tests were done on mobile task forces? Which specialized groups would you test with one another? What kind of chaos do you think would ensue? We asked our community here at SCP Explain for your ideas, and you all really let your creativity shine. So without further ado, let's see what happens when we pit spy against spy, brain against brawn, or the cold, calculated expertise of the Red Right Hand against the unpredictable nonsense of Dr. Bright. Sharky Reynolds said, I can't imagine MTF Lambda 5 White Rabbits losing to any other mobile task forces. I mean, being the first ones called of SCP-953, SCP-106, or SCP-239 break containment, and worst of all, working with Dr. Clef has got to make their tolerance for pain through the roof. However, if I were to cross-test with one, I'd have to go with MTF Epsilon 9 Fire Eaters. Something about a team trained to handle reality warpers versus a team whose dreams of becoming firebenders kind of coming true sounds epic to me. On a side note, in a previous video that I also provided the comment for, which SCP Mobile Task Force would you join, that radio-neutralizing MTF Lambda 5 agent looked shockingly similar to me. Should I be worried about the possibility that the Foundation knows what I look like, or that I may have just made Dr. Clef angry? Resemblance to any existing commenters is purely coincidental and not intentional on the part of the SCP Foundation or any affiliated YouTube channels. Did I get that right, Dr. Clef? Do you promise to leave my family alone? Please put down the chainsaw. Back to your original point. Seeing the White Rabbits face off against the Fire Eaters would certainly make for an explosive event. Get it? Because of fire? Moving on. Chase Frost said, Pandora's Box versus Samsara. They would be comparable. Alpha 1 and Tau 5 would go to Samsara every time. Samsara versus Abel and his hand-picked teammates, whom could easily surpass Alpha 1 in skill, would be far more comparable. Anomalous humanoid and some of the most highly skilled human combatants versus anomalous cyborgs. How could you turn that test down? Pandora's Box was technically disbanded following the disastrous outcome of trying to harness Abel's bloodlust for the purposes of the Foundation. But you can never rule out a reunion. And an unkillable warrior with an insatiable thirst for violence up against 4 cyborgs made from clones of the flesh of a dead god with minds that can survive and be recovered even if their bodies are destroyed. Yeah, that is the crossover of the century. And since no one involved can truly die, it is a battle that would probably go on for a century or more, too. Jason Gutman said, set Epsilon 11 Nine-Tailed Fox against Nu 7 Hammerdown and see what sort of Armageddon would result from it. Probably involving heavy artillery, tactical combat skills, and a couple of nukes. No thaumatology or reality warping here. Just good old-fashioned combat and a couple of nukes. I'd say I like the way that you think, but it honestly just makes me kind of nervous. No launch codes for you. Unknown, ooh, how mysterious, said, I'm going to say the most obvious one. Alpha 1, the Red Right Hand, versus Omega 1, the Law's Left Hand. Two perfectly opposite groups. One headed by the O5 Council and the other by the Ethics Committee. I seriously want to know how this one would work out. Plus, there is a high chance that it has happened. As equal opposites serving special interests that frequently butt heads, it is entirely possible these two groups have already gone to war with each other in the past. It's hard to say since the Red Right Hand would probably never let the story get out. In fact, someone is looking at me through the window right now and is making a very threatening gesture that makes me think I should stop talking about MTF Alpha 1 immediately. Moving on. Katzen said, Oh, MTF Mu-13 Ghostbusters versus MTF Omega-0 Ara Orun. Omega-0 are the saints of the Foundation, the memories of dead Foundation employees, and depending on your interpretation, pretty much ghosts working for the Foundation. This would be a cross-test. Samsara versus Hammerdown would be one for the ages as well. I'm also curious how the City Slickers and Village Idiots would fare against each other. You're far from the only commenter who proposed pitting Samsara and Hammerdown against one another. In general, it seems that folks really want to see Samsara fight with other mobile task forces, and it is easy to see why, since the result would pretty much be an SCP-themed Terminator movie on steroids. But I'm more interested in the other pairings you suggested. Ghostbusters versus what are essentially the ghosts of the Foundation itself is too interesting to ignore. Meanwhile, Village Idiots versus City Slickers would be the perfect chance to see once and for all if it takes more skill to contain anomalies in the city or in the country. Brandon Muser said, Lambda 5 White Rabbits is my favorite MTF squad because I feel like they would have to deal with the craziest missions the SCP Foundation has to offer, and we don't get to see enough of them. I would like to see them be cross-tested with Omega-12 Achilles Heels because they are composed of reality benders. Should be fun and convoluted. The White Rabbits specialize in navigating unstable, surreal, and controlled reality, and containing potentially dangerous persons and artifacts capable of manipulating space and time, while the Achilles Heels are a team made up of reality-bending personnel from an alternate universe. Fun and convoluted is an understatement, as a cross-test of the two might just result in reality itself collapsing. But hey, at least it would be entertaining before everyone turned inside out, or we all fell into an alternate dimension filled with a giant shrimp or whatever. Somebody, no, seriously, that's their name, said, I would like to see Epsilon 9 Fire Eaters and Delta 14 Winter Wonderland. They have the opposites of jobs. One is for fire and another is for winter. I'd like to see them try to fight. Fire versus ice. Simple, elegant. I like it. Wouldn't know what to wear for that battle though. I'm thinking safety goggles, snow pants, and flip-flops? Commander Toolbelt said, I would like to see Alpha 1, the Red Right Hand, meet the Bright 99, Oh No You Don'ts. I just think it would be funny seeing a super serious MTF meet the goofy goobers that have to deal with over 300 Dr. Brights. Lol. After all this time, the age-old question would be put to rest. What's more dangerous, physical violence or the psychological toll it takes to interact with 300 Dr. Brights all at once? I say it depends on who gets a head start, and if the Dr. Brights have access to any props. You should see what Dr. Bright can do with a rubber chicken and a hand grenade. It's not pretty. Derek McDaniel said, MTF Zeta 9 Mole Rats versus MTF Lambda 12 Pest Control. I'm curious how would Lambda 12, that has never lost a single operator, as far as I know, fare against the Mole Rat team, who face so many unimaginable horrors that they probably have the highest death counts out of all the task forces, and maybe the most experienced veterans in the SCP Foundation. The monotony of pest control versus the unfathomable horrors of the deep underground. Honestly, instead of having them fight, maybe we could just give both groups a free counseling session instead. Hannah Quintua said, ETA 10 See No Evil, which is for visual anomalies, and ETA 11 Savage Beasts is for auditory anomalies. Let's see them work together. A collaborative cross-test rather than a battle. I like the way you think. Putting those two groups together to handle a mission as one would either be extremely successful or result in the auditory anomalies harming ETA 10 while the visual anomalies went after ETA 11, knocking out both groups at once. Only one way to find out. Whooper Gamer said, MTF Lambda 14 1-star reviewers versus MTF Row 9 technical support. Neither of them likely have any fighting experience, so it's a fair fight. Now that's what I'm talking about. Some viewers want to see the most effective combatants working for the Foundation go toe-to-toe, but not you. You want to throw two groups with basically no combat experience into the ring together and see what happens next. It would be one of the most low-stakes fights in Foundation history. Negative Yelp reviews and can I speak to the manager versus hacked Instagram accounts and those annoying emails that say forward this to 10 friends or you'll be cursed. Or you could just give everyone a weapon, take their computers and phones, and see what happens next. Link said, we gotta see Alpha 1 Red Right Hand versus New 7 Hammerdown. Alpha 1 is a highly sophisticated MTF unit, dedicating and risking their lives to save the O5 Council, doing insanely risky tasks that involve years worth of training not only in fighting, but stealth too. Meanwhile, Nu 7 doesn't give a damn about stealth and just goes balls to the wall. The resulting conflict would probably decimate cities and fell national governments, but it sure would be entertaining to watch. Falcon Fig said, "I'd honestly like to cross-test my favorite MTF Beta 777 Hecate Spear and MTF Gamma 6 Deep Feeders and see them fight off deep-sea eldritch entities. Considering how Beta 777 specializes in thaumaturgical combat, countermeasures, and rituals, it would be very useful with Gamma 6 if something like that scenario were to happen." Another collaborative cross-test. Hecate Spear specializes in thaumaturgical ritual analysis and countermeasures, while the Deep Feeders specialize in the investigation and tracking of deep-sea or oceanic anomalies. In order for something to require both of their skill sets, things would have to get pretty darn Lovecraftian. And I mean the real deal, not a super chill gamer Cthulhu like SCP-2662. Some real mind-breaking cosmic horror rising up from the deep. Broad Ford said, "I would find it really interesting to put Delta 5 frontrunners against Sigma 66 16 tons. An MTF that specializes in infiltrating GOIs going against an MTF that is made up of GOIs sounds really appealing to watch. Captured members from existing groups of interest going up against a group dedicated to infiltrating those same group of interest would definitely be appealing to watch. But it would probably get a bit awkward too, as more than a few covers wind up getting blown. Imagine working side by side with a guy in your secret organization for years, only to get captured by the SCP Foundation and find out that same guy was working for them all along. Bob was a traitor all along, even when he signed your birthday card. Even when you did a duet together at karaoke, you wonder, was any of it real? He promises that he really did see you as a friend, not just a coworker, and a means to gather secret intel for the Foundation, but some wounds never heal." Dino Tales said, "I would have to say MTF 10 Troops of Literature and MTF Tau 5 Samsara. Who's better to take on narrative anomalies and author entities than a team of cyborg demigods they created? Kind of a chicken or the egg situation there. Only instead of chickens and eggs, it's incredibly powerful supernatural cyborgs and creative anomalies. This fight would give a whole new meaning to Death of the Author, that's for sure." Derek McDaniel said, "MTF Iota 10 Damn Feds versus MTF Pi 1 City Slickers. The two task forces, at least that I know of, that work in urban environments and undercover. How would these two face each other one way or another? I can see it now. The feds driving in nondescript black cars tailing the city slickers down crowded streets. I'm not sure why they'd be doing that, but I really want to see a car chase. And this seems like the best pairing to make it happen." Solar King YT said, 10 to 1 that any of them would just sit down and have a coffee. When you think about it, all of these groups have way more in common than not. They all work for the same faceless organization. They all deal with life-threatening anomalies in their own way. Maybe instead of thinking how they would fight, we should just let them kick back for once. Relax and swap stories over a hot cup of joe. Just don't use SCP-294 to make it. That could get bad fast. Let them go get a Starbucks or something.
Guten Nachmittag, Freunde. Welcome back to SCP Explained. World War II is one of the most tragic periods of recent history, and perhaps the defining event of the 20th century. And not only was this conflict a horrifying atrocity that led to the deaths of 75 million soldiers and civilians, it was also a time of immense weirdness. The American military created the Ghost Army, a tactical deception unit that used tactics as crazy as inflatable tanks and wooden airfields to distract and confuse the Axis powers. They also temporarily renamed hamburgers Liberty Steaks in some places in order to avoid the German connotations of the original name. The Polish military even gave an actual bear the rank of corporal, and this bear, named Corporal Wojtek, became a decorated military hero. But enough about SCP-5464. We've got bigger fish, or, well, bears, to fry. One party in this war had more than their fair share of alleged World War II weirdness: the Germans. Nazi scientists were performing horrifying and nonsensical experiments, from medical experiments on prisoners to attempt to create large and ridiculous weapons known as Wunderwaffe. One of Hitler's right-hand men, Heinrich Himmler, took up residence in a castle where he and his men allegedly performed odd occult rituals, and even the Lebensborn, a deranged eugenics experiment intended to produce a huge stock of Aryan children from SS member fathers. And if all of that seems certifiably insane, which for the record, it is, then the stuff the SCP Foundation has been suppressing will make your toes curl. We've already covered the fact that even Hitler himself, copied by Stalin with the help of Sarkic wizards, is now classified as SCP-2430 and held in containment by the Foundation. But really, that's just the tip of the iceberg. We can thank a shady group known as the Obscura Corps for the creation or utilization of a lot of these artifacts and entities. As we discussed in our video on the immortal Hitler clone, the Obscura Corps was Nazi Germany's answer to the SCP Foundation, though their highly unethical methods were much more like a racist version of the Chaos Insurgency. This group of loyal occult thugs was charged with hunting down any anomalous artifacts that would give Germany the edge it needed in the war effort. Think the kind of guys going after the Ark of the Covenant and the Holy Grail while trying to kill Indiana Jones. Of course, seeing as Germany still lost the war in the end, they weren't exactly the best at their job. But that doesn't mean they don't have a long list of bizarre and often dangerous anomalies to their name. Starting with SCP-2367. This is a device so infamous that not even the SCP Foundation has been able to fully suppress knowledge of its existence. Popularly known as Die Glocke, meaning the bell in German, this device has been a popular staple among time travel and alien conspiracy theorists. And those theorists honestly aren't that far from the truth. The bell is a spatial and temporal transportation device created by the Germans during World War II in hopes of teleporting spies, soldiers, and equipment behind enemy lines. And terrifyingly, the machine actually worked and was able to transport multiple SS officers. However, there is one detail that makes Die Glocke a little less terrifying. Everything they transport materializes several hundred feet over the top of their intended destinations. In the case of all transported SS officers, this means that they appeared high in the air and immediately fell to their doom like Wile E. Coyote. SS officers hitting the ground at incredibly high speeds is always a delightful mental image. As funny and incompetent as this is, there is actually one major threat posed by SCP-2367. The SCP Foundation raided a number of Obscura strongholds during World War II as a part of an operation called Operation Hammer. During one of their raids, a large group of around 1,400 German soldiers, along with a huge number of large vehicles and pieces of military equipment, fled via Die Glocke. They all disappeared through the teleporter, and according to all Foundation estimates, they're likely to manifest again in 2031. They'll rain down from the sky near Berlin, crushing everything below under the weight of their own vehicles and bodies. A mobile task force, nicknamed Himmler's Housekeepers, has been mobilized to clear the area and reduce all possible civilian fatalities when this happens. German engineering at its finest, right? But hey, let's give those mad Nazi inventors another chance to prove themselves with a second, even bigger Wunderwaffe designed by Albert Speer, German Minister of Armaments and War Production under Adolf Hitler. It's SCP-044, the biggest artillery weapon ever created. It's a ginormous cannon, 251,000 kilograms or 251 metric tons in weight, and so huge that it required 2 freight locomotives at the same time to transport it. The Nazis were big fans of absurdly huge weapons, whether they were cannons, giant planes, or the world's heaviest tanks, almost as though they were compensating for something. But there is one thing that makes 044 special to the point of being anomalous. It can fire literally anything. When something is placed inside the firing chamber of SCP-044, the weapon will transform into a powerful explosive payload, with its explosive power being proportional to the size of the objects placed inside. Even crowds of people could be transformed into deadly explosive rounds. One of the largest objects that the Foundation fired off was the Administrator's diesel pickup truck, weighing 8,900 kilograms. How on earth did the Nazis ever lose with a weapon like this on their side, right? Well, much like so many of their other weapons, it was a victim of their own greed. Weapons this big just couldn't be moved practically, and were easily routed by less powerful but more maneuverable Allied weapons. Next, we have another anomalous Nazi failure, though this one was intended to give life rather than take it for once. The anomaly in question is SCP-2936. A secret Nazi military and research base hidden in the cold reaches of Antarctica. The place has likely been abandoned by humans since the 1950s, but there is one entity that still rolls through the halls on rumbling caterpillar tracks. an advanced sentient robot nicknamed the Stahlmutter, or Steel Mother, powered by a mysterious power source shaped like an ambiguous glowing symbol on its chest. Who would have guessed that the Nazi design sensibility was tacky? The Stahlmutter is there to maintain the Glasgerbarmotren, or glass wombs, where a number of desiccated human fetuses are held. The intention of this base was clear. Much like the Lebensborn project we mentioned at the start of the video, this was a controlled breeding program supported by the Nazis' deranged philosophy of eugenics. But after the war, when the Nazis attending the base presumably fled for their lives, there was some kind of accident that destroyed the seal of the glass wombs, allowing the amniotic fluid to leak out and killing the fetuses inside. But due to a malfunction, the Stahlmutter's diagnostics were way off, and it never realized that its mission was futile. When researchers attempted to inform the machine of that fact, it simply replied,
"The kinder lie on the bottoms of the Glasgerbarmotren. They are unmoving like the dead soldiers, but the kinder are not soldiers, and the kinder are not under mission. And the chemical, physical, and mechanical parameters of the Glasgerbarmotren are all at optimal values. Therefore the kinder are not dead. The Stahlmutter loves the kinder always. Good kinder will grow strong and brave and wise. The Stahlmutter loves the good kinder."
The next anomaly wasn't created by the Germans or the Obscura, but it was utilized by them. It's SCP-3457, a collection of strange rituals, artifacts, and workings known as the Rites of Solomon. If the correct artifacts are collected and the rites are performed, the executors of the ritual have the ability to control the distribution of magic or thaumaturgy across the globe. It's Obscura's plan to perform the rite and remove the ability to perform thaumaturgy from anyone who wasn't of Germanic descent, giving them German magic supremacy. This was the end of the infamous Seventh Occult War, which was the major geopolitical event that led to the formation of the Global Occult Coalition, coinciding roughly with what we civilians consider World War II. Luckily, through a collaboration between the SCP Foundation and the precursor to the Global Occult Coalition, the Allied Occult Coalition, Obscura was defeated before they could complete the ritual and grant magical supremacy for the fatherland. Since the defeat of Obscura in this pivotal battle, organizations like the SCP Foundation, the GOC, and others have sworn to keep the different artifacts necessary to perform the Rites of Solomon safe and secure. Some are kept in public museums as part of a global sting operation to catch remaining members of Obscura, who hope to someday attempt the dark ritual again. Some of the items remain in the hands of scattered Obscura remnants to this day. Okay, so arcane historical rites are a little complicated. Let's hop back to another wacky Wunderwaffe to cleanse our palate. Something like SCP-3721. Remember when we said the Germans were kind of obsessed with having the biggest, gaudiest guns back during World War II? They were also apparently ahead of their time in this regard, as in 1943, they were able to construct a fully operational orbital cannon and an Earthbound computer bank that allowed them to operate its strikes remotely. But even scarier than a giant orbital cannon controlled by the Nazis is a giant orbital cannon that's completely out of control. That's right. The computer on the ground is autonomous and decides the best time to make its strikes by monitoring news broadcasts of current events. So if you feel like a day full of bad news is unpleasant, just be grateful that it wasn't the day that activated the massive death satellite looming up above. Maybe the idea of land being bombarded by an orbital cannon freaks you out a little. Understandable, really. Maybe you'd prefer to flee to the water for safety, but you're not safe from the Germans there either. And we're not talking about them stealing your beach chairs while you're going for a swim. We're talking about SCP-4217, which was once known as the Bismarck, which was a German World War II battleship before it was appropriated by a giant cephalopod that not only has giant dangerous tentacles, but also has the ability to use all of the ship's weapons against you too. What will you think of next, Germany? And finally, perhaps the strangest Obscura Wunderwaffe of all, a dangerous semantic weapon known as SCP-3878. It's a deadly word-based infectious cognitohazard created in a single patient zero via a strict regimen of psychotropic drugs, electroconvulsive therapy, and at the conclusion of the program, trepanation to create an extremely strong anti-concept within the subject's mind. When this person is activated with a trigger stimuli, this will begin to spread the cognitohazard, causing a lethal effect to anyone who doesn't speak the subject's native language fluently. The first infectee would have been German if the plan came to fruition, so all but fluent German speakers would have been killed by the infection. It's a solid plan, by which we mean a Metal Gear Solid plan. Incidentally, killing the victims of this cognitohazard was never actually the plan. They just hoped to erase other languages. Though given that the Nazis weren't exactly people of high moral fiber, we'd be willing to bet that they were probably a-okay with killing anyone who wasn't a fluent speaker of German anyway. And there you have it. A taster plate of the wackiest Wunderwaffe and the sinister soldiers and scientists who made them a reality, or at least tried to twist them to their own gain. It's honestly lucky for all of us that the Nazis during World War II were a gang of arrogant and incompetent buffoons, because if that weren't the case, we'd probably be speaking German right now. Though if you'd like to live on the bright side, at least we'd be safe from SCP-3878.
Mobile Task Forces, the renowned first line of defense for the SCP Foundation. Comprised of the organization's most highly trained operatives, MTFs are the boots on the ground, dealing with anomalous threats and containment breaches head-on. It's a dangerous job. In fact, joining an MTF is widely considered one of the most hazardous roles within the entire Foundation. One where every day brings with it a whole host of unexpected threats and a high number of casualties. So let's take a look at how one of those days goes. 6 a.m.
Rise and shine, troops!
Comes a gravel-voiced yell louder than any alarm clock. The very second that early morning call goes out over the intercom, the members of MTF New 7 are on their feet. Climbing out of their bunks and quickly getting into uniform, the operators file out of their barracks and hastily make their way to the mess hall. Among them is the latest recruit to join this particular task force. Private Killian Hess lines up to receive his breakfast behind his new squad mates. This all takes place before most of the Foundation has even woken up. Even though these MTF operatives would rely on working as a team to keep each other alive, there is little casual conversation. Most of them are actually quite solemn as they eat, aware of the inherent risk that comes with their job. Private Hess, receiving a briefing the previous day, is paired with a more grizzled and much older veteran of New 7, Lieutenant Patterson. Upon sitting next to his new senior officer, Hess immediately asks what has the rest of the unit feeling so down.
Boy, you really are new,
Patterson scoffs.
Look, rookie, we do what we do and watch each other's backs like good soldiers. But make no mistake, you're on the USS Enterprise now, kid. And we're the red shirts.
8 a.m. Following their breakfast and early start, any MTF operatives that aren't thrust into immediate action are sent to their designated basic training area. Here they are presented with all manner of intense assault courses, fighting rings for hand-to-hand sparring, and a live ammo shooting range to improve skills with weapon proficiency. The SCP Foundation demands the highest level of skill from its mobile task forces, so regular combat drills are an absolute necessity for keeping their operators alert and ready to take on all manner of threats. For some of the more hot-headed MTF troops, drills are a chance to cut loose, show off their skills, or challenge their squad mates to beat each other's fastest assault course times, or shooting range scores. But to those that have been around longer and have the benefit of hindsight after multiple catastrophic containment breaches, morning training can feel like pretty inadequate preparation. After all, the Foundation sends its MTFs to take on some of their most dangerous SCPs, most of which have wild, unpredictable abilities. How does practicing Krav Maga really help prepare someone for a fight with a creature that can warp reality around it? And hitting motionless paper targets at a range can seem a little redundant when some anomalies are virtually bulletproof. 10 a.m. Of course, this is the SCP Foundation, meaning it doesn't take long for some strange happening to occur. MTF New 7 are soon dispatched on their first assignment, after the Foundation loses contact with a site known to house a particularly dangerous anomaly. Nicknamed Hammerdown, the task force Hess has found himself thrust into is usually deployed as a direct result of incidents where communication is lost with Foundation facilities, and containment breaches are suspected to have occurred. Hopping aboard a high-speed transport, Private Hess and the rest of Hammerdown are quickly briefed on their mission. At approximately 0900 hours the same day,
the Foundation lost contact with another pair of their MTFs, Omega-59 aka Necheva's Wolves, and Sigma-18, the Chess Masters. Both were stationed at Armed Containment Complex 04, a secure location within the Russian Federation's Sakha Republic. Patterson informs the rest of MTF News 7 that they were to re-establish communication with the site and assess any potential danger. Although by the time the transport arrives at Complex 04, it becomes pretty clear that things aren't looking good. SCP-1984 has breached containment. The Dead Hand is loose. Unluckily for Hammerdown, SCP-1984 is a semi-corporeal entity with a nasty habit of attacking any human being that it comes into contact with, by disrupting their nervous systems, usually resulting in excruciating pain. Although that did answer the question of what had happened to the other MTFs at the site. 12 p.m. Immediately engaging the Dead Hand, Hammerdown stormed Complex 04. Patterson had ordered them to go weapons hot on the creature from the moment the transport touched down. Having manifested as a hazy humanoid outline, SCP-1984 was making quick work of slaughtering MTF Omega-59 and Sigma-18. New 7 were able to intercept before it could completely decimate their fellow operatives, but now the Dead Hand had them pinned, stopping the unit from accessing the on-site armory. While they had all arrived loaded for bear, the MTF operatives knew they couldn't keep SCP-1984 at bay for long with only their standard-issue conventional weapons. The entity's only known weakness was microwave radiation that could be emitted using specialized weapons, if only they could access the Complex 04 armory. Time is of the essence, too, and the pressure of stopping SCP-1984 quickly weighs heavily on Private Hess. He and the rest of Hammerdown know how the entity operates, that it would be heading just over 80 kilometers northwest at the first chance it got. If one too many of them were killed, or if there was a pause in the fighting for a second too long, the Dead Hand would be on its way to an installation nearby housing a number of intercontinental ballistic missiles. Once there, it would waste no time interfacing with nuclear command systems, launching those ICBMs, and causing catastrophic destruction. 1:30 p.m. Deploying some quick thinking, Lieutenant Patterson contacted Foundation Command and had them send a secondary detachment of New 7 to the missile installation. Part of their mobile task force includes a platoon of experts in various forms of warfare, not just chemical and biological, but nuclear too. While that portion of Hammerdown were directed to lock down the missile installation 80 kilometers away, Patterson, Hess, and the rest of New 7 were trying to distract SCP-1984. Their engagement lasted around an hour, with the entity attacking a number of the troops on the ground. Each one would suffer symptoms of intense neurological trauma, including seizures and the loss of cerebral spinal fluid from their nose and eyes. Experiencing it was painful enough, and the sight of his fellow MTF agents dying in such a horrific fashion wasn't exactly what Private Hess expected from his first day. Eventually, SCP-1984 dissipates after a sustained battle with Hammerdown, although it could easily remanifest if it ever intercepts particular broadcasts. But the task force's work at Complex 04 is far from over. After the battle comes the cleanup operation. Private Hess follows orders from Patterson to clear as much debris and as many bodies as he can, making a note of every member of their unit that they lost to the Dead Hand. However, it doesn't take long for the surviving members of New 7 to receive another call for assistance. 4 p.m. Despite Hess's concerns that he and the others haven't eaten in hours, the team loads up and heads out again. The Foundation has sent word that someone has taken advantage of all the commotion at Complex 04 and forced their way into a different site. Wasting no time, the remainder of Hammerdown dusted off from the Sakha Republic, locking and loading, ready to begin their next mission. Arriving at the site, Foundation Command radios to New 7, updating them about their situation. A large group of assailants, all members of the Church of the Broken God, was midway through launching an assault against the SCP Foundation. Their goal was unclear, although the site they had targeted was known to house SCP-882. This anomaly is widely believed to be the heart of the Broken God, a deity worshipped by those of the Mechanist faith. One of the Church's core goals was to repair their god, as well as to enhance themselves through mechanical, anomalous means. Of course, this means that a group of cyborg cultists awaited the arriving task force. Hammerdown clashes with the Church of the Broken God, trying to divert them away from the saltwater tank containing SCP-882. Lieutenant Patterson warns them not to get too close to the mass of welded metal, noting that the MTF's troops' weapons would become fused to SCP-882 if so. Hearing that is what gives Hess the idea to engage the cyborgs hand-to-hand. Although the church members were much stronger, luring them closer to the heart of the broken god meant all their metallic enhancements would also become pulled into SCP-882, killing the devoted cultists, despite how pleased they were to become one with their god, Mechane. 7 p.m. Moments of levity are often rare for mobile task forces. Already it's been a hell of a day, multiple deployments and extremely high casualties. For Private Hess, exhaustion is already setting in. He's been awake for over 12 hours, barely survived encounters with a hostile SCP and a tenacious group of interest. And during each of the ensuing battles, he has been made to watch as a number of his fellow operatives die. Some of them he'd only just met. Now he can barely recall their names. Instead, as the day draws to a close, he prays that he, Lieutenant Patterson, and the dwindling remains of their squad won't be called on again. But this is the SCP Foundation after all. 8 p.m. And whatever can go wrong usually does, with a gigantic, angry reptile in the middle of it. Sure enough, the alarms begin to sound, and Private Hess has to get back to his feet. He musters what fading scraps of energy he can will back into his being, his weapon feeling heavier than it has all day. A tiny spike of adrenaline hits as Patterson barks the fateful words Hess had hoped he would never hear.
On your feet, soldier! SCP-682 is loose.
Hammerdown races through the facility corridors, passed by a flood of researchers all fleeing for their lives. The MTF team reaches the containment chamber, just in time to witness SCP-682, the infamous hard-to-destroy reptile, lunging at the unfortunate personnel that couldn't get away in time. Right next to Hess, one of his fellow New 7 teammates steps in a puddle of acid that has spilled from the vat that usually houses the murderous reptilian monster. As the carnivorous SCP-682 finishes decimating its previous target, it turns to angrily charge for the MTF troops, who raise their weapons and open fire, in what is ultimately a futile attempt at stopping a creature that can't be harmed by mere bullets. 10 p.m. Hours pass. Containment breaches by SCP-682 are far from an uncommon occurrence, and fortunately, the Foundation's task forces are more than used to driving the creature back into its acid tank, where it's held only slightly more securely. But with every escape attempt by the hard-to-destroy reptile comes a slew of casualties from Foundation personnel, and today is no exception. Despite having sustained heavy injuries himself, Lieutenant Patterson is instructed by his superiors to file an end-of-day report before he, and those that are still breathing, can be debriefed. The MTF lieutenant tallies up the considerable losses his unit sustained on their various engagements throughout the day. Every operative killed by the Dead Hand, then those that the Church of the Broken God were able to make quick work of, and of course, the ones who met their demise at the hands, or rather jaws, of SCP-682. The role of a Mobile Task Force operative is a difficult and dangerous job, but what few realize is how expendable these troops are to the Foundation. In fact, they're not all that different from D-Class in that regard. The SCP Foundation will simply throw their most skilled agents into the fray, in hopes that enough of them will kill or contain an anomalous threat, no matter how many lives it costs. Perhaps nothing exemplifies that more than the body of Private Killian Hess being wheeled away for disposal after falling in battle with SCP-682. As if dying on his first day wasn't bad enough, the superior officers of MTF New 7 are already looking for a replacement to join Hammerdown. If this sounds like fun to you, apply today.
In the SCP system, uncontained anomalies are considered especially heinous. At the SCP Foundation, the dedicated operatives who investigate and neutralize these deadly aberrations are members of elite specialized squads, known as Mobile Task Forces. These are their stories. Dun dun! Hey, that was pretty good. Someone should make a TV show about this. But I digress. MTFs are a vital part of what keeps the SCP Foundation up and running, and keeps the public safe from all kinds of dangerous anomalies. MTFs specialize in a wide variety of different threats, and can be dispatched to handle those threats when ordinary field operatives just won't do. They might be a large army of militarized on-the-ground forces, or a tiny group of highly qualified researchers. It all depends on their specialty, and what sorts of threats the task force exists to handle. Either way, they represent the best of the best that the Foundation has to offer.
If given the opportunity to join one of these oh-so-exclusive task forces, which would you choose and why? We posed this question to our loyal viewers here at SCP Explained, and received as wide and varied a number of responses as the MTFs themselves. So without further ado, let's get into it and see who's suiting up for battle, brushing up on their thaumatology, or trying to crack down on that pesky Dr. Bright once and for all. Luna Hartnett said, Beta 7 Maz Hatters. The cleanup and containment of biohazardous anomalies sounds like grueling work, mentally and physically, but it also lines up pretty well with my real-world skill set.
Listen, one of the most important parts of job hunting is knowing your strengths. If your strength lies with cleaning up all kinds of supernatural gunk, goo, and slime, then more power to you. Grab a department-issued super mop and get down to it. Thank you for your service. A clean foundation is an effective foundation. Iron Clamp said, Mu-13 Ghostbusters. Everyone knows how scary fighting the SCPs that you can actually see and physically deal with are, but imagine the steel balls it takes to go into a scene to deal with a potentially deadly SCP that you can't do either of those things with. It would be like having a much more violent version of Paranormal Activity or Insidious, but instead you have to figure out how to deal with it. Also, the idea of Ghostbusters but with guns is just too good for me to pass. Sounds like you're a horror fan, so enjoy your own personal entry into the Paranormal Activity extended universe, and try your best not to become a ghost yourself. Who you gonna call? Yanuska A1 said, I would definitely want to be a member of Epsilon 11 Nine-Tailed Fox. The fact that they're only called in to deal with a facility and in such small teams proves that the skill set of these troops is astonishing. Not to mention they're under the command of Alpha 1 Red Right Hand, who are known as the best of the best. Also probing their skills in the game SCP Containment Breach, where 3 troops are sent into a facility where some of the most famous SCPs have breached, such as SCP-173, SCP-049, SCP-106, and many more. They easily sweep through the facility with no casualties. So in my opinion, Epsilon 11 would be my go-to task force. You've definitely got your work cut out for you if you want to become a member of Epsilon 11 and serve the Red Right Hand. But if you can hold your own against the likes of the Sculpture, the Old Man, and the Plague Doctor, then go right ahead and try. I hope you've got quick reflexes, an itchy trigger finger, and can go hours without blinking. Rift Z said, I'd proudly wear the insignia of MTF Eta 10 See No Evil. I think visual cognitohazards is a really interesting thing to work with. Interesting, sure, and extremely dangerous too. Good job knowing what you want, and knowing that what you want is to risk exposure to all kinds of things that'll make it impossible to trust your own eyes. Don't worry. We've heard working with Eta 10 is a lot like a game of Marco Polo. Only if you get it wrong, you break your brain, die, and unleash unspeakable destruction on countless innocent people. The Drum Major said, definitely MTF Alpha 9 Last Hope. I've always loved the more human-friendly anomalies, and feel like even the most hostile sentient entities have some sort of kindness within them that can be shown if given time. Being able to work alongside these friendly entities to help people would be amazing. Oh, that's so sweet. So instead of just containing anomalies, you'd like to have them as your co-workers. It is a pretty impressive team you'd be joining. One that includes the likes of Iris Thompson, SCP-4051, also known as your friendly neighborhood Keter, and the shadowy icon of crime fighting we call the Spectre. But there's no need to be intimidated. I'm sure you have your own strengths to bring to the table too. Maybe you always get everyone's coffee order right, or you're great at giving pep talks. Whatever it is, you'll be a great addition to the team. Lemon Demon Dangaropa, oh, the name you have there, said, it would be interesting for me to be a part of MTF Omega 9, also known as the Scrubs. For context, they are a group of gamers who got trapped in a lobby of Quake and now help out the Foundation. While being stuck in a game would have some psychological consequences, it would be fun to 360 no-scope the competition and other SCPs who dare stand in my way. Why settle for being a Twitch streamer or a professional in the world of esports, when you could just leave your earthly life behind completely and spend the rest of your days in a world of pixels and non-stop action? You'll miss your friends and family, sure, but don't think too hard about that part. The rest of it sounds pretty poggers. Do people still say that? Don't tell me, I don't want to know. God, I'm cringe.
The Raging Atom said, "This isn't even a contest. I'd go with MTF Sigma 3, the bibliographers. Of course, not until after the whole library invasion thing had cooled off and they reorganized. It's just the closest you could get in the Foundation to recreational anomalous usage, which is awesome. Who knows, maybe I'll sacrifice everything I hold dear to become a Type Blue. Smart move waiting for the action to cool off first. If you end up becoming a Type Blue, let us know. I need a magic act for my nephew's birthday party, and he said last year's amazing Melvin pulling a rabbit out of a hat wasn't cool enough for his 6th grade friends. He's really hurtful." Mannequin Skywalker, okay, that was funny, said, "Honestly going to say MTF Lambda 14, 1-star reviewers. I've got a lot of experience in retail in many different positions, so I think I'd fit in there with being able to tell what seems anomalous or potentially how to deal with a retail-oriented SCP, including a Karen class. After working in retail, I'm sure you've seen horrors that would put the findings of the SCP Foundation to shame. After you've dealt with unruly customers picking a fight about coupons 20 minutes after closing time, there's nothing you can't handle." Tor the Jackal said, "I'd go with Zeta 9 mole rats. I love enclosed spaces, especially those underground. If given the opportunity, I would definitely join Zeta 9. Are you sure you're not part mole? Groundhog maybe. I've never met anyone who, quote, loves enclosed spaces, let alone underground ones. But I also got kicked out of my local spelunking team for crying too much, so maybe that's just me." Sharky Reynolds said, "I'd go for MTF Lambda 5 White Rabbits, and I would use my training to determine if the terrible new songs coming out these days are only popular through reality warping properties, or if the world is doomed to experience bad taste. It's probably anomalies. After all, everyone knows that bad music is a brand new invention, and every previous generation didn't think the exact same thing about the new music their kids were listening to. Hang on, I'm being told that's absolutely what happened, and that taste is subjective. Sounds fake. Besides, there's got to be a supernatural explanation for what does the fox say? I won't hear otherwise." Banana 1 said, "Zeta 9 mole rats. I gotta respect this task force since they have the lowest survival rate when it comes to their missions. Besides, I like how their insignia was made with the design of a gas mask. We've got another volunteer for the mole rats. What is it with you guys and dangerous underground situations? It is a cool insignia, sure, but there's a reason it's a gas mask. You'll need to wear a gas mask. Good luck to you, I guess." Nick T. Wolf discusses said, "For me, it's kind of a tie between two groups. I would love to be on MTF Eta 11 Savage Beasts. I know I'm not 100% deaf and working on learning sign language. Being part of a group where I felt like I belonged and might be accepted would be a dream come true. If I couldn't get into there, MTF Sigma 3 bibliographers would be amazing. The idea of possibly spending time doing research and gathering info in the library would be a great experience. And in possible downtime, all of those books that are waiting to be read. That is a great reason. The Savage Beasts would be lucky to have you, and you deserve to work with a team that understands and appreciates your unique strengths. Maybe you could split your time between the two and moonlight as a bibliographer." Eternal Tribute said, "I'd choose Tau 5 Samsara. I already feel basically emotionless, so it would have zero impact on me, and I like the idea of immortality and being a cyborg. I love technology. However, my alternative would be the Debuggers or Skynet because I am decent with computers." Hey buddy, you okay? I'm just checking." Fabian Roberts said, "MTF Beta 777 Hectates Spear, because I think it'd be interesting to look for knowledge about the occult rituals and how to stop them, especially in instances where an SCP was involved. Specializing in thaumaturgical ritual analysis, eh? It's the closest thing out here to joining a literal wizard army, so I can see the appeal. Just be careful. The world of thaumatology attracts the attention of forces you don't want putting a magical target on your back. Unlike the aforementioned Amazing Melvin, these guys are doing this stuff for real, and they'll do a lot worse than sawing you in half if you slip up on the job." Mr. Pixel said, "I would probably want to be part of MTF Epsilon 9, the Fire Eaters. After all, Who can say no to the alluring destructive power of fire? And it's not a war crime if I roast mostly anomalous creatures instead of humans. For the second time in this video, I say, are you okay, buddy? Maybe you should have a glass of water. You can't use it to roast your enemies alive, but it'll help you settle down. Nicotine said, Skynet, of course. The internet is a vast ocean containing both everything and nothing, thus giving me something to do for the rest of time, or at least until the world ends. Plus, what better excuse than being a member of Skynet would I have to watch you guys all day? Now you're talking. When you're not tracking sentient malware or the influence of the Archon Lord, you can spend your time watching more videos from SCP Explained. That's the perfect way to unwind after a long day of scouring the web for old gods and, I don't know, an iPhone app that knows when you're going to die. You're the web expert, not me. Hey, maybe you could teach me how to make a TikTok. That was cringe. Incidentally, we do have a TikTok now at SCP Explained Official. Go check it out after the video. Apple3 said, Beta 7. I'm a biochemist in real life, so this would just go well with my skill sets. Working with anomalous biohazard cleanup sounds like grueling mental and physical work. I didn't know we had biochemists watching us, that's awesome. You're probably overqualified to clean up biohazardous anomalous material, but dress for the job you want. By which I mean you should probably wear a hazmat suit and some heavy-duty goggles. Who knows what kind of radioactive slime and monster snot you'll be wiping up. Jay the Monkey of Cherry Trees said, if I was asked to join any of the MTF teams, most likely after looking into them, it would be MTF Theta 4, the Gardeners. Seeing that many MTF teams usually follow certain protocols, Gardener seems to be situated around very flora-based SCPs, usually in sites or locations of known flora-based SCPs, either mitigating the effects, securing, or researching potential sprouts of SCPs. Maybe some woodworker skills might come in handy helping the team, though I thoroughly wonder if the SCP Foundation would trust a man in an MTF team called Gardeners, whom has a bonsai plum tree growing from their head. Oh, that's so nice. You must have a hell of a green Hold on. Wait, I'm sorry. What was that last part? Bonsai plum tree growing from your head? For the third and hopefully final time, are you okay? Blink twice if you're in danger. James Harold said, definitely MTF Gamma 13, Asimov's Lawbringers. They're the group in charge of dealing with Anderson Robotics, who's the most interesting group outside of maybe the Church of the Broken God to me. Anderson Robotics has been a cybernetic thorn in the Foundation's side since 2007, with influence all throughout the Pacific Northwest of the United States, as well as branches in New Mexico, Arizona, and Louisiana. They're an elusive group, and while they're unlikely to attack the Foundation directly, their use of science and magic in one mysterious package is definitely something to keep an eye on. Fish Hissif, I see what you did there, said, I'd have to go with Upsilon 23 Art Critics. I'm usually drawing or painting, so I'm down to get my hands dirty dealing with anomalous art. And I love sloths. You like drawing and painting, so naturally you like to work with anomalous art. Makes sense. You might want to steer clear of any art depicting SCP-2774 though, if you want to continue loving sloths. That thing will ruin sloths for you faster than you can say, nowhere is safe in the corner of my eye, it's just staring, I don't know. Charles Watson said, MTF 8-5 Jaeger Bombers. Sounds exactly like my dream job. Bombing runs in something like a C-130 is already something I'm interested in, and getting to fight what are essentially kaiju monsters makes it 10 times better. Hell yeah, dude, I love to party. Oh, you said fighting. Bombing runs? I grossly misunderstood what 8-5 is responsible for. I'll just put this bottle of Jägermeister away and get back to work. Final Advance said, MTF 8-11 Savage Beasts. I get triggered by even non-anomalous noises easily, so dealing with audio-based cognitohazards where noise discipline and actively shutting out sounds is perfect for me. If you hate sounds, I guess there's no better workplace than somewhere where you have to avoid hearing things at all costs. You'll be facing off against trumpets that can collapse walls, an anomalous chord progression, and even a corrupted Beatles song. So make sure you get some really good quality noise-canceling headphones though, or you'll be in for a rude awakening. Alexander Berry said, Bright 99. Oh no you don't. as a way to contain them more efficiently. I'd have them set up some form of comedic entertainment to be broadcasted throughout the Foundation to boost morale while keeping the Brights entertained. Of course, to be safe, we'll keep an eye on all items they have access to and run the broadcast through a filter to get rid of possible cognito hazards. Oh no you don't is right. If you're a regular viewer of this channel or a fan of the designated page on the SCP Wiki, you know that there are more things Dr. Bright is not allowed to do than there are things he is. It'll take some pretty good comedic entertainment to keep Bright occupied. I don't think you can just throw on SpongeBob or Cocomelon and call it a day. Dr. Bright is way too attracted to real-life chaos to be distracted by television, though it's a nice enough idea. Or wait, are you suggesting we give Dr. Bright his own TV show? That is too much power. You cannot let him on the airwaves. He'll have half the Foundation quacking like a duck and making the other half's head explode before you even change the channel. Sorry, your request to join Bright 99 has been denied. Kurt Gamer said, I would proudly put the insignia of MTF Theta 90 on my shoulder, knowing that I have defended humanity, especially children, from the anomalous mathematics problems. I will even happily lay down my life to protect children from trauma, stress, and especially depression that anomalous math can do. I think math in its entirety is even anomalous. Let us rally together to ask the O5 Council to contain math entirely, due to its anomalous ability to make anyone cry and be depressed. I hope my work can bring a smile to the children that I have defended. This brought a tear to my eye. Thank you, Kurt, for your willingness to fight against the scourge that is simple mathematics. With your hard work, children all over the world will never need to hear about Billy buying 30 watermelons and 22 apples ever again.
When you think of the SCP Foundation, you probably think of the organization being primarily based in the United States. After all, many of the anomalies we cover here on SCP Explained happen to take place in America, so it's easy to lose sight of the bigger picture. The fact of the matter is that the anomalous is not just confined to the United States, and if it were, the Foundation would have a much easier time doing its job than it actually does. Unfortunately for the Foundation, it's not just the US that they have to focus their efforts on, it's the entire world. That's right, no matter where you are on Earth, no matter how far you travel, the threat of being the victim of an unsuspecting anomalous incident remains the same, even on your family vacation to Disney World. Of course, the Foundation's mission is massively expansive too, with each object requiring not only significant resources to capture, but even more to effectively contain and study over a long period of time. And then you have the utilities of each site, keeping the power on and the water running. Or what about actually paying the hardworking SCP personnel who put their lives on the line every day? How about keeping global reconnaissance as a watchful eye in case of talk of any unnatural incidents start making the rounds in the ordinary world? What about maintaining a standing army of trained task force operatives, far deadlier than any other military force on the planet? Resources to cover up events as soon as they happen, field agents, database expenses. It's unimaginable to think of the costs of operating the Foundation in one country, let alone on a global scale. So how do they manage this heavy responsibility? How does the SCP Foundation divide up its resources accordingly, as well as raise enough money to continue operating? Think about it. If you were an organization having to cover the entire globe in service of protecting humanity from the anomalous, what would be the best way of managing your resources? First, you need to make sure you are backed by the richest of the rich, who could use some of their personal wealth to fund your goals. Well, that's the Overseer Council, the group at the top of the Foundation composed of some of the most affluent and wealthy individuals in the world. Second, you'd make sure you had a means of generating revenue. The Foundation can't exactly open itself for donations from the public, and it can't issue taxes, but it can have others do that for them. Cover-up businesses in sourcing funding from the governments of the world, either legitimately or through blackmailing, are two surefire ways to keep the cash flowing endlessly. Who knows how many Fortune 500 companies are actually owned by the Foundation? There's a lot of money in the world to go around, but someone needs to capitalize on it in order to get it. But the most important way to manage global resources is decentralization. Remember what we said about the perception of the Foundation being US-based? Well, it is true that the Foundation has its origins in the United States, and the country is the center of a large number of containment efforts. But the English-speaking branch of the Foundation is far from the only one. Allow us to introduce international branches, or -INT for short. The Foundation likes to codify its various branches based on the majority language spoken there. So the English-speaking branch would cover nations such as the United States, Canada, and parts of Europe, while in regions where Chinese is spoken, the Chinese branch presides over the territory. Truly, the containment of the anomalous is a global effort, with at least one Foundation site located in each country: Africa, India, Japan, Latin America. There isn't a part of the world that the Foundation doesn't have covered, and for good reason too. Anomalous objects can be discovered anywhere and everywhere. Having locations near all major population centers isn't just a luxury of having unlimited funding. It is the very thing that necessitates such funding. And with international branches adhering to their own policies, holding their own personnel, and speaking their own languages, it should come as no surprise that they have their own database of SCP objects too. That's right, each branch has an archive of files of their own, written based on objects contained in their respective country. Imagine being the guy who's just finishing reading all of the files currently existing in the English database, when you realize then you have to drudge through several more databases filled with thousands upon thousands of files just to be the completionist your heart wants you to be. It is a time-consuming task, but that's what we're here for. And today we're going to boost your own international database with coverage of SCP-007-INT, an anomaly sourced from the Foundation's global database. It all started in Massarosa, Italy, a medium-sized town located just outside Pisa. It's not famous for much, well outside of hosting the annual Massarosa International Piano Competition, which we should remind you that we're all very excited about this year considering Dr. Clef himself has decided he'd enter. But enough about Agent Ukulele's wild pianist skills. Let's get back to the story at hand. A contingent of mobile task force operatives sourced from a squad dubbed Smoking Anomalous Snakes, who belong to the Foundation's Italian branch, were stationed in the town for the past week. Given that Massarosa is smaller than the average city, with a population numbering just over 22,000, these operatives had to take extra precaution as to not give away their presence. In a town where everyone knows everyone, a gaggle of unfamiliar faces making their way through could set off proverbial alarms in the local population. The Foundation operatives were there for a single purpose: to source the production of anomalous weaponry rumored to be occurring throughout the region. Now, why is this a problem in the first place? As technology advances, war changes along with it, sometimes necessitating the need for more efficient weapons and inspiring their development. Spears to deal with the invading tribes on land, horses and chariots to rush those with spears, bows and arrows to combat horses. War has always made use of new technology to make combat more efficient and deadly, and anomalous weaponry is no different. After all, not every paranormal organization holds the same ethos as the Foundation's secure, contain, protect mentality. There are many groups of interest, such as the dreaded Chaos Insurgency, or the Foundation's greatest rival, the Global Occult Coalition, that would be more than happy to utilize research into the anomalous for military purposes. And who can blame them? With anomalous weaponry, situations can be resolved, and enemies eradicated easier and deadlier than ever before. Up against a world that doesn't abide by their mission, even the Foundation is forced to utilize anomalous weaponry, albeit on a much smaller scale. Take Task Force Alpha 9 Last Hope, a squad made up entirely of SCP objects, such as SCP-105, Iris Thompson, and SCP-4494, the world's greatest arbiter of vigilante justice, otherwise known as the Spectre. Even mobile task forces, such as Samsara, a group of heavily augmented cybernetic super soldiers, make use of anomalous weaponry to further advance their efficiency on the field. After all, task forces spend their time combating anomalies in the field. It only makes sense to fight fire with fire, so to speak. Third-party sellers and producers of anomalous weaponry often provide the technology to establish groups of interest, so the Foundation getting the jump on a distribution center in Massarosa, Italy was a strategic move on the part of the Foundation. They weren't sure of the exact details, but their sources tipped them off about a gang of fascist neo-Nazis in the area, working on supplying anomalous weaponry to the criminal underworld. It's bad enough that the trigger-happy radicals at the Chaos Insurgency have access to anomalous means of destruction. Imagine if every 2-bit gangster and minor criminal had their hands on something as deadly as an SCP object, and they could acquire even more powerful equipment if they wanted. If the Fascists made their money, who knows where their anomalous weaponry would wind up? The Foundation wasn't sure what they were manufacturing, but they were positive that it wasn't good. Their source explicitly described it as a weapon that could change the course of war as they understood it. A living, breathing shield. Naturally, the Foundation was just as interested in potentially finding a purpose for this mystery weapon as they were in taking it out of the hands of the black market suppliers. What uses could it hold in the field? Could it provide an extra layer of protection for the Foundation operatives? The operatives were compiled from a vanguard and reconnaissance team, and were the only ones the resource-strained Italian branch had available for the job. They spent days combing through the town until they stumbled upon what they believed to be a hideout for the gang. While attempting to investigate, a mysterious man ran out in front of the team, darting towards them from across the street. The team went to shoot, but hesitated after realizing that the man was accompanied by a mysterious silver balloon-like entity ominously floating above his shoulder. Not only that, but he was wearing a full suit of protective equipment, almost like a beekeeper's suit. The operatives opened fire at the unidentified target, but before their bullets could make contact, the silver balloon began bubbling and spread itself across the man's body like a protective sheet. It was then they knew they found their living shield. The bullet slid right off the man, hitting the liquid covering him and immediately being negated by its anomalous properties. Then, before the team could react, the liquid shot forward, detaching from the man's body and latching onto a Foundation operative. The silver gel began to writhe and constrict, attempting to absorb the operative through his protective gear. In a quick executive decision, the team lead made the choice to put the operative, who was in the midst of being absorbed by the gel, out of his misery. After all, they couldn't take risks when dealing with an unknown anomaly, especially one that they already knew was being utilized as a deadly weapon. As soon as the body dropped dead, both the liquid and the gang member took off through the streets, and the Foundation gave pursuit. The Foundation chased the man through the narrow maze-like streets of the town, with the silver liquid tailing after them and attempting to absorb even more operatives. Thankfully, the gel wasn't fast. The man, however, was another story. The operatives chased and chased, indiscriminately unloading a salvo of bullets into the general area. A few struck, puncturing the man's skin and causing him to bleed. Following the trail of blood, the Foundation was able to corner him into a street alley. But then, all of a sudden, the gel burst through the concrete wall the man was backed up against, the anomaly now larger than ever. The goo reconnected with the man, shielding him from the Foundation's firepower and allowing him to run away and escape. The Foundation briefly retreated and reconvened with their superiors to try to find the best strategy to move forward. They then took to the streets again, searching for the man and any trace of the anomaly. They found bits of the liquid strewn through the streets, squirming and writhing. Unlike the first batch, these bits were able to be neutralized via regular bullets. Their search eventually bore fruit, and they found the man patching himself up in a nearby cellar. He had a briefcase, and the area around him seemed to be a type of laboratory. Still, they were unable to find the silver balloon anomaly. The operatives, with weapons drawn, attempted to speak with the man, but he lashed out and shot at them, prompting them to shoot back, immediately killing him. They weren't able to get much information from him, but it was an act of self-defense. The Foundation, now with their only source of information gone, resorted to looking through the rest of the basement. They found a series of documents held inside the room, all written in Italian. They also found a tunnel leading outside the town and a small cart that was intended to be used to transport cylinders containing the silver liquid out of Massa Rosa. The Foundation was very quick to stop this anomaly from getting out on the black market, as it seemed like this was a distribution and testing center. But with the man dead and the gel contained, they realized their mission was complete and collected all remaining documents and traces of the silver liquid anomaly. In a joint effort between the Italian and Lusophone branches, the liquid was transported to Brazil for further research and classified as SCP-007-INT. The The Lusophone branch's Board of Superintendents had made the decision earlier that SCP-007-INT held historical and research significance for the two branches, as some of the task force members that aided in the capture of the anomaly were sourced from Brazil. The documents were shared between both branches, and chemical research on the object was conducted. Immediately, the Foundation discovered the reason why the liquid responded so quickly to the man who was distributing it, and why it works perfectly as a living shield. SCP-007-INT is sentient and capable of recognizing patterns and portraying emotion, albeit to small degrees. Research into SCP-007-INT's composition and responses to stimuli in a lab environment continued, but one researcher from the Italian branch noted that this wasn't the first time they had encountered an anomaly like this. When dealing with a group of organizations known as the Fascist Council of the Occult, the Foundation discovered a heavily redacted and secret anomalous weapon with certain properties similar to SCP-007-INT. While the details of this weapon were lost to the database and above our clearance level, we can assume that due to the Nazi connection between the man distributing the liquid and the Fascist Council of the Occult, that portions of SCP-007-INT managed to make their way to the black market and proliferate the criminal underworld. But when all the research was said and done, what was SCP-007-INT? The studies were conducted as a joint operation between the two branches, and as a result, allowed for a significant amount of testing. Researchers found that the gel was adaptable, durable, and intelligent to a certain degree, but they also discovered that their data was incredibly similar to another anomaly in their database, recorded by the Lusophone branch's predecessor, the Scientific Academy of the Anomalous. You see, the Foundation hasn't been around forever. Before it, the anomalous containment world was decentralized and composed of tinier organizations, and this was one of them. As it turns out, this organization recorded data remarkably similar to SCP-007-INT, but the details of the research was lost due to an incident involving rogue agents defecting from the organization. Think the Chaos Insurgency, but before them too. The two instances of the anomaly were apparently a perfect match to SCP-007-INT, and the two branches had both contained the same anomaly across decades, without being aware that the other had done it. While the documents were lost when defecting agents broke away from the Academy, researchers theorized that they either defected into or sold information about the anomaly to the Fascist Council, who were able to improve the liquid and turn it into a formidable military-grade weapon. Still, the experiments with SCP-007-INT proved to be a success. The anomaly's sapience allowed it to form a bond with its host, protecting and showing the desire to comfort them if need be. What a nice little hunk of deadly gunk, right? But then, just as the branches were about to give up on finding the Academy's old documentation for SCP-007-INT, they happened to discover it. The anomaly was given the codename Project Mel. This initial research found that the anomaly was incredibly adaptive, as seen below. Instance Alpha is the most belligerent case of SCP-007-INT. It prefers being involved in combat-oriented exercises and watching martial performances. Alpha has demonstrated a certain degree of infatuation to the party with, in its conception, the best performance by using its pseudopods in attempts to imitate some executed movements for the respective party to see. Instance Beta is an exemplary case of personality. I've witnessed Beta abducting a stuffed penguin, irresponsibly given by one of its operators, to demonstrate affection. Beta also displayed excitement when presented with pictures of penguins. An extraordinary situation involving Beta happened when it parted itself. Its copy assumed the form of a penguin, which Beta proceeded to care for in the likeness of an animal companion. Beta protected and guided the copy through the training course, until the spontaneous expiration thereof. Instance Gamma possesses a particularly high physical intelligence. It is expressly competent in solving movement-related problematics, such as obstacle courses involving the manipulation of sensitive objects, and complex movement and transformation patterns. Interestingly, Gamma has been seen reacting to music by dancing to the respective rhythm. This original documentation proved to be valuable to the Foundation, as it provided further information on what occurred when SCP-007-INT was stolen from its original location and placed into the hands of the Fascist Council. On December 25, 1972, several security breaches across the academy occurred, as sleeper agents of the council stole various anomalous assets from storehouses and vaults across the country. For 2 hours, the group of 6 rogue individuals took what they could, smuggling the objects away from the organization for the purposes of using and selling them to the highest bidder. Objects stolen included Project Mel, several prototype prosthetics, and various other pieces of high-security academy documentation. The Foundation also discovered that these sleeper agents within the academy were students, researchers, and operatives who had been working with the organization for years, sometimes decades. Given their history, it's possible that they may have been coerced rather than them being outright agents of the Fascist Council of the Occult. Unfortunately, all of them expired during the interrogation procedures, and only one survived, captured by the Academy via suspended animation, though their whereabouts in the present day are unknown. It's unknown if the Foundation has seen the last of SCP-007-INT, or if samples of the deadly adaptive shield are still lurking in the anomalous criminal underworld. Regardless, whoever possesses SCP-007-INT is surely to be a formidable force for anyone to go up against. The booming steps echoed through the museum corridors. Pharaohs, emperors, and Mongolian war leaders all stood stock still as the terrified security guard ran between them. Roger Pascal swung his flashlight this way and that. The light glinted on the polished steel of ancient weaponry, muskets, scimitars, and cannons. Exhibit after exhibit flashed past him as he ran through the dark museum. There was no way it was real. No possible way. He was having a bad dream. That's all it was. A bad dream. The shaking ground under his feet and the marching rhythm of the impossibly heavy footsteps behind him told him that it was real, all right. It had just been a normal shift like any other, just a regular night at the museum. Roger had been sipping his coffee and listening to the radio when all of a sudden he felt his chair start rumbling beneath him. He put his coffee down on the table and watched as it recoiled as the footsteps grew louder and closer. He got up to investigate and couldn't believe what he'd walked in on. Skidding around the corner, he tumbled into a medieval suit of armor and sent it crashing across the floor. Chainmail helmet, gauntlets, all of it rattled and crashed to the marble floor, echoing all through the museum. Then there was a sudden deathly silence as the footsteps stopped. Roger didn't breathe. Then they started again, heading straight towards him. It was all Roger could do to lie on his back in front of the giant taxidermy eagle and point his flashlight at the door as the monstrous figure of the stone soldier walked around the corner, musket in hand. Woodstock, Vermont, 1995. It was a normal day just like any other. The birds were singing in the trees and there was a gentle breeze blowing through. Nothing at all out of the ordinary. Except, of course, the statue that opened its eyes. The Civil War Memorial had been a staple of Woodstock for well over 100 years. A plinth sitting in the middle of a park with a young soldier on top of it, holding a musket peacefully by his side. The statue had watched over the town generation after generation, except now its watching had become a little more active. It took several hours for anyone to notice. Dog walkers went past listening to their Walkmans. A banker sat on a bench opposite, deep in conversation on a giant brick phone. It was only when a young child running after her football looked up at the statue and saw it looking back at her that things changed. The girl's parents didn't listen to her, of course. Parents rarely do. But word quickly went around the girl's school. Most of the time, the statue was totally still, no movement in the eyes at all. But on occasion, when a group of kids gathered around it and talked to it enough, the statue seemed to look down at them as if it was listening. But that was it. No grown-ups were particularly interested in what the children were saying, and even a lot of the children who saw it went home, concluding that they must have been imagining things. So 6 months went by without anyone really paying the statue much attention. That was until it fired its gun. In a quiet rural town, everyone hears a gunshot, but for a long time no one could work out where it had come from. Police gathered around the park, searching all around where the weapon had been heard. The only clue they could find was a small hole in the wall of a shop across the street. A couple of officers joked that the shot must have come from the statue itself,
Everyone laughed it off, except for a couple of the school kids who were playing nearby. Less than 2 weeks later, another shot rang out in the middle of the night, and a group of confused police officers rushed to the park to investigate what had happened. The only thing they found was a dead bird lying on the sidewalk, shot to death. Again, the jokes went around the department that it must have been the statue who did it. Except this time, the officers were all laughing a little less enthusiastically. Without much crime going on in Woodstock, Vermont, the department decided to take the shooting quite seriously, going so far as to perform an autopsy on the dead pigeon. But when they cut the animal open and looked at the wound inside its chest, they were filled with even more confusion than they were before. It wasn't a conventional bullet lodged into the bird's ribcage at all. It was perfectly round and made of what appeared to be stone. But the next shot that rang out from the memorial park was unmistakable. It was a weekend in the middle of the summer vacation, so the park was full of families all sitting around having picnics, barbecues, and staring up at the sky watching the birds circle lazily overhead. Bang! One of the pigeons exploded in a burst of feathers and plummeted out of the sky, landing on the sidewalk in front of the whole town. In shock, all of the townsfolk turned around to see the stone statue down on one knee with his musket on his shoulder. The statue looked down at all of them, surprised at the attention, then quickly got back to its feet and resumed its normal stance. Reports flooded all the local papers and news stations. The event was blamed on mass hysteria, a kind of group hallucination where everyone was somehow sharing the same story. But the number of people coming forward with the exact same account was irrefutable evidence. That's where the Foundation had to step in. In January 1996, containment procedures began, and the statue was given the designation SCP-011. Of course, a large contingent of agents suddenly appearing in a small town would raise a lot of suspicion, so the Foundation had to move very cautiously. One agent at a time, the Foundation established itself in Woodstock and began to study the statue day in and day out. By sitting on park benches, even looking through cutout holes in newspapers, and wearing fake outfits so as not to arouse suspicion. Steadily over time, the statue appeared to gain either a heightened mobility or just a renewed sense of confidence. While much of the time it did remain standing immobile, it would begin to occasionally stretch when it thought no one was looking and glance this way and that in apparent annoyance with the birds circling over its head. The shooting steadily grew more regular. Foundation agents observed several birds being picked out of the sky by the musket fire of SCP-011 over the following weeks. A clear pattern started to emerge. The statue would only fire at birds that seemed to be flying above it or getting too curious about it. In fact, the more fecal matter built up on the statue, the more aggressive it would be. Both in its body language and mood seemed to sour the dirtier it got. While there were initial concerns about the SCP potentially turning its rifle towards the local townspeople, these worries were largely dismissed as SCP-011 gradually started to build up a rapport with those around it. Before long, the caretakers of the park were having exchanges with the SCP. These exchanges started with the caretakers speaking directly to the SCP, and it nodding or subtly acknowledging the things they said. But over time, the interactions grew more and more personable. In the year 2000, SCP-011 spoke for the first time. It had just fired its rifle, picking off a pigeon from over 200 feet away, when a caretaker mildly exclaimed, "Nice shot!" The statue smiled, dipped his hat to the caretaker and said, "Thank you," in a gravelly voice. This marked a significant change in the Foundation's approach to the containment of SCP-011. Up until this point, the SCP was considered a broadly harmless member of the local town community. However, its ability to speak raised concerns as to this SCP's development. 4 years ago, it had been an immobile statue with nothing out of the ordinary to raise any suspicions among those around it. Where would its cognitive development end? Now that it had gained the ability to talk, groundskeepers and agents posing as groundskeepers struck up conversations with SCP-011 as often as possible. At first, these exchanges were brief, but over time, the SCP became steadily more vocal, until soon it was engaged in intellectual debates and sharing its views on the world with anyone who would listen. It was becoming clear that new containment measures were needed. In fact, SCP-011 soon lost interest in shooting birds. Or rather, the SCP was persuaded to stop shooting birds. While the prospect of having animals defecate on it still appeared to anger the statue, the Foundation was able to explain through ideological grounds why shooting birds was a disproportionate response relative to the minor harm they were doing to it. Keen to engage in philosophical and ethical discussions, the statue was very open to hearing the Foundation's viewpoint on the issue, and having sufficiently considered all sides of the debate, decided that it would, in fact, be better for the well-being of all involved if it stopped shooting the birds from the sky. In return, the caretakers and Foundation agents promised to do their best to clean it regularly and keep the animals at bay. But with word of this bizarre tourist attraction steadily gathering momentum as the age of email began to take off, the Foundation decided that it would be best to relocate SCP-011 entirely. However, agents who had been living in Woodstock for the prior 4 years were hesitant to relocate the entity to a test chamber or storage facility. The benefits that it had brought to the local community far outweighed the risks and threats that it posed. The statue had become a local celebrity, smiling and waving at children who went past, and even offering brief history lessons to any confused tourists who found themselves wandering through the park. Most just assumed it was a person in gray paint. It was Agent Khan who came up with the idea of relocating SCP-011 to a museum. Being kept indoors, away from the dangers of any fecal bombing runs, was the main priority. Khan argued that within a museum, the statue would blend in seamlessly with the exhibits around it. Furthermore, if anyone did see the statue move or talk, they would assume that it was an interactive exhibit and treated as such. Having shown a real love for academia, history, and debate, Khan believed that SCP-011 would benefit greatly from being in such a setting, both learning and eventually even teaching about the history of the American Civil War. However, when all these arguments were put forward to the statue itself, it was hesitant. Having spent the entirety of its cognitive existence standing on the same plinth, shooting at the same pigeons, the idea of relocating to somewhere new and unknown was very intimidating. Even with the soldier's mindset, SCP-011 was still feeling incredibly nervous about the idea of moving house. Agent Khan and SCP-011 found themselves locked in a stalemate. Try as she might, convincing the SCP to leave its current home was like talking to a brick wall, or rather, a stone wall. The pair of them ended up dropping the conversation for a couple years, focused instead on psychiatric evaluations and history lessons for the SCP. In 2002, the Foundation officially declared that SCP-011 had achieved sentience with a great enough level of self-awareness to pass as a normal human being, aside from the fact that it was composed entirely of stone. For 2 years, Agent Khan talked to SCP-011 every day on the park bench. The slats on the bench had to be replaced several times as the weight of the statue broke through them, snapping them clean in half on several occasions. During this period, the pair of them built up a rapport rarely seen between humans and SCPs. So much so that in 2004, Agent Khan managed to convince SCP-011 to move to a local museum on one condition: she would go as well. The Foundation agreed to the terms, deciding that Khan could take on the role of being a researcher in the museum. That way, she could keep an eye on SCP-011 and report any activities, while the Foundation officially relinquished control over the SCP. What happened next was perhaps rather predictable, or at least it would be predictable to anyone who had worked with Agent Khan and SCP-011 during that time in Vermont. As the pair of them moved into their new lives at the museum, romantic feelings blossomed between them. Seeing as SCP-011 is officially outside of the SCP Foundation's jurisdiction, there has been no official inquiry into the nature and practicalities of the relationship between the woman and the statue. But from the reports that make their way to the Foundation every 3 months, it is clear that both are very much enjoying the privacy of their new arrangement. Roger Pascal closed his eyes, imagining the barrel raising higher and higher until it was pointed squarely at his face. He had been told by his bosses not to ask questions about the origins of the statue that had suddenly appeared in the Civil War section. Even when he saw the statue's eyes moving, he'd kept his mouth shut. That was until he was doing his security rounds that night and heard those booming footsteps leading him behind one of the displays. He had rushed over in a panic. Peering around the corner, he had been shocked to see Miss Khan, one of the researchers here, and the Civil War statue engaged in a passionate kiss. He had turned and bolted as fast as he could until he ended up here, terrified on the floor as he imagined the musket being leveled at him. But then a second pair of footsteps joined the group, and a woman's laugh filled the room. Opening his eyes, the security guard saw the pair of them, the statue and the researcher standing in the doorway, laughing about the whole situation. The musket was slung over the man's shoulder as he offered a cold, stony hand down to the security guard to help him up. Ironically, there was something about the statue's smile that softened Roger's stony heart as he was hauled to his feet.
I have so many questions.
Agent Lane's eyes scanned over the document he'd been sent. The decryption program had finished unraveling the sensitive data that the SCP Foundation's cybersecurity kept hidden beneath layers of encryption. It had been a few hours since he'd received the leaked document, sent to him from a mole that had been active within the ranks of Foundation personnel for some time. And as for what was on this secret document, it was an intake list, the records and names of everyone recently brought into D-Class. Lane scoured the rows upon rows of inmates, violent criminals, the worst of the worst that the Foundation used as human lab rats. Then his eyes settled over one name, the exact one he'd been looking for. The true identity of a man codenamed the Hatchet, a mass murderer responsible for coordinating multiple acts of international terrorism. But to Agent Lane, this man wasn't a threat to be feared. He was a bait in a trap for something far worse. The Global Occult Coalition had long been the face of officially sanctioned legitimacy in the fight against the anomalous. While the SCP Foundation operated in a more clandestine fashion, the GOC was operated by and acted under the authority of the United Nations. They were mandated with policing the paranormal world, a role nobody in the GOC took lightly. Their ultimate goal was a world rid of all anomalies. While the Foundation opted for containment, the Coalition preferred extermination. But despite this fundamental difference in their operational structures, the two organizations maintained a fragile alliance, which is why Agent Lane needed bait in order for his plan to work. The objective was simple: kill SCP-096, also known as the Shy Guy, an anomalous entity with a long, disproportionate human body that could use impossible speeds to kill anyone that looked at its face, even through an image. That was what worried the GOC. It seemed all too easy for SCP-096 to be used as a weapon, especially for assassinations. It wouldn't take much for the Foundation to mail a photo of SCP-096 to anyone, say a politician who opposed them or the head of another group of interest. Then all they'd have to do is sit back and wait as SCP-096 dispatched its unwitting target, along with any witnesses that happened to see it appear. So the Coalition had decided it was time to take the Shy Guy off the board before anyone got any unsavory ideas. But there was still one issue with that. Given the GOC and SCP Foundation's rocky relationship, Agent Lane had been instructed to leave no trace of the Coalition's involvement. He needed someone else to be responsible for the actual elimination of SCP-096, so that the GOC could deny any and all involvement. That's when he'd gotten the idea. Who better to call on for a covert, strictly off-the-books mission? Only one of the world's most elite special forces units, with no affiliation to the GOC whatsoever, Delta Force. Engineering a scenario where Lane could get the Deltas to take out SCP-096 was going to be tricky. He couldn't give them a direct order to kill the creature. That could too easily lead back to the GOC. So the mastermind behind this mission needed to think outside of the box. How could he get the attention of Delta Force? Well, by offering up one of the world's most wanted terrorists. After all, Delta Force was renowned for undertaking missions that involved counterterrorism, as well as the securing and sometimes elimination of high-value targets. And that was where the Hatchet came into plan. Given the severity and extreme nature of his many crimes, he was certainly considered high value by the US government. However, it was while awaiting trial that the Hatchet had disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The official story was that he had died in prison following a fight with another inmate, but rumors circulated about an escape attempt. Of course, neither were correct. Now Agent Lane knew the truth. The Foundation had him, which means he was within the reach of the GOC. Issuing a coded command to his mole working inside the SCP Foundation, Lane instructed that the hatchet would be making an escape of sorts. At least that's how it would appear, but it would be completely staged. Under the cover of night, the mole drugged and kidnapped the hatchet, breaking open an air vent and making it look like someone had crawled their way through. Nobody had, and instead the hatchet was carried unconscious to a Foundation vehicle the mole had hotwired. If he drove off in his own car, the Foundation would be able to trace the escape back to him, and then the GOC. Bundling the terrorist into the trunk, the mole drove several miles away from the Foundation site to an extraction point where Agent Lane was waiting.
So he's how you're gonna lure out the Delta Force,
the mole said as he and Lane lifted the hatchet aboard the chopper.
But how are you going to get SCP-096 to come out too? The Foundation keeps it crying in that cell.
They can't stop it getting out when someone sees it though, right? Lane replied.
Yeah, it moves way too fast, the mole confirmed. All someone has to do is look at it, and it can get out even when
they look at a picture of it. The agent finished his sentence.
Oh,
the mole gasped, realization spreading across his face.
Our friend the hatchet here isn't just bait to lure out Delta Force, Agent Lane explained. He's bait for both. SCP-096 and Delta will both be coming after him. That way, as far as the Foundation knows, SCP-096 will be killed during a standard Delta Force mission to recapture an on-the-run terrorist mastermind. And meanwhile, the GOC gets complete deniability. It was nothing to do with us, we weren't involved.
Perfect scapegoat, the mole commented. Thing is, if this is meant to be such a covert mission, then why risk security by telling me?
Dead man don't talk.
Agent Lane replied quietly, pulling a silenced handgun from his holster and squeezing the trigger, firing 3 times for good measure. With the loose end tied up, nothing linked the global occult coalition to the hatchet's apparent escape. Sure enough, the Foundation fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. While they were busy locking down the facility, sealing the air vents that they believed their D-class prisoner had escaped through, Agent Lane had the hatchet handcuffed, securely under lock and key. The helicopter took them a short distance to a quiet airstrip, where they boarded an uncharted plane to a safe house. To avoid any further links to the GOC, Lane had to transport the hatchet as off the grid as possible until he got him to their destination. Even then, the safe house couldn't be one that the GOC had ever used before. Any link in the Foundation or Delta Force would smell a rat. The leaked intelligence that was soon received by Delta Force seemed to confirm their worst fears. Not only was the hatchet still alive, but he was free and apparently hiding out in a safe house. While they would never publicly acknowledge the unit's activities, the Department of Defense issued an objective to Delta Force: track down the hatchet to his current location and either capture him or kill him. A squad of some of the most highly trained United States troops were assembled. Before joining Delta Force, most of them had been recruited from the elite 75th Ranger Regiment, as well as from other branches of Special Forces and the wider U.S. Army. The team wasn't told by their commander, whose identity was classified, where they were going. All the information they were given was only the essentials, just that there was a high-value target holed up in a safe house. Although they had no idea there would actually be 2, only the second was unlike anything the Deltas had ever seen. Agent Lane was watching over hidden infrared cameras. They were sent to cut out the minute the lights came on. No point in going through all this trouble, only to see 096 on his feed and be killed too. Silently, using all the skills and stealth that they had been trained in, the squad of Delta Force operators slipped into the safe house. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, practiced hours and hours at a time. They checked corners. 2 would sweep one room of the building whilst 2 more protected them, and none of them would move on until they confirmed that the area was clear. Floor by floor, they worked their way up the building, ascending closer and closer to where the hatchet was. The operators were fully expecting to meet armed resistance from the hatchet's loyalists when they arrived. The fact that the place was so quiet didn't seem right. In fact, none of the lights were on either. The Delta Force unit needed to wear night vision just to navigate their way around. Despite it seeming suspicious, none of them could have guessed it was intentional. Agent Lane had set everything up to work perfectly. Arriving at one room, the Special Forces troops could hear the sound of someone behind the door. Their voice was muffled, like something was obscuring their mouth and preventing them from speaking. This was it. The team lined up against the nearest wall and placed an explosive charge on the door. With a mighty explosion, the entrance burst wide open, and the team filed in, weapons trained on the room's sole occupant. They could see through the hazy green of their goggles a figure sat in a chair. No, restrained to a chair, with something in front of him. It looked like a frame, a photograph in a frame. Who sits in front of a photo in the dark? Suddenly, the lights came up, causing the operator's night vision goggles to beam bright white straight into their eyes. The second the lights came on, the camera's Agent Lane was watching through cut off, and he purged the hard drive they were connected to, leaving no recording, no evidence of the situation he'd engineered. Meanwhile, as the room was illuminated, the first of the Delta Force team to take off his goggles saw who it was tied to the chair. It was the Hatchet, bound by his wrists and ankles, eyes pried open, so he couldn't look away from the framed photo in front of him, a photo of SCP-096. Suddenly, within the blink of an eye, the tall, slender creature had appeared in the room with the captive terrorist. The Deltas, removing their goggles, turned in horror to see 096 slaughtering their target. And the moment they looked at it, the wailing Shy Guy started bearing down on them, too.
Contact!
Their captain yelled.
Open fire! Hostile contact!
They started shooting, their bullets having little effect on the looming, wiry monster as it came at each of the squad one by one. The muzzle flashes illuminated the oncoming anomaly. Those brief glimpses of it flickering of gunfire made it look all the more horrifying. Screams filled the room, echoing through the building as SCP-096 decimated the team that had unknowingly been sent in to kill it. One of the Deltas was still struggling with his night vision, unable to detach them from his face thanks to a clasp that had gotten stuck. All he could hear were his squad mates around him being killed, but with no way of seeing what was happening.
Private!
The captain gurgled. He sounded hurt, but the operator couldn't see how badly or what had attacked him.
Shoot the thing! Shoot it now! I can't see, sir!
He yelled back, goggles still strapped to his face, eyes shut to keep out the searing whiteness.
10 o'clock!
The captain replied, directing his subordinate to aim his weapon slightly to the left. There was a sickening twisting sound, and the captain's voice cut out. The private fired, his shot winging the creature. It whimpered, then seemed to vanish as quickly as it had arrived. Pulling a combat knife from the sheath on his belt, the operator was able to cut the strap, keeping the goggles over his eyes. When his vision cleared, he looked around to see an empty room smeared in blood. Even the Hatchet hadn't survived, killed in the chair he'd been held in. The operator took a closer look at the photo the terrorist had been made to look directly at. It was hideous, tall and thin, arms that looked too long and a huge mouth. And now, it was behind him. It would never stop killing anyone that looked at it.
Some say that SCP-2102 was a mistake, an abomination created by an accident of medical science. Maybe those people are right. Maybe there's much more to it than that. Either way, they don't know the full story. How could they? They weren't there. They weren't there all the way back in 1972. But Dr. Pavel Zukal was. The earliest moments, the events that directly preceded SCP-2102's creation began on March 2nd. The wind was carrying an unforgiving, freezing bite with it as Zukal made his way to the Institute of Experimental Medicine, ZISAV, in Czechoslovakia. With the Cold War between the USSR and the United States underway, there was already an air of secrecy on both sides. Espionage and intelligence-gathering operations were rampant, bringing with them paranoia and distrust. There was no way of knowing if someone was a double agent, leaking information to the West. But while the governments of Russia, America, and their various respective allies and enemies scrambled for control and amassed obscene quantities of nuclear arms in secret, there were even more cogs turning, hidden in the deepest, darkest shadows. The SCP Foundation's long-standing rivalry with various other groups of interest was well known among any with a high enough security clearance. Most of these groups were radicals or outliers, despite possessing knowledge of anomalies or even being directly linked to them. A lot of GOIs were independent of any world government. But for decades, the Foundation had been aware of a directly competing establishment, effectively a parallel of their own organization on the other side of the globe. They were known as GRU Division P, a USSR equivalent of the SCP Foundation themselves. It is unclear based on what was recovered from Dr. Zukal's personal diary if he had been directly scouted by GRU Division P for their project in Czechoslovakia. Given the air of secrecy engulfing the USSR at the time, it is possible that Pavel himself had no inclination that Division P was even involved in the project, due to take place at the Institute of Experimental Medicine. He might have suspected, but with no way of knowing for sure. Similarly, there was no way Zukal could have known where the project would lead, what he would have a hand in creating. The initial few weeks after his arrival at the Institute were rocky, to say the least. Zukal, along with a team of scientists and technicians working on orders direct from Moscow, had to contend with unreliable equipment and difficulty getting electricity to power the project. Eventually, after clearing those initial hurdles, testing could begin. But what was the goal of this mysterious project? Well, through Zukal, GRU Division P and the Kremlin were chasing something the scientific world has been trying to accomplish for decades. Something that could change the very landscape of not only the Cold War, but the entirety of modern medicine, the secrets of cellular regeneration. Unlocking that would, in theory, enable them to create the world's very first unkillable super soldier. And hey, it definitely wouldn't be the craziest secret operation carried out by a world superpower during the Cold War. The CIA spent millions turning a cat into a listening device and training it to infiltrate enemy headquarters. This so-called acoustic kitty was struck and killed by a random van during its first mission. Compared to that, a cell-regenerating super soldier was positively sensible. With a worldwide nuclear arms race already underway, perhaps the project's ultimate goal was to produce an entire army of these self-regenerating troops. With something like that in their hands, the USSR would have the manpower to reinforce their nuclear arsenal, and potentially even soldiers capable of surviving and healing from the effects of an atomic blast. On the 5th of May 1972, the first of the project's human test subjects began to show promising results. They underwent physical trauma at the hands of Zukal and the other scientists, only for their bodies to react much faster than the ordinary healing process would allow. Rapid clotting took place in the affected areas, preventing the subjects from bleeding out. However, this quickly went awry. The clots turned into severe lesions. Realizing this had occurred thanks to Mikhaili, one of the other project scientists administering too much neodymium, Zukal chastised his colleague, vowing him to drag him to Moscow personally if another mistake like that ever took place again. Unfortunately, by the last few days of June, Dr. Zukal and his team were no closer to success. Every subject that underwent testing succumbed to the same necrosis. Reducing the amount of neodymium had only made the reaction worse, something Pavel couldn't allow Mikhaili to know without the risk of it being held over his head for the remainder of the project. In every instance, the doctors were able to trigger rapid cell division, 50 times faster than that which occurs in the ordinary healing process of human beings. But the biggest drawback was that this division would quickly become uncontrollable. It was creating enough new matter on a cellular level that it would choke each test subject in its own excess waste. As you might expect, Dr. Zukal noted this in his diary that this process wasn't a pretty sight. Come mid-August 1972, the project scientists decided they needed a test subject with more resilience than the average person, and a suitable candidate was provided. He was a counter-revolutionary who had been sentenced to 15 years in a uranium mine as a punishment detail. Despite such an extended period of time under the harsh conditions of the mine and the close proximity to a radioactive element such as uranium, the man managed to survive unscathed. Upon closer examination, this new guinea pig, referred to as X16, had a rate of healing twice as fast as that of an average man. Perhaps it was a random genetic abnormality that made X16 this way, or maybe it was a result of his extensive time in the uranium mines. Either way, it made him the perfect new subject for Zukal's experiments. Initially, Subject X16's preliminary testing results looked promising. The wound healing process was actually taking place now, instead of resulting in necrosis or aborting it as it had with the earlier experiments. In fact, Dr. Zukal seemed to think X16 was healing almost too quickly. But nevertheless, testing continued, although not without a different type of problem. The questionable morality of what they were doing began to set in for Pavel, causing him nights of endless tossing and turning, unable to sleep as he reflected on what he'd done. X16 had managed to survive for much longer than the earlier test subjects, but it was clear that the torture this man had to endure was exacting a heavy toll. Every day, the doctors would lacerate him,
time and time again, recording the results. And every day, he survived, only for the cycle to begin again the next day. For his own part, Zukal was conflicted. On the one hand, the results of the testing were proving successful, lasting far longer and working far more effectively than they had in the past, and yet on the other, it came at the cost of one man's continued suffering. To make matters worse, Pavel had no way of voicing his concerns to any of his team. Any questioning of his orders or the project's methods would have been viewed by GRU Division P and the KGB as sedition and treason, earning the good doctor a one-way ticket to a gulag, or, if he was lucky, a clean shot to the back of the head from an agent's pistol. Often morality is sacrificed for the greater good, in the pursuit of the advancement of science or a nation's goals. But now that the project was showing results with X-16, now that it was real, what they were doing still weighed heavily on Dr. Zukal's conscience. Then, on October 15, 1972, the final piece of the puzzle seemed to become clear. By introducing the correct amount of stabilizing agent into the serum they had concocted, Zukal and his team had perfected the composition. Upon administering this newly completed version of the solution, the doctor noted in his diary that subject X-16 was responding well. At least, medically, the subject was responding well. It was clear that the continuous experimentation he had been subjected to was causing uncooperative behavior in X-16. But so close to the cusp of achieving the project's goals, Dr. Zukal was quick to cast aside his previous doubts about the ethics of their methods. They were so close to victory, so close to the project being over, that it no longer mattered how cooperative X-16 was being. But 2 weeks and 4 days later, just as the project was nearing its end goal, disaster struck. MU Dr. Elena Orakova was one of the scientists on Zukal's team, who had primarily helped when examining the early cell divisions, those that were leading to necrosis and causing test subjects to produce too much excessive genetic material. Elena had made a startling discovery and immediately brought it to Dr. Zukal in a distraught show of panic. The cell samples they had used to test their serum were now gaining mass, seemingly from nowhere. Just like the earlier experiments, the effects were working almost too well, causing an overabundance of cellular regeneration to the point where the cells couldn't stop producing masses of waste genetic material. When Zukal brought Elena's findings to Drs. Sislard and one Georgy T. Fedinko, the project heads assigned by Division P, they were quick to disregard it as an error, determining to press on with the project to meet their deadline. Over the course of the following weeks, up to late November, Zukal was trying to determine what was causing this change. It was clear that unless he and Elena could resolve the issues with the serum, subject X-16 would be a total failure. But time was running out, with their superiors at GRU Division P and the Kremlin expecting results by early December. Under untold amounts of pressure and subsequent stress, Dr. Pavel Zukal found himself losing time, unable to sleep to the point where he was drifting off whenever he was on the verge of a breakthrough. By the end, Elena was the only member of the team trying to help him methodically figure out what had gone wrong. The deadline for the project arrived on December 2nd, 1972. Pavel didn't sleep all night leading up to it, knowing he would have to present a functioning super soldier to GRU Division P. In the best case, he was risking being accused of negligent failure, forced to restart the project from scratch, making his months of hard work redundant. But worst case scenario, Zukal could be charged with treason for having not completed the task he was selected for. On the 2nd of December, he wrote, "I really don't know which is better. Tomorrow is a day too." Nobody knows if Dr. Pavel Zukal lived to see that tomorrow. His final diary entry was made on the day SCP-2102 was born. For months, the SCP Foundation had operatives embedded within the Czechoslovakian government as part of innumerable Cold War espionage gathering efforts. During that time, their agents had gathered enough intelligence to make the Foundation aware of a GRU Division P project based at the Institute of Experimental Medicine, and that the scientists there were looking to unlock the secret of rapid cellular regeneration. Someone, possibly even one of Zukal's team, had managed to infiltrate the project and had leaked documents to the SCP Foundation, explaining what was going on in Czechoslovakia. The plan was that the Foundation would move in secret of course, to extract and contain test subject X-16 in January of 1973. That day would never come to fruition though. On the 2nd of December, only a month before they had planned to act, the Foundation became aware of a catastrophe occurring at the Institute of Experimental Medicine. One of their agents in Czechoslovakia alerted them to a disturbance that had caused civilians and scientists alike to run from the institute in fear for their lives. Something had gotten loose, and the Foundation had to act fast. Luckily, a reconnaissance team was stationed in Eastern Europe. Members of various mobile task forces who had been spying on GRU Division P and the rest of the USSR. Moving quickly, the recon team was deployed to Czechoslovakia. Led by a field commander named Marek, they were given the objective to determine the cause of the situation and, if possible, recover its anomalous source. Marek and the recon team arrived on site at the Institute's grounds. The entrance to the bunker which had been housing the project was left wide open, with not a soul in sight. As the team progressed further, Marek couldn't help but notice a pungent smell permeating the labs and offices that they passed. Foundation Command urged their operatives to proceed cautiously and recover any paperwork they could. Among the logistical documents was a diary belonging to one of the scientists, although the name Pavel Zukal on the cover was no longer legible, forever lost. The further he and the other MTF agents progressed, the worse the smell got. They located an elevator, deciding to take it down to the lower levels of the bunker. One by one, the team filed in, Marek radioing command. "Command, any seismic activity in the area?" he asked. Not that we know of, Marek," came the Foundation's reply. "Why?" I think I just felt something move down there." The elevator had barely descended a foot before it hit something, stopping in an instant. As Marek tried once again to contact Foundation Command, that same something came tearing through the elevator floor. Over the radio, the SCP Foundation were treated to a cacophony of screeching, tearing metal, along with the screams of their own men. What Marek and his team had encountered may have once been a man, perhaps someone subjected to cruelty and torture, but now all they saw was an amorphous, fleshy mass. Immediately, the recon team opened fire, engaging what they assumed was a raging monster. It probably never occurred to them that they might have just wanted to be free after years of imprisonment, followed by months of horrendous experiments. Minutes later, Marek was able to get in contact with Command again, locked in a heated battle with the entity. But every round fired, every shot their guns landed, nothing was having any effect. Whenever Marek dealt damage to the creature, part of it seemed to grow, faster and faster each time. Their guns were useless, unable to stop the expanding monstrous test subject. Even grenades thrown by the MTF operatives, causing multiple explosions, did little to stop the entity in its tracks. Listening in over the radio, knowing they had few options left, the SCP Foundation dispatched a pair of F-4 Phantoms, long-range supersonic fighter jets, equipped with a payload of M47A1 napalm incendiary bombs. With Marek and his men almost on the ropes, Command issued an order to retreat. They fled the bunker, only to feel the ground shake beneath their feet. The monster had breached the topsoil, still coming after them. Jones, one of the Foundation's agents, was pulled under the encroaching shapeless mass, crushed to death as it continued its pursuit. Utterly horrified at the sight and speed of the creature, Marek started begging Command over the radio to get its fighter jets to the scene. 6 minutes later, the sound of twin turbine engines shot through the air, followed by the whistle of bombs careening down towards the ground. In a second, Marek, his team, and the creature were engulfed in a fiery explosion, the heat proving enough to cauterize the fleshy abomination's expanding tissue. Ever since December 1972, the entity now designated as SCP-2102 has been housed at Site-122, contained by the SCP Foundation. They keep it in a modified cell, restrained at all times with its hands and feet in padded sleeves. This is done in order to prevent the risk of injury, either accidental or intentional, given both SCP-2102's anomalous properties and its self-destructive tendencies. Its body is covered in scars, both from its previous escape attempts, back when it was known as Subject X-16, and from burns from the F-4 Phantom's napalm payload. These particular injuries seared the entity's ears, mouth, and eyes closed, rendering it deaf, mute, and blind. If SCP-2102 ever suffers any form of external injury, its anomalous properties will trigger. The creature, as you might have guessed, possessed an advanced form of cellular healing, able to regenerate from all wounds inflicted on it. However, the process was never perfected. It still works too well, so well that SCP-2102's cells don't know when to stop. Instead, they continue producing bodily tissue, expanding its mass into every available space without a halt. The process can be slowed if an obstacle is introduced, boxing in the exponentially growing tissue. However, any object or person in its path is eventually crushed under the mounting pressure. At present, the Foundation still has no idea how much SCP-2102's tissue could expand, potentially even posing a risk to the entire world if left unchecked. There is only one surefire way to stop the creature's healing. It can only be halted by cauterizing the open wound with intense heat. It's literally a surefire solution. SCP-2102 is a result of the good Dr. Zukal's work, combined with his and GRU Division P's willingness to put aside their morality. They didn't create an undying, regenerating super soldier for the USSR as they had intended. Instead, all they accomplished was turning a tortured man into a monster, an abomination endlessly tormented by the experiments performed on him. Not quite as useful on the battlefield, is it?
The war that ended the world started on October 9th, 1971. Tensions had been brewing for years between America and the Soviet Union. And even though people had done their best to keep a sense of normalcy, everyone was wondering when the Cold War that had been brewing for the past 30 years would boil over. There were those who had been preparing for it for years, while others assumed that it would never amount to anything. Neither nation wanted to make the first nuclear strike, and even if that happened, the engineers would come out of their underground cities to intervene. But nobody knew for sure if the two world superpowers could ever come to an agreement, or if it would all end in total destruction. October 9th was the day that question was finally answered. The first American nuclear warhead detonated over the Gulf of Finland, only a few miles away from the city of Leningrad, where people were going about their day blissfully unaware of the destruction that was about to befall them. First came a citywide blackout, as the power grid was bombarded with a huge surge of radiation that caused bulbs to blow and wires to glow like they'd been struck by lightning. There was barely any time to react before the next wave hit, a white-hot flash so bright that many of those who couldn't get to cover were blinded. The third wave, by far the most destructive, was the force of the explosion itself. Like a powerful burning wind, it swept through the city, breaking windows, knocking over streetlights, ripping the leaves off trees, and bathing every car, building, and person with ash. People are trapped under the debris as some of the city's older, less well-maintained buildings come crumbling down. Even though the Soviet government had been preparing for this day to come, and the Russian people had been put through mandatory safety drills, no amount of practice or planning could have prepared them for the real thing. The streets erupted into chaos. Cars were crashing into buildings, either because their drivers had been blinded by the light of the distant explosion, or because the initial wave of radiation had shorted their batteries. People nearly trampled each other trying to get to underground shelters, as police and military tried to yell directions over the cacophony. Among the crowd, a family desperately tried to stay together. Irina and Nikolai Belitrov held tight to their children, Alexei and Tatiana. The whole family was still in their pajamas and barely had time to get their shoes on before they started rushing towards the neighborhood's designated underground bunker. Irina had Tatiana, who was only 2, clutched tight to her chest, and Nikolai tried his best to keep 10-year-old Alexei's eyes shielded as they walked past the dead bodies of people who were once their friends and neighbors. "It'll be all right soon, son," Nikolai said, as much as to try and convince himself as his son. "We're going underground, just like in the safety drills." Alexei nodded solemnly and kept his gaze straight ahead. They were almost at the end of the street, when just above the sounds of air raid sirens and screaming people, Alexei heard a familiar voice. "Alexei! Alexei!" The boy looked down to see his teacher, Mr. Petrov, trapped in the wreckage of his car. He must have been driving to work when the bomb struck.
"Father, stop!"
Alexei yelled, tugging at his father's shirt sleeve.
"That's my teacher. We have to help him or he won't make it to the shelter."
"The soldiers will help him once everyone else is in,"
said Nikolai. Alexei didn't listen. He wriggled free of his father's grip and ran to where his teacher lay pinned under the wrecked vehicle. Nikolai was calling after him, and though Irina wanted to wait for Alexei to come back, she was swept up in the tide of people and separated from her husband. Mr. Petrov was crying, thanking Alexei for coming to his aid. As Alexei got closer, he saw there was blood pooling out from under the wreck. It seemed if Mr. Petrov were going to make it out,
His legs would likely be badly damaged. Alexei tried to lift the car himself, but even though he was strong for his age, he was still only a child. A soldier who had been helping people into the bomb shelter stopped what he was doing and ran over to Alexei.
Hey kid!
The soldier shouted.
Leave him alone and go back to your family. You're going to hurt yourself.
Alexei kicked and struggled against the soldier's grip as he was dragged back into the line with his family.
But he's in trouble!
Alexei cried.
It's not your job to save him.
His father scolded as he took his hand and led him down the stairs where they would rejoin his mother and sister. As Alexei and his father descended into the tunnels, Alexei heard a gunshot from the street above. Though he would survive long after that day, he never saw his teacher, Mr. Petrov, again. He never asked his father about what happened. The Belitrov family was reunited in the underground shelter, which had once been an underground train station. Tatiana had started crying, and Nikolai tried desperately to quiet her. Irina hugged her son so tight, he felt she might squeeze the life out of him. They were packed in with a dozen other families, some they knew and others who were strangers. Alexei recognized some of the other children from school and saw that some were there without their parents. While they were in the station, a soldier addressed the group and explained what would happen next. The train station was to serve as their temporary shelter until the proper negotiations were made with the engineers. As per a treaty that had been written and signed after the Second World War, the engineers had agreed to open the borders of their underground civilization to humans fleeing from a crisis above ground. Once the government had made a decision, the survivors were to be taken deep underground, where they would live until the war was over. Above ground, the Soviet Union began dealing with the fallout of the initial attack. It was clear that America could no longer be dealt with reasonably if they were willing to bomb one of the USSR's biggest cities. Though the bombing had cut communications between Leningrad and Moscow, eventually contact was re-established, and the army was able to radio the Kremlin with a full report on the damage. Leningrad was in ruin, with over a third of the population dead or otherwise too wounded to move underground. Those who had made it underground were receiving treatment from everything from broken bones and blindness to radiation poisoning. In a word, it was chaos. Russian parliament was quick and ruthless in their decision to strike back. On October 12th, Secretary Brezhnev authorized nuclear missiles to be launched at both New York City and Washington, D.C. Millions were killed, and just like in Russia, the survivors retreated underground. America didn't go down without a fight, though, and launched another missile attack, this time at Moscow. It wasn't long before both countries' allies were involved in the conflict as well, with missile strikes coming from France, China, North Korea, Germany, and the United Kingdom. Within a month, the surface of the Earth was dangerously irradiated, and any humans who were still living had retreated underground. But though the world had ended, the war had not. Alexei Belitrov and his family struggled to adjust to their new life underground. Though the engineers were intelligent and human-like, their world was so different from the world Alexei had lived in for the first 10 years of his life. He barely ever saw them. The engineers were nocturnal, sleeping while an artificial sun nourished the genetically engineered plants that grew around the city. But any time he tried to ask questions about them, he was met with hushed silence by the adults. The engineers were spoken of in hushed, almost reverent tones. They were the beings that saved humanity, yes, but they had also helped build the weapons that led to the war in the first place. Alexei barely had any time to settle into this new life before what remained of the Russian army started looking for new recruits. Reports had come in from an above-ground scout that the Americans were working on a new type of armor that could fully shield the wearer against radiation, and the Soviets could not afford to be outmatched when their army was still recovering from multiple nuclear attacks. But the army wasn't asking for able-bodied adult men to enlist. They were looking for children.
We can't possibly send our son to war,
Irina said. Arguments at the dinner table had become common in the Belitrov family.
He would not be going to war,
Nikolai argued.
Not until their new anti-radiation technology is perfected. He won't be ready until he's an adult. How do you know that what they're making in those labs won't kill him?
Irina said.
Do we really want to trust these underground devils with our son? How much do we really know about the engineers anyway? They could have let us all burn on the surface,
Nikolai said.
But they didn't. I think we should trust them.
I want to go,
said Alexei.
I should. Some of my friends have already enlisted.
Both of his parents were stunned, but it made sense to Alexei. He wanted the war to be over, and he wanted to leave the underground city. But most importantly, he wanted to know if anyone was still alive on the surface. If there was even a sliver of chance that it could be habitable again, he wanted to find out. After much discussion, Irina and Nikolai agreed. It was what was best for the future of Russia, and ultimately, the future of the human race. Alexei's parents delivered him to the Office of Army Recruitment, and he was taken by a man named Commander Volkov to a specialized research facility. This was when Alexei met an engineer for the first time. The engineer was tall and hairy, like a bear walking on its back legs, but with face and hands more like a human's. He was overseeing a group of humans and other engineers as they tinkered with machines that Alexei couldn't even begin to guess the purpose of.
"Do not be frightened, Alexei," Commander Volkov said. "They're going to explain the procedure to you before you have to agree to anything."
The engineer looked the boy over, then held up a jar containing something that looked like an insect's exoskeleton. It was green, the same shade as the USSR's army uniforms.
"This is our new bioorganic armor prototype," the engineer said. "We can only graft it onto you while you are still growing. It must grow with you, starting on your back, then moving to your limbs, then your head."
Alexei was frightened by the idea, but didn't want to seem weak. He wanted to make sure his father would be proud of him. He was taken into surgery, where the team of engineers and human doctors grafted the plate of bioorganic armor onto his spine. Once the surgery was over, he was wheeled into a recovery room, where he was fed a simple meal alongside all of his friends and classmates. They had all gone through the same procedure. Over the next 8 years, Alexei and his comrades went through the painful process of growing their exoskeleton. Like the engineer had said, it grew with them, but the growth happened in painful spurts rather than gradually. The worst thing about the armor was that it couldn't be removed, but it gave them many advantages to normal soldiers as well. Once it covered Alexei's legs, he found he could jump higher and run farther than any human normally could. When it grew over his arms, it gave him increased strength. By the time he was 18, it had covered his head, giving it a fly-like appearance, but also granting him stereoscopic vision and the ability to hear radio transmissions without the need for any other communication device. During this time, he and the other boys were trained by Commander Volkov, learning how to use the powers granted to them by their exoskeletons for combat. When they were deemed ready, they were all outfitted with shoulder cannons, supply packs, and guns, all of which were also bioorganic and were surgically attached. It had been 8 long years since the end of the world, and Alexei was now able to set foot back on the surface. The world he returned to was almost unrecognizable. There were no signs of life outside of weeds and vines overtaking the irradiated ruins of buildings. Within the first hour of returning to the surface, Alexei gave up any hope of finding survivors. He heard Volkov's voice barking orders through the suit. There was no time to reminisce about the past. The soldiers had a job to do. On the 13th of October 1989, the town of Danner, Wisconsin was shaken by a seismic event unlike anything they'd ever experienced. This might have been written off as an earthquake, were it not for one disturbing factor. The ground-shaking event was accompanied by a huge spike of radioactivity, with the strange phenomenon happening a month before the Berlin Wall was torn down, during a period of the Cold War that historians call the Year of Crisis. It's easy to understand why the people of Danner immediately assumed the worst, but the huge eruption they felt wasn't the result of a nuclear bomb going off. The SCP Foundation was alerted to the event in Danner when they picked up a series of radio transmissions coming from just outside the town. When they arrived, they found something incredible, like something out of a sci-fi movie. Standing at the quake's epicenter was a creature that looked to be from another world. Standing 2 meters tall and weighing almost 300 kilograms, the being was green and brown in color with a bulky humanoid body. Its head was a different story though, and resembled a gigantic housefly with a proboscis and huge stereoscopic eyes. Surprisingly, the strange creature did not immediately go on a rampage. Instead, the being, designated SCP-2273, appeared to be exhausted, injured, and extremely malnourished. It offered no resistance at all to the Foundation containment team, and it was taken to Site-17 without conflict. While the SCP Foundation is no stranger to visitors from other worlds, there was something especially unusual about this supposed alien invader. The doctors who examined the creature and treated its injuries found an appendage that seemed to function as an organic radio transmitter, and large open wounds on its shoulder blades and forearms where further appendages had been ripped off. Additionally, while its insect-like exoskeleton was mostly a uniform green and brown pattern, the creature's upper arms and torso were dotted with a variety of scars and markings that, on closer inspection, looked like military badges. Was this some kind of wounded intergalactic soldier who had been stranded on Earth? If it was, then how were the organic badges on this alien's exoskeleton a near-perfect match to military badges worn by soldiers in the Soviet Union? Even if they did reference a unit that didn't officially exist within the Soviet army, the scientists were sure this alien wasn't an alien at all. Underneath its exoskeleton was a non-anomalous human being. If that was true, then this was even more terrifying than an extraterrestrial visitor. The scientists were sure that the USSR had developed a new kind of organic armor, and this anomaly showing up in Wisconsin was the result of a test on US soil that had gone wrong. If that was the case, then there was no telling how many more of these exoskeletons were out there and would need to be contained. The Foundation had to act quickly and find out more. While SCP-2273 was recovering, they called in Dr. Friedrich, an on-site psychologist who could speak several languages including Russian. Dr. Friedrich would be tasked with interrogating the SCP on his origins and the nature of the suit. The interview was conducted via AM radio from a separate observation chamber, as the biological transmitter seemed to be SCP-2273's only method of communication. The interview began with Dr. Friedrich speaking to SCP-2273 in Russian, only for 2273 to respond that Dr. Friedrich's accent was atrocious and requesting he use German instead. SCP-2273, who, according to the organic military patches on his body, was named Major Alexei Belitrov, initially resisted being interviewed. He believed that he was a prisoner of war, being held by the American military. According to him, he had been in the middle of battle, and that the Americans had killed his men and left him for dead in the wilderness. Nothing that Dr. Friedrich told him, that there was no war or that the Foundation was not affiliated with the US government, could convince him otherwise, and he refused to talk further. Before a second interview was conducted, Belitrov was given an old copy of the Level 1 Researcher General Debrief as a way of helping him further understand the nature of the Foundation and his containment. Belitrov was more cooperative after that, though the realization that he would most likely be kept in containment for the rest of his life caused him great distress, and he was unwilling to speak to Dr. Friedrich for another 3 days. Dr. Friedrich didn't give up though, and when Belitrov finally opened up to the doctor, he began to tell him more and more. Belitrov told the doctor that when he was a child, Russia was hit by an American nuclear warhead, and that the Soviet Union immediately retaliated. The resulting nuclear conflict, which Belitrov called the War to End the World, caused massive devastation and left most of the planet dangerously irradiated. That is why he had the exoskeleton. It was to shield him from the radiation and allow him to survive above ground. Unfortunately, Belitrov knew very little about how the suit was made or how it worked, saying that it was built by the engineers and that it grew naturally over a period of several years. But Belitrov hadn't made the decision himself. It was his parents who had volunteered him as a test subject for the exoskeleton suit program when he was still young, hoping it would give him a better chance at survival. The process of bonding the exoskeleton to the human body was extremely painful, but according to Belitrov, its advantages far outweighed the pain. The suit not only helped him survive in a nuclear wasteland, but made him a better soldier. The suit allowed him to lift and carry up to 1,200 kilograms, gave him stereoscopic vision, and the organic radio transmitter allowed him to communicate with other soldiers across long distances, as well as listen in on encrypted enemy transmissions. The wounds on his shoulders and arms, where it looked like appendages had been ripped out, were where his weapons and supply packs had previously been mounted. Belitrov had been stationed with his men in the area he was discovered when they were attacked by American soldiers. The soldiers had ripped off Belitrov's weapons and supply pack, and did the same to all his men as well. They were all shocked. with Belitrov being spared for the moment only because the Americans had identified him as the commanding officer. Suddenly, there was a bright flash of light, and the American soldiers vanished. Not only that, but the landscape changed. Where there had been a post-nuclear wasteland before, now there were lush green trees. Injured and disoriented, Belitrov began sending distress signals, only to have those signals intercepted by the SCP Foundation. The most interesting part of Belitrov's story, as far as the Foundation was concerned, came during his fourth interview, when Dr. Friedrich asked him about the engineers who had designed the exoskeleton suit. In Belitrov's own words, "They weren't truly known to man until the years of the Great War and the Revolution. The French found them in buried cities where the Western Allies were digging their trenches. Eventually, they were made to build weapons for the war by both sides." By his description, these engineers didn't sound human, but they were by no means unknown to the SCP Foundation. Belitrov described the engineers as humanoid, nocturnal, covered in fur, and possessing technology and intelligence far beyond that of any human. Those familiar with the Foundation's history might already know the engineers by their Foundation designation of SCP-1000, or their more commonly known name, Bigfoot. A quick rundown. SCP-1000 are a species of intelligent humanoid primates that lived alongside humanity in highly advanced cities until their own technology was turned against them. Not only were their cities wiped off the face of the earth, but 70% of their population was slaughtered, and the survivors were driven mad to the point that their mental faculties were no higher than those of a chimpanzee or gorilla. The SCP Foundation is tasked with keeping them away from human contact, in fear of what the creatures would be able to do to humanity if they ever regained their memories and full mental function, and rumors have been spread about them possessing deadly anomalous properties. But evidently, the destruction of the SCP-1000 species never occurred in Belitrov's universe, or if it did, it wasn't nearly as complete. In that timeline, humanity regained contact with SCP-1000 after discovering their underground cities sometime during World War I. After this discovery, both Allied and Axis powers began recruiting them to build weapons, and their weapons played a role in both the Russian Revolution and the Second World War. It was because of these technological advantages that the Cold War escalated into what would become the war to end all wars. Both sides were armed with not only nuclear warheads, but highly advanced radiation-proof exoskeleton armor that allowed the conflict to continue even after the total destruction of the planet. While the humans fought above ground, life continued as normal for SCP-1000 in their underground cities. As Belitrov noted, they never wore the armor themselves, as they had no need to venture above ground. "Only soldiers wear armor, and this is not their war." Belitrov continued to adjust to life in containment and sitting for regular interviews with Dr. Friedrich. He was given the rations provided for humanoid anomalies, but in much larger quantities, as the suit required him to eat around 8,000 calories a day to keep it functioning. Belitrov also began taking advantage of his ability to access the Foundation's library. He would often read or listen to classical music, particularly by the Russian composer Tchaikovsky. He seemed especially fond of reading The Time Machine by H.G. Wells. No surprise, given he was able to directly relate to the experience of living through an apocalypse and being transported to a strange timeline with no way to return home. But with little else to occupy his time, Belitrov began to display symptoms consistent with post-traumatic stress disorder, reporting in his now regular interviews with Dr. Friedrich that he was constantly reliving memories of the battles he'd fought and the lives he had taken in combat. The suit was making the problems worse too, it seemed. It was as if he could never forget, as one of its features was an ability to store and replay memories. This feature was intended as a strategic aid that would allow commanding officers to more effectively gather and process information about their surroundings. But outside of combat, this only served to force Belitrov into reliving his most painful memories again and again. Every night as he tried to sleep, he would see the faces of his men, their weapons torn from their exoskeletons, laying in the dirt after being gunned down by the enemy. Like many veterans, Belitrov was being hit all at once with the harsh realities of war. Now that his brain wasn't solely focused on keeping him alive, it had time to process all the horrors he'd experienced. He told Dr. Friedrich,
I trained alongside these men for years before they put us back on the surface. Since we were all young children, we were brothers, and I gave them the order to surrender and got them killed. I should have died with them.
While the story of SCP-2273 ends here, the story of Alexei Belitrov, SCP-2273-1 continues. In 2018, Belitrov was allowed passage to Volgograd, Russia as part of an anomaly reintegration program. While he was unable to secure employment within the Russian government as he had hoped, he eventually was taken in by a monastery and continued to write letters to Dr. Friedrich until Friedrich's eventual death from lymphoma-related complications. There's plenty more on the monastery, the anomaly reintegration program, and what happened to Major Belitrov when he returned to Russia, but that will have to be a story for another day. Cast your mind back to the height of the Cold War. The ever-accelerating nuclear arms race brought us closer than ever before to making the nightmare of nuclear Armageddon a terrifying reality. The two main parties in this conflict are the United States and Soviet Union, each amassing huge amounts of nuclear warheads and jumping on any available advantage they can over their enemies. What you may not know is that in order to detect an impending attack from the United States, the Soviets developed what would become known to the West as the Dead Hand. But this experimental piece of technology also had another name, SCP-1984. It is no secret that the Soviet Union feared the threat of US nuclear strikes and invasion just as much as the US feared an attack from them. So SCP-1984 was created to act as a deterrent mechanism, specifically against secure second strikes. Secure second strikes were both a deterrent and overwhelming concern during the Cold War, referring to a country's ability after suffering an initial nuclear attack to still retaliate, firing on their enemy and causing untold damage with their own arsenal of nuclear weapons. The Soviet Union knew that any action they made that could be perceived as an attack on United States soil would be threatened with nuclear retaliation, and that if they fired first, America would return fire and potentially annihilate them with a second strike. SCP-1984 was to be an automated system that would activate in response to the destruction of the Soviets' main command and control structure. Given that the Dead Hand was created during the 80s, you might be forgiven for expecting a nuclear detection system built at this point in history to consist of various sensors connected to a computer network. But you have also probably already realized that if this was the case, then the Foundation wouldn't be so interested in it. In actuality, SCP-1984 is a fully autonomous entity rather than a network of sensors for detecting incoming nuclear strikes, or a computer capable of initiating a second strike. Perhaps what makes the Foundation more interested in the Dead Hand is that it is both self-aware and links simultaneously to every single one of Russia's nuclear launch sites. Not only this, but SCP-1984 also has direct access to every single one of the atomic weapons stockpiled by the Soviet Union during the Cold War, and is capable of launching intercontinental ballistic missiles at a moment's notice. In short, SCP-1984 could very easily and horrifyingly quickly trigger an all-out nuclear war, resulting in the extinction of all life on Earth. No wonder the Foundation considers the Dead Hand such a massive threat. SCP-1984 itself actually consists of the preserved remains of a Russian soldier by the name of Sergeant Marat Chernikov, who was killed during the Soviet-Afghan War in 1982. Most of the official documentation of Chernikov's existence has been expunged by the Russian Federation, and he is only referred to in fragmented documents recovered by the Foundation that refer to a Project December. These remains serve as the location of a semi-sentient consciousness that has been classified as SCP-1984-01. When it remains dormant and is not interfered with, SCP-1984-01 has the ability to receive and process any signal broadcast to it, and is able to decipher information combined in any signal it picks up. However, when global military tensions start to climb, especially when those tensions affect the Russian Federation, or what were once the satellite states of the former Soviet Union, the entity begins to manifest itself in the physical world, and usually in various strange and different ways. SCP-1984-01 has been known to appear in the real world in forms such as a humanoid outline, or a bright red specter taking the shape of a child with its legs cut off. regardless of which shape it appears in. It is when the Dead Hand manifests in a more physical form that the wider scope of its abilities become clear. As mentioned previously, it can influence and even launch nuclear weapons, overriding their command systems and bypassing launch sequences. After appearing fully, SCP-1984-01 will travel at speeds of up to 140 kilometers an hour, directly to the nearest military installation capable of launching intercontinental ballistic missiles. Once it reaches its destination, SCP-1984-01 will immediately attempt to override the necessary systems to initiate a launch. After firing missiles at their predetermined targets, SCP-1984-01 will hastily travel to another facility housing nuclear ordnance, repeating the process until it has successfully launched all of Russia's atomic weapons. When engaged, the physical manifestation of SCP-1984 is highly aggressive, and will lethally defend itself against anyone that it observes trying to interfere with it or stop it from causing a nuclear launch. The entity has displayed the ability to disrupt the nervous system, causing excruciating pain and debilitating damage to human beings. Its only known weakness, if any, is a susceptibility to microwave radiation. Although exposure to this does not seem to cause any lasting damage to SCP-1984, instead only temporarily disorienting its physical form. As for the origins of SCP-1984, the Soviet Union's official liaison with the SCP Foundation offered some clarity on this. Ironically, during early 1984, the liaison, a doctor named Sergei, described information regarding the Dead Hand as being of grave importance to the continued survival of the human race. Seeing as he was referring to an enemy that could single-handedly launch the Soviet Union's entire nuclear arsenal, he certainly had a point. A top-secret conference was held in Sarajevo between the Foundation's O5 Council and officials from both the USSR and the United States, using the 1984 Winter Olympics as cover, avoiding too many questions about several nations' high-ranking state officials being in the same place at once. The O5 Council was then given full, in-depth information about the Dead Hand, something they had previously assumed was a more conventional form of nuclear deterrence. SCP-1984 was far more, and worse, far out of the control of the Russian government. It was revealed that the entity had been designated outside the original specifications given to those who developed it. Initially, the Soviets had intended for the Dead Hand to be solely used as a secure second strike response. If the leaders of the Soviet Union were killed, SCP-1984 would react in kind to Russia's enemies, launching back all of the USSR's nuclear missiles in retaliation. This is more likely where the Dead Hand nickname comes from, hearkening to the idea of a dead man's switch. Picture that you had been mortally wounded by your worst enemy, shot in the stomach and laying on the ground, rapidly bleeding out. You know that there is no chance you will survive, but you cannot afford to let your enemy get away. What they don't know is that you rigged the entire building around you both with explosives. With your dying breath, you activate the detonator, assuring your own and your enemy's mutual destruction. Kaboom. Then curtains for both of you. The pressing issue, and the reason this secret summit between the USSR, USA, and SCP Foundation was held, was that SCP-1984 was no longer interested in just waiting for Russia to be attacked and only reacting after the fact. Instead, the entity's physical form was trying to preemptively strike at the enemies of the motherland, attempting to activate nuclear launches and send atomic weapons to destroy the United States, France, West Germany, and the People's Republic of China. In other words, the Dead Hand was eager to get a head start at causing total nuclear annihilation, not to mention potentially killing millions and reducing target countries to little more than irradiated craters, awash with deadly nuclear fallout. Both the Soviet Union and the United States begged the SCP Foundation to intervene and contain SCP-1984, and under the direction of the O5 Council, they stepped in to take direct control of the situation, establishing new containment procedures in the hopes of keeping SCP-1984 from hitting as many launch buttons as it could find. The embalmed remains that seemed to create the manifestations of the Dead Hand entity were held securely in an armed containment complex near Verkhoyansk, part of the Sakha Republic within the Russian Federation. SCP-1984 was placed within a standard humanoid containment cell, which was itself held within a Faraday cage. a type of enclosure constructed with or covered in conductive material designed to block electromagnetic fields. This was done to block any external broadcast signals from reaching SCP-1984, and thus causing it to manifest its other form if it learned of an impending attack on Russia, even a fictional one, perhaps as a part of a television broadcast. As part of the Dead Hand's containment, all signals broadcast near its cage are to be monitored, and only broadcasts featuring doctored information would reach the entity. Thankfully to the work of the SCP Foundation's Information Control Team, SCP-1984 is drip-fed a stream of carefully fabricated information. Using on-site equipment and facilities, a team of military historians, economists, actors, and Soviet media specialists, the Information Control Team have created an ongoing narrative wherein the Cold War never ended. Through falsified radio and television broadcasts made to look like era-appropriated news organizations, they managed to keep SCP-1984 convinced that the nuclear stalemate between the Soviet Union and United States is still ongoing. Unfortunately, sometimes information from the real world is able to bleed through. An incident involving SCP-1984 occurred on August 8, 1984, and almost brought forth a full-scale nuclear war. While preparing for a campaign speech, the 40th President of the United States, Ronald Reagan, uttered the following joke.
I am pleased to tell you today that I've signed legislation that will outlaw Russia forever. We begin bombing in 5 minutes.
Naturally, thousands of media outlets reported on this, but signals of those broadcasts, including recordings of the president's remark, made their way to SCP-1984. Foundation researchers were both unsure of how these transmissions breached the Faraday cage surrounding the Dead Hand, and were unable to prevent what happened next. Hearing what it could only assume was a genuine declaration of war, the manifestation of the SCP-1984-01 entity happened immediately after Reagan's words reached its containment cell. This time, the entity appeared as a semi-transparent woman, withered and blue, wearing traditional Pashtun dress. Armed personnel guarding SCP-1984's cage engaged the entity, causing it to retaliate, lashing out and attacking any that stood in its way. One captain and 2 privates that suffered the brunt of SCP-1984's offensive capabilities began bleeding heavily from their ears, seizing violently. Most gruesomely of all, a liquid leaked from their eyes and nose believed to have been cerebrospinal fluid. While armed personnel attempted to use microwave-emitting weaponry to slow the entity down, the Information Control Team was frantically trying to record a new falsified broadcast, in the hopes that SCP-1984 would cease its hostilities and the entity would dissipate before it was able to travel at high speed to any nearby Soviet nuclear facilities and begin bombarding the United States. Their first attempt to record a new broadcast that would result in a cessation of SCP-1984's slaughter of its guards was interrupted when a nearby wall collapsed. Desperate to recontain the creature, the Information Control Team tried to film the broadcast a second time and succeeded, although one of the actors portraying a newsreader suffered a stroke and had to be edited out to convince the Dead Hand of its supposed authenticity. What followed was a short news clip clarifying that Russia's Politburo was in on President Reagan's joke, including old footage of the USSR's General Secretary Konstantin Chernenko, confirming that the Soviet Union's nuclear forces were not on high alert. Miraculously, after 15 more minutes of sustained fighting with guards, SCP-1984's physical manifestation began to disappear, gradually dematerializing while it seemed to attack with far less intensity. Eventually, containment was reestablished, at the cost of the deaths of 17 members of Foundation staff, both guards and researchers. A further 8, however, suffered traumatic brain injuries that left them all permanently disabled. The one upside is that this incident remains the only time SCP-1984 has ever breached its containment and caused harm to others. And considering that it could very well have launched Russia's nuclear arsenal, the casualties could easily have been much higher. So remember, folks, don't joke about nuclear weapons, especially if you're the president. You never know what anomalies lurking in the bodies of dead Russian soldiers might be listening, and if they are, you'd better hope they have a sense of humor. Now check out SCP-001 The Scarlet King and SCP-2935 O Death for more anomalies that could destroy the world.